97 transporting GFC. Yeah, it's behind us.
Hide and wait.
Not going to be your vehicle.
Okay, you said there's a bicycle. Weapons or anything, or note or anything on the scene?
The area.
Okay, detective name and badge on scene? Clinton or Simpson?
1033 radio. You can turn the flight on. Looks like there's some front passenger damage up here near the
5734 West Superior, South on Apartment. Alright, we'll let somebody out as soon as we have the unit available. As of right now, that's not okay, get somebody out as soon as we have the unit available.
This will be him coming next to me here, crossing 93. He's right behind me. Gonna turn your way off. Going down 93.
I got one for you.
Copy, I'm about to pull down Bundy.
Do not let the eye anymore. I'll let you know if I pick it up on 93.
3 radio.
I have it all the way down 93 and I do not have it.
Good. And per real time, that's a negative. Plus,
Olympic Unit 44 suspects are now Olympic and Vermont under Northwestern.
All we do is damage to property report for that now.
Take a bicycle using flyers. Go to incident 3537.
34, we're on doubly and
Sorry, have you built a
so maybe for west I need to get Yale or whatever's next, but I've got nothing all the way down 93.
Radio 447.
It's going to be in the 201 parking lot. They're all going to be over there still.
2001.
124648. Alright, I'm going to take Yale West from 93 and then hit south.
4919, go ahead. 536 radio, one able. Okay, from that hit skip, can you send me the GTV and hit zone?
Yeah, you got it.
648. I'm coming to you. She said all 4 of them have guns.
Adam 340 radio, we should be good.
Checking 10-4.
Radio 447.
Now, so let's stand by. Badge 8 to clear his
Copy, sir, thank you.
keep eyes. There is a male in a black shirt, behind the green shorts, and parking lot, dressed. Keep eyes, trying to get our whole shift. Progress, 7425 South River Drive, 7425 South Shore. Caller saying that they're looking out the window of the building to cross the street, getting a male, getting a female. On the floor, males are walking, well, nothing further.
Eastbound on Long.
She'll be over now.
Freestyle
on the zone.
6310?
You notified state they got a car fire just south of 47th Street. I think the plane's up against the red line there.
1370, West 87.
Like a small SUV, one of the cars on fire.
No, we're for an abandoned house.
I think I'm the other page.
No, I think he just kept going.
Come on, radio.
Operate, they got a house there on that street that 3 juveniles have a dog side of it in the daylight.
For this address?
They didn't give us the address. Full pursuit, south on the 81. Just that one.
802.
I had a 99 radio.
I get this unit, so I'm going to go over. Before we run.
My post now changing.
700, you might try to
Go ahead, 99.
And we get directions for him.
Your check on track is on. 1998 Jeep. Shield, Angela,
K9, are you on the
out of
air?
Knoxville Creek.
K92, K92.
Go ahead.
K9 to channel 2.
All the comments were.
Okay. Have a good night. Thank you.
The 29, right.
Sorry, it's over.
Yeah, I missed that. We get flipped around. It was on Adam.
Metro Minute 43.
May 53 to the state have fire been notified.
Metro Minute 43. We're going to relocate. Heavy decon.
Yes, I did my location, so he's not trying to get here.
And he has a gun over the 50.
Loaded drive.
Anyways, I'm going to power for Plain Enfield and Calora. Flying drones over the PR's backyard.
And it's 12325. 12325.
Okay. And I'm sorry, 37 College Station. Where did you originally fly? You'll come up there and
Oh, you need to buy special attention for a 1999 Gallagher.
East Boulevard and all that.
444 and Lockwood Boulevard.
3-4, go ahead.
Street over 48.
First.
Alright, got it. I'm gonna head back to St. Clair and push a little bit further east.
83, 85 boys.
85 boys.
Chicago 6, get 2.
Alright, upper is going to be...
Cars leaving that lot right now. They're red ball at 63rd Woodland.
We're clear. Union services successful. You can just put up the comments in.
Sorry, 85 boy, where was that for?
Chicago and State Red Line.
Alright, upper is going to be 12356.
This is going to be the victim
And lower
car.
is going to be 12356.
He's repeating everything, calling us head.
Radio to a supervisor.
10-3-3.
Going east, standby. I can't see if that's 40 late or not. Go ahead.
I don't see a plate, but I'm going to give you the VIN.
And this one.
District
2, you relieve when you're ready. Take your full breakdown.
Baggage, response to world
I'm sorry, we're to assist CMHA on this one, but I have a weapon warrant on
There's no plate on it. Metro Engine 12.
You're about 10 seconds out. I'll roll in.
I'm going to be getting battery suspect here now. 6-1, on 6th Street. Suspect a female black, blonde hair, nude, physically assaulted pedestrian. Code 3.
You can send us that code 2 and 3 zone unless you need more cars over on idiot.
Suspect info.
I can give you the late cars now if it's 15 minutes.
83 Adam.
That's right.
Sure. Upper is 1238.9, and lower is 1239.
I feel be terminated.
I'm moving in right now. Give us outside. We'll check it out.
Speed that's on high golf. Is it that particular radio?
There is one sitting in that way. Alright, let me know what's up.
I'll find out.
Release.
Anything else? I'm gonna drive around. Are you gonna stay on here?
With 383 George.
Yeah, copy.
Get the numbers for Red Line Jackson.
Upper is 12412, and lower is 12414.
Just the block the cars on come westbound.
46.
3-3. One of them was running on 73rd area. I don't know where he went though.
Mobile 501. 5014, mobile 501.
Channel 5, the suspect from the tag route car was last seen running northbound on 90th, wearing all black with two guns in his hand.
Alright, that's a pretty big
501, mobile 501.
Any more description?
No, I can only hear on channel. I can't.
Yelling in the background, I'm calling them.
501, mobile 501.
Hey, was that supposed to be some kind of academy test or
Oh,
something?
you got had lunch too, right? I don't know.
He must be having a bad day.
Okay, 10-4, thank you.
Is he a target solution?
Ma'am, you want me to try 501-138?
You want me to on that Casper now?
7 Juliet, 7 0. 7 15 times, 65 West Bernardo Drive. Bernardo Drive. Cross Street, Rancho Bernardo Road.
For a second, we're touring. What we're saying right now?
33.
The young lady was security now around the Medic 26 now has her en route to bring those children, but they still would like a wellness check at the home.
Alright, I'm gonna take age.
Engine 11. Medical. 7 Echo. 7 Fox. 1508 ESD. Cross Street. North Boulevard. And 16th
Okay, we'll go and check.
Engine 11. 7 Echo. 7 Fox.
73 George.
83 George.
Yeah, he ran northbound 90th with two guns in his hand.
An ambulance over here for a 29-year-old male black. Ran out of his medication. We're at the corner of Jackson State.
Market Street and 15th Street. 7 Hotel. 7 India.
Okay. S25 Bundy Drive, 2530 Bundy.
35 radio.
Right now, one boy.
Engine 20. Rubbish Fire.
Dark pants, flat snow, northbound on 90. From Sever.
Area. Cross Street. Dewey Road. And
Alright, for the north end, it's going to be 12445, and south end is 12447.
864
Just put my down.
No plate, it was blue underground.
63. I don't pre-close copy.
2014. Place in 19, 278 Foster, 19, 278 Foster, on special attention for a beer return.
There's one
Customers and passersby. I got 2 and 36.
Still in the background, I'm calling them.
That's all you guys got this Friday. It's going to be the I-5 off-ramp.
You can send me 7, 8, 9.
Copy, we're rerouting.
It's overdose? Caller said the fuel got off, and it's not needed to buy.
That's the lady that was giving us
Disregard.
what we needed.
F1408.
Engine 2, looks
Thank
like
you.
it's the ramp from
Right at
near 30.
They popped down here. It is the
Alright, that's it.
94 eastbound. To get
I'm gonna let you know off the third leave tonight. And I'm just pulling up this for one from injury.
Okay. Disregard. It's okay.
Ready, you can disregard a teammate too. We just spoke from them. They're helping all done. Thank you.
What's your last call?
23 West Beach. Go doing some 3612 or do you 1263?
Today, roughly at 1910, getting our head on a glass table. We arrived and noticed left-sided weakness, and then she
Radio that belly we ran.
has been drinking. Sugar at 6.1, temperature 35.9, heart rate
9631 down ready.
irregular.
Stand by.
DMV3, no, what's going on?
Radio 954 staff
And
check.
we'll be there in about
Address.
8 minutes.
This one's a negative.
26
Like that.
this is what it's happening.
Why don't we just call
TM33, what's your badge?
Alright, cool.
Break engine 4.
I'm gonna call for it. 630 Armenian place. No evidence of trouble.
We're gonna hear some engineering.
Good on that. I got 5. Radio 5.
7 Hotel, 7 India. Market Street and the 38 on the north side. Everyone is 7 Hotel.
Party Street, 86780.
Put on that 5-4 from your notes. Can we have you make 55 Connor?
96.
Phone of disturbance. Somebody said her son called her, saying he's being harassed by other patients. He's in unit 833 in the psych ward, diagnosed with schizophrenia.
Let it all. Everything like I said in my recording.
7385 David.
85 David.
I'm good.
We must get back ahead of Fairbank and the red line.
329 radio.
Go ahead, 329 radio.
Sorry, wrong channel.
Make sure it was
Driver.
conveying one now to
12517.
we'll get it.
here with 10-2. There might be delays.
That's 8077.
That's 114. That's where first and third
Alright, upper is going to be 12520. Lower is 12521.
Yeah, you want to go over this west 90? Yeah. That's in
85 Charlie.
85 Charlie.
Inventory 3 channel 1.
We get 3 numbers, upper and lower on Cermak, and then we get an event number for ending this riding mission at Cermak.
Okay, upper is 12528.
Can I get a cash?
Lower is 12530.
Riding mission from Cermak to 79th and back. I just need a number showing that we're ending that mission. We're back at Cermak.
Cermak to 79 to 2534. Need another number?
Higher pool.
That's it.
No, I have to do a dealership, a white one. Yeah, that's where we're going to have 3/4 radio.
Fourth state of Citywide Associated.
That's right, I think 44.
Can I order a body? Bobby, for you done?
That's what he's putting in 44.
Yeah, 3-3 and 3-1.
There's 1-9.
Throw me on his test.
Email caller. White border. Injuries are reported. And
I think I've been okay. Male has been there. Since we've had an issue. Anyone's always welcome to slide on there.
north, but like.
Hey man, what's your name again?
Andrew and show us with 300 investigation.
Are you on there?
Could be.
Traffic unit ambulance, travel unit level 727 West 7th Street, code 3 to 3629 West 2 traffic unit 45 identified.
8079.
Okay, is this a male or female? I'm sorry, it's a man. Okay.
8079, check 22.
Black, white, Hispanic.
You can show me West 76 and that was
28 April 1991.
What's the age? I already know.
1505, give me a call, still locked in the floor.
what was the last description of the mail?
Where's the body located? Is the body still suspended?
We're at 2099. 2099 West 81st.
The ligature needs to go with the body to the UD's office, right?
Copy 2099 West 81.
Before,
Yeah,
until Cyber is going to see
Will the body be cut down before the removal service gets on scene?
Hey, sure, I'm Lynn Village, Chalmers, 2205.
And Johnson, yeah, we can let the RTO.
We got to cut it down.
Last was James Palmer.
The removal service doesn't cut it down, so consult with the EC. What do you think?
Yeah, 35, you can show us around.
Child 65106
Alright, and any loading concerns reported?
2205.
Loaded in opposition. Okay, and the body of birth is moved, right?
3132 to the radio.
99.
We got 132.
Anything that removal service needs to be aware of, type 6, 1040
until midnight. David 31 until midnight. David 33. David 36. 0200 0800.
What's the hair color?
Black. It's gonna be black block.
Okay, do you see any marks start of tattoos?
This morning when he woke up, his left lower leg was.
Okay, your request stop is 1944 there. Please
He was going 60 feet per hour. No question in yours.
Radio to Adam 34, what's your status?
340 call.
One over here.
Yes, copy. Affirmative, you're no longer needed.
Yeah, what's your status?
Hunker down.
Finishing up over here.
Can you already let us show if we can find
You have Barney 33. He does fine. EV's there, so go to that.
That's with live when he got service in the night half. We'll have to today. He just wanted us to update that this night.
37 to radio.
Here's the 15 and 6 West, the battery in primary 6132 West.
Put us down on the traffic call at the Taco Bell Memphis.
When no time was back.
Alright, people on the phone can't understand what they're saying. Apartment 614.
Alright, copy. You're checking with the see if he can convey.
Yes, I was right when you called me.
John, Ida, Adam, 3030, checking back to the radio.
Alright, we'll head over.
I copy.
Memphis and what was cross street?
58.
Barney 36 radio, we took that alarm. I'm coming in tomorrow, check it out.
1130, your status?
32 to 36. Hold the town.
45 minutes ago from the Arco gas station, Vita, Austin, our suspect fled in a silver Nissan, also unknown plate, last name unknown, here from Austin, our suspect no panic.
20 feet around location here.
Investigation 1525 West 49th Street. Will you do a 945?
Negative. I think it's
Here. Reassure block out code 2 incident 3661 RD 963.
Any Pacific Union 433
I believe it's on the south side, duplex side by side. I know they had an autistic African American child.
What color was this jogging suit?
Yeah, more towards like 9-2.
Number,
Get
please.
up there with me and look.
230, that's today's date, last 40388 0388.
I don't know if they're still monitoring special events too. There's a kid on 91 wearing a black t-shirt with a charcoal design, and he's wearing black Adidas pants.
Unit EDW suspect just left 1,000 eastbound from the shelter. See the Department of Mental Health in a gray Martin County vehicle. Suspect is a female black jumpsuit armed with a knife, threatened the PR. Suspect left the location. Coded in 3651, that's 1307.
That's for me this morning on 7J. This is a fire mark here.
Don't believe so, ma'am.
275,
I got that blue Maserati shaking off Bruce Park. He had his south train towards Spinoza.
1169, please west coming up to the stop.
Negative. Mark 32 to radio. Security now with 24. Hat full, black jogging pants, white stripes.
Hey, are we sliding in the zone call?
They just said he keeps going at a high speed rate. He doesn't have a plate on the vehicle.
Charlie.
83 Charlie.
Can you shout us out of...
Event for Roosevelt, red line upper lower.
Can you shout us out of it?
Alright, upper is going to be 12653. Lower is 12656.
Where's that mail at 91 and what?
What was the bill on the second little heavy bill? What was the second
Two Citywide, a criminal trespass in progress, 5531 South King Drive, 5531 South King Drive in the pool. That's 5 mil Hispanics broke into the pool area in the park. They're going down the water slide. No lifeguards on duty. Nothing further. Second district on the
Hey, fine, I got you with additional.
Now we're saying that Barney 14 is still logged on the zone 55 and she logged over them off.
13, 16 Sam 2, the unit's making all scene.
F5, go ahead.
small black body, unknown license plate, male and female, height, work,
7140 West Sunset Boulevard. 7140 West Sunset Boulevard. Will Imperial Durant Library. From the circulation desk, go bring it in 3682 or 634.
Right, dog, fit the dog.
192 Friday, yellow at 1.
20 miles. We're going to need maybe 10, 15
Where
miles.
it is, it's going to be a 6.
Unit for now at 20, Bravo 2.
Here for Unit 91 Battery, 1217 South Alvarado Street at Alvarado Circle, 227-3686-3281. That's 12686. 12686. City Hall after hours was notified for park crime situation 104. And was it?
I can head up to
Advising that City Hall after hours was notified for park crime. Okay, I'm not saying.
Yeah, he's got a Nike Tech hoodie. Look at Adidas pants.
We got a priority of 9, priority still 9, radio power 9. One.
Item 31. Radio to item 31.
Go ahead.
I got you not far away. Can I be 15,000 feet, 8 miles, with 1500 feet, 8 miles, 70 feet, about 35, go ahead.
Five units, working White Sox Park, group 1 line now, back on both. Start your lunch 30 minutes, squad.
We got another
Suspect
future
arrested
for
in
48
Fort
minutes.
Worth, 16 years last name.
You want to jump this
Two and 10, 362,
Go ahead and begin your lunch location.
Negative. Look at your double back.
Correction, any foothill unit, vandals, suspect there now, 833, by the Valley Road, Center, suspect 45 male Hispanic, 13 to 16 years last name, walking towards Jackson Fox, 2 incident 3692, R687.
78, Charlie.
85 Charlie.
David 38 starting at 2200 hours.
Numbers for Roseville, red line, please come from
midnight.
Upper is going to be 12715.
Done at
Lower is
11 Denison for a 2-year-old running around, only had a diaper on at that point.
And then you also have an Adam who's a mandate. So mandate also.
Good on that. All right, 5 Bill, are you here? Thanks.
Made this year.
You're good, you can spell the numbers.
Alright, that's it.
Top 1365 veteran now to do it with the center. Subject male black 11 by inspection, breathe jacket, straight shorts, quick visit, 370
3-year-old, sorry.
140 Elm Street, Family Health Center, LSP, Cross Street, 0 for Saturday, 0 Second Avenue.
Hey, we got a change back. We're gonna figure out who he is
at 2030 radio 57.
5731 radio.
57, you probably 512 investigating 2.
Criminal damage video.
Okay, good on that. We got no description, release back there. We got no description for a third.
Beginning of from 885 leeward.
Wentworth out on post. 31st and Wentworth, I need you out on post. Once again, Reed, Watt, and Wentworth, I need you out on post. 35th squad. 35th. 35 and Wentworth. 35 and Wentworth, I need you out on post.
There's 30 minutes away around in a dark Kia. There's a situation escalated this past transfer from Oakland. I'm sorry, my hometown. What unit does that flip over?
Metro 514 George.
5142
Hey, squad, this is narcotics related money putting your order up here.
Are you ready to come back in 6 or 7?
Correct.
Alright, is it over 500? Okay, I'll get somebody on to you. My radio.
4754, I can have that with.
Okay, alright, 10-4.
I got a squatter disturbance that's escalating at 139.
Is that Rajah Taylor?
Ready?
He is local to that address, and he's also suspect.
Escalating. The caller's
Alright,
going
so you
around
want
the
to
dark Kia.
743 909.
Thank you. 92, I just told you that's that code. I'm not sure the circumstances. All of them can I get to that 98, go ahead.
Upper is 12768. Lower is 12766.
You want to get 97?
Good on that. I got 9-8 clear 80. Thank you for that 9-8-9-2-1-3.
White, blue and white shirt, maybe blue pants, code 215-3725-4141.
75 to 2.
On the bus Santa Monica and Gower, westbound Santa Monica.
No, I got no price for that.
510, round trip,
Got a radio.
on across British Columbia.
Show the road.
Position label.
Barney 334.
We're doing that.
Barney, you can set it. We're going to convey this female to 2710 Walton. 601 South San Pedro Street. Ending in...
Enjoy your call.
Holding a boombox under the highway last seen San Julian between 6 and 7. Slow trains up 3730 166.
Candace from 600 Citywide, assault progress between East Place, probably going to use speed, driving by a male Tesla. It's going to be a white Tesla with a plate of Prince George 35873, color to be in a Honda CRV, number further is on
Engine 201, 19, you can count.
Female caller says for her BFR argument, male is making threats, no weapons, is a domestic, making threats for her dog because she made threats to throw away his tools. 2030.
Candace 3 and Citywide, call the battery in progress, 6914 South Old Street, 6914 South Old Street. Says a male black with a black t-shirt, tight blue jeans, leading a female in front of the location with no weapons seen. Nothing further search.
For disturbance, the females have her and her boyfriend are arguing. The male is making threats, no weapons.
Okay.
Holding right here. 34. Traffic accident freeway.
Yes, Southern Delta 1159. If you don't get this on the next time pass, SOT, you got to let out.
14400, ticket 2293737 or 8580.
356. You guys said that complex.
National City Truck 34. 6
This is right out 08 in the greater Del Point.
I see that from the station.
Okay. Okay, are you able to see it, or is that something we gotta access? East of
Something you
Drive, 30 Bravo 32, Madigan 3.
2038.
American 24.
Reporter radio.
Go ahead.
Badge 1960.
Again, 216. 532 once again, her name is Paul.
2038.
Real-time
Metro.
Metro?
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up her warrant sheet.
Red 32 and out.
Metro Metro.
North of Richmond Road. East of Sir John Ames Town Parkway.
Type in info for
Yeah,
that.
we are right now.
Code 40.
So right 14 Fazio and Hamilton.
2039.
Location, what is Ag Rock up next?
Sounds good. Did you look at the picture? Is that going to be the same vehicle?
1033 radio.
Good morning, before we're arriving.
We arrived at 2710, ending 62.
2035.
Copy. Still monitoring.
At the location. They're off.
I'm not sure if that
Yes, real time.
Were you able to
see if that vehicle is over in that area at the time of the airdrop.
It doesn't have any blocks over there, but we also don't have any block cameras over there. And when we checked the cameras, we couldn't even really see any black Hyundai Sonatas in the area.
Yep. Barney 36, what is that animal call on Luther? We are right here in Henry parking.
Right there. Agent 31's responding operation on 224.
They did advise us on top of an abandoned building. It's supposed to catch 81.
All units code 4. Code 4, 601, South Cedar Street, suspect DOA.
Copy, pop up the network.
Randy, you still on here?
Katrina Chesney, Cindy Northeast Unit, vandalism suspect there now, Colorado and Figueroa in front of the Wells Fargo, see the PR and the Silver Honda Accord, code 2 incident 3750 RD 1109. Boulevard, code 2 incident 3750 RD 1109.
So, what? Could you say that again? Sorry.
I'm also getting further in progress on the find speed 3701 West 53rd of Color Station Mill Lake. Ball wearing black clothing trying to
Alright, we're flipping back around. Head back.
They did have a caller is in a black Nissan for me on
Travel 737 Castle District Animal. People are running loose straight through
Melissa, so you have 11 men and women and Central for the sunrise. On the Great Lake, it says suspect number 1 male unknown suspect, female unknown, military loose shirt, Tim Benz. Clothing and purses officers only loose applicants. Since the 376 on 9128 forward unit.
Do you see a lanyard hanging from that rear view mirror at all from outside or anything?
Sorry, that's to the radio. Hey, you got somebody need a missing person car?
I need to see an ADW suspect, 4372 Solid Way. Suspect female Hispanic, 35 years old, black clothing. Code 2 incident 1136.
3-4, runner.
3-1, yeah, I think it's green and a pink, and it has two glasses.
Alright, upper is going to be 12902, lower is 12903.
Yes, man, we drove by Colorado and we spot the mail. We no longer need that, so you can get over here and ask them.
John, Osterby, Queen, Union, Adam, Nick. One, three.
Hi. Ordered for Sergeant Gilbert. Code 370.
Let's try to look at logs first before we get them out here.
Report number will be today's date. 0371 0671. That's it. Count's going to be here.
5800 level 200 direct to
Next meeting. Also said a group of us that if they're arrested and seen them older people, Frank. 6408 Frank.
I'm looking.
4191.
Engine 28.
Yeah, just wanted to order fire.
7 south, 7 India. Arrow Drive and Villa Road. Engine 28. 7 south, 7 India.
Check for ability management.
6831.
799. 90.
When you're on it, ready to go, so you can take one of these 2045. I don't know what you're going to do.
Negative 34. Earlier, not sure if he's still on radio.
East 90th. They'll have cameras on.
US 31.
Yeah, you want to send a full gate?
Okay.
Are we cleared it?
What's the,
Part out US 18.
race limit, what's the haircut?
3 out of 72. You get a chance to try one.
Yes, 31, you're clear.
My driver present.
And there you are. You go back in if anyone 30 seconds. There's no there, but we can clear that.
2045.
And what's the nature of positive?
Victor Henry 58.
Go ahead, 953. Barney 32 radio. Copy. Japon. Neil 21-year-old male.
Is it Henry I-N-O-N to authorize?
Yes, sir. Once the agent that keeps clear, 702.
To authorize Detective Agent Henry I-N-C-O-N. Okay, 5734 Superior House Present Harvey. Is there anything the service needs to be aware of type space? No, I said any type space 1040 road in. Like maggots or slime what? Okay, where's somebody located inside the location? On the floor in the kitchen.
The location. That was soliciting mail has left the location. Count is no longer in.
Okay, for responding 201 birthplace.
Ticket and event number for bus 7909 going westbound, setting from Lafayette.
429 Winthrop, 19429 Winthrop, request for DOS.
Log off 7551 Adam on the car 7429.
Orders for Fanatic, homicide, code 2799 call. Phone number will be today's date, 0385.
Engine 44. Traffic accident. 7 Hotel, 7 India. 9784 to 9799. 0 Boulevard.
Real time radio.
This is State 15 and beyond. And this is State 16 and beyond. Engine 44. 7 Hotel, 7 India. Two officers and 52. Amazing Dirty. Medical. 6 Charlie. 6 Charlie. 8 Charlie. Florida State.
I found the black Hyundai on Buckland with 16 as officer wanted, but I can't do that usually because they hit on prospect in East 9 at the time that the robbery occurred.
I was thinking of just like, you know, meant to be a top. Like,
Down wire with just that cable wire.
in a charcoal gray Ford.
Oh, they just cut the wire.
Like, David Frank, 610.
No, this is another one that takes off.
370 jump up. Picture of that one and then I can compare that one too. Yeah, if you're looking for property management at these buildings, the residents in these buildings are saying that lady that you're looking for, her name is Shelley, unknown last name. She should probably show up on a couple different reports.
Metro Truck 28.
83 boy.
83 point.
This number for upper and lower in Chicago.
You're in that truck.
Right, upper is 13023. Lower is 13026.
28, for the estimated 1313,
Well, you showed truck 28 in the day.
75 Adam.
There's no cars on the bridge.
7385 Adam.
Flight numbers for Howard Redline, upper and lower, please.
Upper is 13032. Lower is 13025.
leaving flight level 297.
Item for that call is
246-136.
Radio to a call.
Hey, what I'm at 1014. It's going to be performing a slow roll starting at approximately 5 to 10 minutes. Duration
I did.
east from the 10.5 to the 15, 40 west from the 20 to the...
Alright. For the Lakeshore Drive, destination info for the police are at Grand on Lakeshore Drive. Lakeshore Drive at Grand. Vehicles in the southbound. Vehicle matching head southbound into northbound lane. The black small engine. Got nothing for it. Have anybody close by Grand and Lakeshore Drive?
They signed off.
Hammond has info, Grand Lakeshore Drive, there was a black small SUV going southbound in the northbound lane.
3214, you can drop it.
Alright.
Master Jeff calling radio.
125 panels.
Sorry about that. Where's Tom?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Panels are off the air. It's 33, we're trying to
GPI traffic 9310 continue the light pole lines on the middle of the road. Code 2 is at 3819 on the 1678.
Good evening.
Best thing is we can put in with a vehicle accident.
We're just gonna log into our car right now and then we'll figure it out.
Yes, ma'am, you can put me on that suicide side.
Okay. Let me know when you're reporting. I got you around 2052.
You have a call back.
Copy. Just here, guys. I've been getting voicemail on about right now.
476, we're going hospital to you, switching alpha.
Adam Drake Radio.
30.
You can take 1283 and
7185. We have this mail. We're going to be in Rouse County.
You?
3 coming right now.
We're ready for pickup. So location.
Edison 33. Go ahead.
Medic 44. 312 minutes up.
You put us on front walk and talk at Pleasantville.
Engine 44.
Coming down Broadview.
Okay.
32.
No, one call over. Okay.
Can you tell me what time this call came down and what time the call was for?
2003 to around 2004.
Recorder radio. Keep putting us on a traffic call. Pleasantville and Broadview. Calling on an license.
Under the bridge of the 15th freeway. SDPD, Medic 44, RFT. Go to the senior patient at Black off the trail.
Hey, can you show us present location, delivering the and Morning Glow, on the Nicktown possibly between Morning Glow and Eldon Avenue. The single TCD vehicle versus power line. The power line is on the ground. It's code 2 and 3827 and 1667.
Bagley code 3 to 337 officer holding forward for suspect 833 code 2 to 330 identity.
Central Unit, welfare check 903 Depot Street. Subject female Hispanic, 46 years, no honor, common code 26335,
female Hispanic, 30 years, first quarter, black hat, code 233 group, Harvard, I'm not located.
Ten 10,655 West View Parkway. Old 80 West View Boulevard. Cross Street. Market. Driveway. Engine 38.
83 Adam, go ahead. Number for Howard Marine, station in platform, please. Sure, upper is 13126, lower is 13127.
Southwest International Women Patron Policy Panic, wearing a black bus number is going to be 19. Black hat, so 3 Union 150. It's going to be toward area 201. 701.
I'll have that. I copy 2055.
Any located from Sever, the gun will survive on bus number 874017, 20, last holster towards downtown LA, suspect driving while white, 300 sweatshirt. Sever, traditional code 263, call driver 7027, fire, Bristol Incorporated, Bristol, anything else on that? It doesn't list anything. Okay, I'll fix it right now, 2057.
Metro Mag 39. 40, direct Aussie, and 1,500 feet or better, and then 300 or better, Delta 2714. Vehicle, no Nick 3000 with Nick 31, on Nick 31's number.
Routine being retrieval.
Giving tip of 697 is level 3.
Did the caller want to cover?
BL 60, TD. Southwest Unit 7 is attempt suicide exposition at Victor, exposition at Victor, in the white apartment building on the corner, 10th floor, first floor to the left, code 3, incident 3846.
19 Boeing, coming down for a cut stop at 758 Central Drive.
Williams, Point, 41, Point,
Blue 697.
Radio, what was the address? 10615.
10614.
Did radio?
Go ahead.
Did radio?
Copy. Is there someone in the vehicle or is he occupied there? Probably say key is burned, wrench out.
783 Charles.
Move them on the porch. No fire. 5 mils.
171. You just want one number two.
4001.
Copy deal.
And I just want to confirm that.
130, 175, 13175. Correct.
Radio buses.
Okay, that's actually showing in Lindale. Oh,
Avenue, suspect sister, female, spent 38 years, no shirt, blue jeans. Suspect century, 5 starting RD, 1688. Direction, this is male, Hispanic, bald, 33 years, head tattoos, orange shirt, gray pants, assaulted a male, unknown.
Yeah, juvenile is what my dog was threatening to lock him in the basement. They said he has something before.
Alright, do we know who the father is? Yeah, so we outside at the turn, 23.
35.
5 people now outside.
35. You like us on Delta?
White Sox Park, 2 lunches. All lunches are complete. Everybody should be back on the coast.
All right, Authority 35. All TMA lunches are now complete. All TMAs are back on post. Go ahead, 524. I'm sorry, once again, what is it that you need?
Anywhere, Hollywood unit, open door, 1252.
Available supervisor.
Code 2 incident 3866, already been more and Beverly.
Stand by, I'll replan and take on that one.
Robert 10244.
Okay, it's 524, loud and clear now, 524.
77 killings, a woman, 841 by business, suspect female, black wearing a black shirt. Incident 371, 1255.
Supervisor. 524, that is what you need. You need a supervisor, is that correct? All right, give 47 one moment. Thursday, okay?
31. Adam, do you need a new tab at all?
You can do 31, you can see what that goes No, you just leave it in right detail, I was just updating it.
In the pool, he hit his head outside of the pool. He was yelling, his neck was
different parts, different locations. Pretty much going to be northbound, just turning into a Blue Ridge Avenue right off the
I don't see any cameras here, but can you check with real time and see if they have any cameras that are ambulance parking?
David 33 Princess.
Evidence sent for me request 4163 Wayburn 4113 Wayburn. The request is only
See that
number is going to south on the red line.
Radio check on Citywide 1.
The white Toyota Camry versus the black Dodge Charger.
$1632 South Trail, Alliance,
501 boy, request a return. 501 boy, where are you at now? I won't get there, I'm about to say 95, I won't get there. Go ahead.
Priority 37881
We're on West Road.
130, 48 and 130.
Your very domestic line now, possibly ADW suspect, 2138, West Florence, suspect, no blood, black holding on to the gun, code 3 and 1038, authority 1253.
I got a couple of officers in that house.
That's your answer, 28. Okay. Around.
334. 783.
We're out to Sherman Memorial.
Upper Molar.
370.
Oh, let's face the neighbor robber has a camper.
Shots fired. We'll come back to this.
Center units information only on the reckless driver in the area of Ninth and Los Angeles last night.
I'm gonna call you on the phone.
The white SUV or hatchback, no license state correction, unknown license state driving on the right, wrong side of the road. Woman Arapaho and Washington of the U-Haul, subject vehicle white color. Suspect vehicle black and gray shirt.
Can I get to about number 4 for roll, right? 70. 130, 70 and 130, 70.
Southbound PD, all black, 40 orange shirt. Eco badge number 1109, EWD, malfunction.
Radio to Marty.
Outside the vehicle or still
Couple of cars.
That's my information as well.
37, 36, 38. And a road lesion home. 905. Call everybody with your
12-5.
Radio to Adam 35. Can you call channel 33?
What traffic in this ambulance traffic Washington
Check the
and mutual aid international Andrews Surgery and Water 541 West B Avenue. All identified.
Command
Heavy,
I got 132.95.
2104.
And 132.95.
What was the address you're at on 90?
Indian Center Trouble 4211 Avalon, 4211 Avalon. My commission code 33991.
Can you please me at 118,825 breeze? Command 70, on 71, it's going to be a 36 Westward, sector 0. GC 142.
Yeah, figure that. 2104.
3480.
Hey, those people that come just tell them to time to go.
Atlanta, 32.4 for 240, breakdown transition.
On the 6th floor, a resident called advising there's a male on his property with a drill in
They don't need that number for the blue line on Damon.
radio, man.
Did anything come back in that mail when you ran them? That's how our lease isn't working right now.
4215.
Stop by board.
4215.
What we can see from here. Same thing, same the blue.
Not him. He's outside of my way.
42 respond, 13,812 people between.
Thank you, Nana.
Going to be holding a M1 criminal trespass.
Century Ministry Traffic Suspect at 505 South and Pedro Street is now a battery in progress.
41 hours.
Texas suspect is now in the location with unknown object in hand here, unable to tell what it is. Now 3 and 3635 response.
Just the advice and the plate is not in heat yet, so there's going to be no way for us to extend this whole type on this. Do you want them just to respond to lay eyes on the vehicle so you can do the call support, or
Heading 25.
they can't even
Medical. 7 Echo. 7 Fox Cross. 4480 Bond Street. Clark Street. Portland Street. And Michael Avenue. Heading 25.
Tried to call him
7
myself.
Echo. 7 Fox Cross.
Clear last, tickets are on 343.
Stand by, radio to 9.
It's an FIMP. They changed the code.
00334
223.
Radio to Adam 35 for priority.
phone number going through on my end. I don't know if it's right here.
That's right, 45,
Radio to Adam 35 for priority.
633 is radio. Lindell can get eyes on it and handle the call support.
The issue is 2108. The issue is it's not a lead yet, so in order for a foreign agency to do a call off, there has to be a tell type, but
Metro.
Hey, Great Bear One.
Just for clarification, only sign of trouble missing his rivals here. Should have let him know.
Right. Can I convert that over?
504
Cross the street.
504 F.
100 that
Requesting the person who is 35th and Farnell.
for the
10-4.
9631 Avenue. I want you in the Barbie one. Yes,
I'll put it at that's
Pretty large gas. They'll do several
Information only of a in and run, usually over here, driver, area of 8916 Sunland Boulevard.
Talk to one owner and
Passing northbound on Reynolds, suspect vehicle is a white Ford F-150, license plate 8Tom 51571, 8Tom 51575.
Quick info. If you can give them a throw heads up for 15 meters on board. 967, and her social is going to be 2968.
Copy loud and clear.
Alright, we
Engine 93, copy loud and clear.
she is around 50 we're not 30 miles already.
Are you on? 2110.
Okay, copy. Did she get mad at all?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna head back to 3619.
Good evening, ma'am. Shut the cell phone 24, 19974. 19974 Asbury Park for following investigation.
2510.
Can you hang tight right there?
Hey, Tom Porter. The water department give that out. I went straight to it. It was only
Make it weird.
right away. It was out. It was they said it was
From the derailed parachute.
Mechanical.
And,
okay, people are flashing.
Agent 43 from Medic 43.
Yeah, we'll roll across the bridge to West Ninth and grab some property.
Code 4.
Reporter radio.
Yes, we found
Go
the
for it.
mother. The house. Everything's gonna check out. We're gonna enter
The 329 Holbrook Street. Holding 17. 7 Echo. 7 Foxtrot.
Well, we currently hold no report for this, or we should call. You should start on code on this one.
Cross Street. Orange Avenue. And Alcohol Boulevard. Engine 17.
QP to hold 1123, 11, excuse me, 370.
And 360 radio. 3 to fix the form 1 looks like the address of the 3199 plus 99.
Who died of a
It's New York officers seemingly his intended target. And then
Radio
7383 Edward.
3199 plus 99. I'll put the Charlie.
Right, I get two is in off of line 79 up and lower.
Do we have any time determined for 200
Diderot is had been a police officer for 9 years.
Can you see a fire going to 3-4? That way, next time, Number 447 left.
This 13440.
Wesley the partner worked for Blackstone Investment. They described her as There are fresh questions about for those with a mental illness. But this is an issue still paralyzed
The number squad for 79th Street, upper and lower.
David Blaze, Sky News.
Okay, copy.
Southport fell silent in here 1 year on from the murders of B.B. King and Elsie Stank.
No, we haven't spoken.
13429. What's the ETA on the
Did anyone find a brown radio? Hey, is there anybody that needs a phone call connection with this?
During the home buying process, but it's one of the most crucial safeguards a homeowner can have. In today's moving on segment, Kate breaks it down for us.
33 radio. He called for allowing me. Have much info. He was just saying that Medic 26 asked them to come do a check well, and he's saying that it was in the fifth. Route 8. Yes, that's okay. I'll give you two names. Just on the later. For the Robert name, Bernard, one Edward Robert, Nick Adam, Robert David. Last name is Nick Edward, Nick George.
Engine 47, confirm your response. Copy.
And the little girl who is at Rainbow, this is the name of the one that's missing from this equation is, her name is Gloria.
Many workers and businesses in low-lying areas have been told to evacuate, have been told to go home. The Department of Parks and Recreation is advising members of the public to evacuate county campgrounds and beach parks. If you haven't done so already, now is the time to head up Mauka, head for cover as Hawaii responds to this tsunami warning. The warning came down on air. You can hear it in our newsroom. You got it on your phones, you got it on your mobile devices, you got it on your watches. The warning came down about 2:45 Hawaii time. First wave is expected to arrive around 7:15 tonight, all stemming from an 8.7 magnitude quake off the far eastern coast of Russia. So once again, have your plan ready to go. Have your supplies ready to go. We're in the process right now of gathering video, bringing you scenes from different areas across the state right now, just to show you as Hawaii is looking forward, is looking to see what's going to be unfolding over the next several hours. So once again, the latest update from city officials, city leaders is to the Department of Parks and Rec advising members of the public to evacuate county campgrounds, parks. That was issued by Kauai County officials. Same message applies for the rest of the state right now, as the entire island chain is under a tsunami warning. Our first alert weather team is keeping very close track of the conditions, monitoring the updates in real time. This all started around 1:30 Hawaii time, following that powerful and deep quake off of Russia. It was initially a tsunami watch, as is the protocol for these types of situations. Starts off as a watch. Our emergency and weather officials keeping a close eye on what has been unfolding. It was upgraded to a warning. You got the alerts 2:45 Hawaii time. So the warning is in effect. As we have said, it is not just Hawaii. Warnings are also in effect for parts of Alaska, parts of Japan, parts of the West Coast on the continental U.S. So we have crews heading out, bringing you the latest information. We are keeping track of the latest information and the updates as they are coming into our newsroom. City EOC has been activated. If you are in a low-lying area, find your evacuation zone. Governor Josh Green has sent state employees home early. We are also in the process, in addition to sending crews out to the City Emergency Operations Center, parts of Oahu. We're working on bringing you images right now. This is a live look at Waikiki right now. You see lots of people in the water. The warning has been it is in effect right now. There needs to be a high degree of concern as we're seeing this. So this is a live look at Waikiki at the moment. State officials tell us that sirens will sound 3 times this afternoon, late afternoon, and into the evening. 4:10 p.m., 5:10 p.m., 6:10 p.m. Warning sirens underscoring the message. Those need to be cautious. Now is not the time. We're giving you the live look at Waikiki right now. Now is not the time to be anywhere close near the water. Let's also give you a look from our tower cam right now, overlooking throughout Honolulu, out to the airport reef runway. Conditions appear calm right now, but this is what happens in these types of situations. You have the initial warnings come down, the initial alerts after the quake, and then you have several hours of lead time. You see right there, the earliest estimated arrival of a tsunami wave would be at 7:17 tonight. As we give you a look at Honolulu Harbor, this is something that has impact in any number of areas. Information is coming into our newsroom, keeping such close watch on this. We have our first alert weather team monitoring the updates as they are pouring in. So kind of breaking down the process of how this has unfolded. So you had the initial quake alert come in. It was an 8.0 magnitude quake off the coast, east coast of Russia, upgraded to an 8.7, not insignificant. About 20 minutes later, as I was at 1:45, warnings were then issued for parts of Alaska, parts of Japan, and then the subsequent warning for Hawaii at 2:45. We have several live crews out in the field right now. We have a crew heading over to the City Emergency Operations Center. This is our live shot from our crew out in Waikiki. Not a sight you want to see. People in the water in a low-lying area off the coast right now. So now is not the time to be heading out to the beach or low-lying areas. So once again, this is something that requires a serious response. You want to be over-prepared. You want to have your plan ready to go. You need to have your supplies in stock here. Just looking up some research here, the last time Hawaii was impacted was back in 2011, following a 9.0 magnitude quake off the northern coast of Japan. The impact came to Hawaii about 8 hours later. As you may recall, the Big Island took the brunt of the damage in that situation. As we give you a live look from our helo cam, we are covering this event right now from all angles, trying to map out this response as Hawaii reacts to this tsunami warning, which is currently in effect. We have teams deployed throughout the state right now trying to monitor this response. As we give you a look from our helo bay cam, you may be hearing another alert coming in. So apologies for any audio disruption right now. You may be hearing another alert coming in. This is from emergency officials warning of the incoming tsunami warning following an 8.7 quake. First wave is expected to arrive at 7:17 tonight. We're tracking this. We have live cams out in Waikiki. And this is our helo cam right now. We have a crew out at the Emergency Operations Center. We have crews out on Maui as we speak. So we'll be bringing you video as it comes into our newsroom and new footage of this. So this is something that needs to be taken very seriously. Have your plan ready to go. Traffic is building in parts of the city right now. Let's bring it over. We're covering this event in real time. Send it over to Jonathan Masaki and our first alert traffic team. Jonathan, can you give us a look at the roads right now? What are we seeing? All right, Jonathan, apologies. We're working on getting your microphone situation resolved right now. as we continue to give you a look at HeloCam. This is a shot right now that let's hope it does not look different over the next several hours as we are monitoring this tsunami warning following an 8.7 quake. You heard from Drew Davis, you heard from Jennifer Robbins, an 8.7 quake needs to be taken very seriously. It's very powerful. It was very deep. This comes at a time when there has been an increase in seismic activity in the northern Pacific. We've seen massive quakes off the coast of Russia, powerful quakes off the coast of Japan, and so this is the one that has triggered a tsunami warning. Updates are coming to us right now. The last emergency alert that we see from safety officials says the following, and we're going to be reading this out loud, that due to the tsunami warning and wave arrival time of 7:10 p.m., this is for Kauai residents, 7:10 p.m. of Hanalei, sounding the sirens to alert the public of possible flooding inundation zones. This is a statewide event at the moment. The sirens and alerts will be provided throughout. First siren's expected to go off at 4:10, second siren at 5:10, and the next one at 6:10. I can imagine we've already gotten multiple alerts. You'll continue to receive alerts on your phone, on your watch, mobile devices. That's one of the things that, you know, as disaster response has developed over the last several years, there are more ways to get information out to the public, keep the people informed. So we are tracking this tsunami warning as we give you a live look right now from our camera in Waikiki. Lots of people at the beach, not what you want to see at the moment in a situation like this. Let's bring it back to our Hawaii News Now studio right now. Meteorologist Ben Gutierrez is joining me at the moment. As you know, this is unfolding, you know, as we speak. Bringing in video from different sources. We're bringing in details from different sources. What sort of new information do we have over the last several minutes as we track this?
Well, right now, we've had a lot of basic questions from people.
Yes.
It's been a while since we've had something of this magnitude, no pun intended. By the way, I'm not a meteorologist. Just a little correction, weather anchor. But one thing that we were getting a lot of basic questions from viewers. One of them is, if I'm in Waikiki, what should I be doing now? Do I need to leave the hotel? Do I need to drive out of Waikiki? If you are in a high-rise, if you go, you will be safe on the 4th floor or above. This is what is called a vertical evacuation. So there's no need to evacuate the hotel. If you're in a good, solid high-rise, go up to the 4th floor or higher, and you will be safe. If this also is for really any of the high-rise areas, for example, Kailua Kona. Also, we're talking about Ka'anapali, even Kalapaki Beach. And so there's just a lot of places where you can go without having to leave the area.
Okay, so our Lynn Kawano, we have teams out in the field right now. Our Lynn Kawano is standing by live at the Emergency Operations Center with Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi. Lynn.
Yeah, Mark, all city and county employees have been released. You can see that they are walking out right now. All state employees have also been released for the day. Now, what I'm told is the streets are packed. The parking garages are packed as people are trying to get home, trying to get to their families, get to safety ahead of all of this. We were told that the sirens were not going to go off until 4:10, but they did go off a couple of minutes ago. So about 3:24, they did go off here in downtown Honolulu. And joining me now is Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi. He just happened to be walking by to the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center. We stopped him to get a quick update. Mayor, the sirens went off earlier than what we thought. Tell me.
I don't know why. I suspect there was good reason. I was on my way to the operating center to find out exactly why. We were anticipating they would go off at 4:10. It was at 2:43 today when we got the official tsunami warning. This is an 8.7 earthquake.
What's up, Dambit?
You
I just seen this. I was doing YouTube.
I don't remember an earthquake of this caliber.
Hawaii is under a tsunami warning.
And so
they could see wind or waves over 20 feet by 7 o'clock.
Sirens go out
their
4:10,
time.
5:10, 6:10.
So
we're anticipating.
I was gonna shut off the stream, but after I seen that, I said nope. We're gonna keep it on.
As much as I know right now. Anxious to get downstairs.
Yeah, they had an 8.7 earthquake off of Russia, and it's dropping a wave that could hit Japan
Hawaii and the West Coast
That's kind of the issue. They
the
have
United
time that
States.
right now, 3 hours to try to
An
get over there. You've
8.7
released
earthquake.
everybody.
That's
Is
pretty-
that
pretty
the
significant.
idea then to try to get people the time they need?
Anybody who's in a flood inundation zone, they will ask people to evacuate their property.
So
to get
I'm
higher
here
ground as
until
much as possible.
we see if
Not
everything's
pretty
all
much
clear or
We're
not.
already on higher ground, then we stay there. But,
People just
you know,
in
it's always
the
a rush to
Hawaii
the hills.
area
And
and
we'll
the
see.
West Coast need to be on
don't want to
guard.
sound panic, but this is happening very
This
fast.
could
So we need
it could be
community and public
catastrophic.
to work with that and be responsible. And hopefully everybody stays safe on the road. Drive with aloha. Let people
Yeah,
get,
that.
you know, just
Well,
get
the
there.
wave's supposed to hit. There's tsunami warnings in
We're going to go in there and prepare for the worst.
Okay,
So
real
on the
quick,
West
before you go
Coast
in there,
now,
who is in there
as
and
well.
what is the plan for right now?
And
4
in
hours
parts
ahead
of
of time?
Canada
All of our
and in
emergency
Japan.
operating personnel, you know, they come from all the different divisions, first responders, police. You know, so we have our media team in there and everybody else. We're full of
Okay, let me check radar,
There's a whole
man.
cadre of people who come down there. This is our first time now since we've been mayor.
Let me
to
go ahead
have
and lower
but
this. Let me
the
look
drivers
at
we've
your
gone
area,
through,
man, real
it's
quick.
quite a few people. So we'll try to communicate.
Because
with
there
the public
were
as best
storms
we can.
developing. I'm gonna put
Stay-
this.
Watch television as long as you
We'll
have
put this
power.
up here.
Listen to
For
anything
now.
and everything you can get your hands on.
It's
Just
still on.
Pay attention.
Let's go.
And this is serious. So we wouldn't be doing this.
Oh God,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you very much, Mayor Rick Blangiardi, heading into
Look
the
at
Emergency
that.
Operations
Holy
Center
mackerel.
right now here in the basement of the Fosse Center. All
We're-
employees in the city and county of Honolulu, except essential or first responders, have been released now, and they are heading home
50
as well
moving
as
miles.
state workers.
Damn,
but I will tell you, the
50
streets
miles
are
per
pretty
hour.
packed right now. Again,
It's
the
got
sirens
60
are
mile an hour
supposed to go off
winds.
410, 510, 610. We were originally
here,
told that, but at 324 they started going
60
off
mile
here
an
in
hour winds
downtown
as
Honolulu.
well.
That certainly got people a little bit more alerted. We did also run into Jim Ireland, Director of Emergency Services Department.
I've got
earlier
to work
today. Here's
on
what
this.
he had to
Get
tell
this
us
where I
about
can see what
moving
you're
his
saying.
personnel around ahead of all of this.
Activate generators, bring in personnel. We also
No, I haven't.
ambulances
I have
that
to
are in
look it up,
coastal
man.
areas, and they relocate to other areas that are not in the inundation zone. We
Thank
have,
you for
staffing
giving me a
our
heads
ambulance
up,
bus
though.
and other
I wouldn't have known
vehicles
otherwise.
that we use those for
This is in
medical
Bagley,
evacuation,
Iowa.
whether it's from hospitals or clinics or people
Holy cow, look at that.
can't get out on their own. This is
That's in
evolving.
Bagley, Iowa. It's looking nasty. It's 81 there. Okay.
All right, Chad, we're starting to approach the highway.
And
here.
everything
They're starting to approach
is
the highway over
moving.
here.
Looks like everything is moving east and southeast, man.
Gotta cross this river and then.
All right, well we'll stay on it, man. We'll
Technical
keep
errors
watching
right
it.
there. We
See
are
what's going
as
on.
the situation unfolds. We were hearing from Jim Ireland,
There's storm
Director of
chasers
the
out, so you know
Emergency
it's bad
Services
news.
for the city and county of
That
Honolulu.
looks that
We
line
heard
looks
Lynn in a live
bad,
interview
really
with Honolulu
bad.
Mayor Rick Blangiardi, and I think Mayor Blangiardi described this approach in an effective way.
You're
You know,
near
this
this
is not a
area,
situation
right?
to panic, but this is something that you want to take very seriously because it is moving very fast right now.
Because I'm not really sure, well, without doxing yourself, whereabouts you're at.
Expected to come to Hawaii at 7:17. So looking at my watch very quickly, you've got about we'll just say 3 hours.
Nasty-looking
You've got 3
storms.
hours to do what
That
you
line
need to
is
do.
not-
what you need
it's
to be
not
doing right now.
decreasing
If you are
either.
in tsunami
It's getting
evacuation
stronger.
zone, you should be getting together and go back.
It's
If
got
you haven't
60
done
mile
so
an hour
already,
winds
you
and,
should have a plan to
and
try
hail.
and get to
I think that's a
higher
golf
ground.
ball.
You should know if you are in evacuation zone. If you are, again, in a
And it's
high-rise
moving
building
east,
close to the
southeast.
ocean, you do not need to leave the area. We have vertical evacuations. And this is basically you go to the 4th floor or higher. At last check, when we were looking at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center site, we could see a lot of places are going to be seeing or could
And then,
see
meanwhile, we're keeping an eye on what's going on in the
0.3
Hawaii area
foot
as well.
to 1 meter, which is 3 feet. So anywhere from
I mean,
about 1 to 3
it
feet
does
is
not
the
look good.
condition.
This is a very crazy night of weather.
We haven't had any word on what's
Plus, you have an you have a
islands,
possible
which
tsunami warnings
and which is
for not
the
only
closest
Hawaii and
area
Japan,
to the
but for the west
south
coast
of
of the United States.
So, that being said, I think we're
So yeah, this is while I was fixing to turn it off for the night. But after I seen that, I was like, no. Then you tell me about the severe weather. I'm like, okay, we're going to be watching.
The other thing of note that I'll put
We'll stay on until it feels safe again.
Around the Ring of Fire, which is where the tectonic plates meet and where earthquakes occur, all the way from the Philippines up to Japan, up to the Aleutians, down the west coast of the United States. And what happens, what basically it does is it will measure the water column. And so there was...
All right, my friend, I'll be watching. The radar's on your area, so if there's any tornado warnings, right now there's severe thunderstorm warnings. There's no tornado warnings.
It's an entire water.
But if it turns into tornado warnings,
if you have a bathtub,
well, like I said, you'll see it on the radar.
If you take your hands under the water and you push up against the water,
I'll be keeping an eye. Remember, I'm the local weather. I'm now considered the local weather dude on Kick.
Provide a critical
but yeah,
for our forecast.
Storms are developing out ahead of it too.
On measurements on the activity.
This whole line
keeping a close watch
moving
on
east
what we could
and southeast.
This is an event
turning into a bow echo.
From multiple perspectives.
So there's going to be strong winds and hail, definitely.
And the tsunami warning. But you also have
and it's pretty warm too.
Statewide,
so
Hawaii residents.
Last night, South Dakota got hit hard, really hard.
Operations Center, but you're also seeing.
We're going to keep an eye on it, man. Thank you for giving me the heads up.
Traffic cams. Let's try again with First Alert Traffic and Jonathan Masaki. Jonathan, what can you tell us?
You know, as the mayor was saying, everybody should stay calm because of what's going on right now. As we look at a very low-lying highway, this is Farrington Highway in the Nanakuli area. You see somewhat of the gridlock that's happening right now. You see a police car in the distance over there trying to keep
the middle of the country's been getting hit hard.
Moving. No doubt people going in and out of the area right now.
Plus you got
with the Army a little bit later to see
a possible tsunami hitting
because, you know,
parts of Hawaii
something like this happens,
between 6, I think it said 6:30 and 7, a little after 7. So it's like 3 or 4 there right now. Well, it says 3:27 p.m. So they got a couple hours. But there should be nobody at any of the low-lying areas or any of the beaches in Hawaii because they're saying these waves could be over 20 foot tall. Damage is likely, flooding is likely. It's right now, there was an earthquake off the coast of Russia. It was at 8.7. It's triggered a tsunami warning in Japan, Alaska, Hawaii, and the West Coast.
We'll get more details as to how traffic is.
So everyone should be on guard.
As far as what's going on with this tsunami.
Anyone out along the beaches and along the coast.
Yes, we're tracking this from a variety of perspectives at this moment as we're tracking
it's not a joke.
This tsunami warning. We will be staying with you, providing critical information and updates throughout this entire event. It officially became a tsunami warning around 2:45 Hawaii time, following an 8.7 magnitude quake off the far eastern coast of Russia. We currently have crews deployed across the city and across the state right now. Lynn Kawano is at the Emergency Operations Center as you see city leaders and emergency officials gathering right now to look at this and analyze the response and make preparations. We're seeing different shots from Waikiki. Jonathan is just showing you the shots on our leeward coast right now.
Looks like it's going to be a long night for me.
You need to keep in mind, once again, Farrington Highway is
because we got severe weather and we've got a possibility of tsunami.
If you have a chance, do not leave the Waianae coast. If
Alaska.
You can't, go further into Japan. There are places like
Hawaii and the west coast of the United States
like where you can actually go inland.
Everyone in those areas heed the warnings.
Because,
it's not a joke.
Yes, we have 3 hours, but
the waves, I wouldn't doubt if the waves got over 20 foot tall or better.
So don't go rushing.
Well, it really depends on where it hits.
Friends and relatives, and this
in low-lying areas, if you're in low-lying areas, you need to get from over there.
friends or relatives who are in higher ground.
Waves usually travel. They can travel at anywhere from 600 to 800 miles an hour.
Get a hold of maybe friends or relatives who
and
are
they can
in
reach
an evacuation
heights as high as 100
and you might
feet.
have to at least take them in for now.
In some areas, it could be devastating.
Precisely how big the tsunami will be. But we're looking at anything.
Please be safe, everybody. Not a joke.
Tsunami acts
the real deal.
from a surf wave. A surf wave will come in and pull back out. A tsunami, because there's so much energy and it's been traveling across the ocean at about 500 to 700 miles per hour, it's going to start hitting the
severe weather is really picking up.
The shallower areas, slow down, start pushing up, and then all that energy is not again just the top.
It looks like South Dakota, Nebraska,
wherever that
probably
is.
into Kansas, but this is a nasty line of storms, and we got storms developing ahead of it.
Oh, the surf's going to come in.
And the way it's looking is everything is moving
in a rather large way.
Looks like moving
You
southeast.
just have to be aware of that.
Let's go back to our
Number of areas are going to get
right
hit
now, as you see
by
what looks to be
winds
hail and
60 plus
heading out to
and
the
hail,
lagoon by
and
the
you've
Hilton
got
Hawaiian
storms
Village,
developing
urging
out ahead.
those that are
Some are
on the
discreet.
shoreline over there to please
Some
evacuate
could produce
the
tornadoes.
area.
Last
Now's not
night,
the time to be
South Dakota,
sightseeing and being in that
there were
type of
7
southern
confirmed
coastal
tornado
area.
touchdowns. There was damage.
First, the sirens
as well.
will be going off throughout the late afternoon
This
into the
second night of
4:10
major
p.m.,
severe weather
5:10 p.m.,
in this area.
6:10 p.m. First wave
Now it's
expected at
moved more
7:17.
south
One of the silver
into
linings with
Kansas
an event like
and
this
Nebraska,
is that you do
parts
have
of
lead
South
time. So
Dakota.
since this has become
It'll
a
move
tsunami
into
warning,
more likely move into Iowa as well.
Even though we were seeing traffic
And that's a storm
from our
chaser,
different
so,
cams, you have to
yeah.
say that this has been a pretty rapid response. From
they're estimating
those
the
across
first wave
the state
could hit at
as we're looking at.
The good thing is that people are reacting
Hawaii time.
seriously for the most part. We see maybe some exceptions right now in our live cam from Waikiki.
This is wild, because like I said, I was heading to bed.
On our alert system here. And so, once again, there is some time, but if they are in a lower lying area, if they're not in a high-rise building, they need to move away. I know it's a couple hours out, but at least residents statewide.
A lot of frequent lightning, heavy rain, high winds and hail. Some areas could see tornadoes.
Go through that checklist of what you need to have, your go bag, your essentials, important papers, pets even, and know where you're going to go if you have to leave.
And this is all part of the emergency response right now. When state and city officials
And I was YouTubing and I seen that. I was like, okay, this is something I got.
This is all part of it. So you have state crews
there are people I know that live in those areas in the west.
Please leave the area.
And in
take
Hawaii,
this very seriously. A tsunami
that
warning
really
issued
need
for
to
the entire
heed
state
this.
of Hawaii right now. There's
Some of them live
specifics in
by
terms of,
the ocean.
Wave height.
They're going to have to
activity.
evacuate.
Still too early to tell. But Ben and Drew Davis, you two are keeping a close watch on what we're seeing, gathering as much useful information as possible. What can you tell us about the quake and the ensuing tsunami warning?
Yeah, we've been talking a lot
got to
about
make
how
sure
much
he
time we
takes
still
a
have.
video of
Again,
these
the earliest
storms.
estimates again for
Because
Hawaii,
there's really no
7:10
cameras
p.m.
that I've
Just
seen that will show
17
anything. Hey,
p.m.,
Mud,
so we still
I
have
seen
several
you come
hours.
in, but
So the time now is.
sorry, I'm just
we're
kind
actually
of
gonna take a
keeping
look
an eye
at
on
one
like
of the
2 or
tools that
3
we use
different
whenever
things
we
going
have
on at
a
once.
tsunami warning like this. You can see this is the
And
entirety of
they're
the Pacific
showing
Ocean. You can see each one of
what's
these
gonna
rings
happen.
right here indicates about an hour for how long the tsunami takes.
Both in the
to,
weather department
propagate across
and
the
with
ocean.
the
And Ben,
tsunami.
do you want to point out where we're seeing? This is right off the coast of Kamchatka, Russia. If we count this out, this is 1 hour from Kamchatka, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, and then 6 hours. Again, we saw the initial earthquake at 1:30 p.m., so that lines up pretty close to this prediction from, this is directly, I believe, from NOAA. It's a pretty old map, but it still holds up today. And some of the information that we have from previous earthquakes, especially in the same region, last week we had that tsunami watch from the same area, magnitude 7.5. That was a slip strike fault movement, which is atypical when it comes to these fault movements over near Russia. thrust movements are very often which are able to generate those tsunamis. And Ben, I do want to point out that one of the previous earthquakes that we've seen from the same exact region, the same exact fault line, was in 1952. Just from some information that we have from NOAA on previous earthquakes, there were no deaths reported in Hawaii, but the waves caused houses to collide, beach boats, destroyed piers, scoured beaches, and moved road pavement. Maximum wave heights were 4 meters, 1 meters, 9 meters, and 3 meters on Hawaii, Maui, Oahu, and Kauai, respectively.
Yeah, so if you're getting that into English conversions, 9 meters is basically 27 feet.
That's nearly a 30-foot wave, inundation.
Yeah, we're looking at a 30-foot inundation. So once again, I know we're zoomed out a little bit, but just think of this red spot here. This is the bullseye. This is us.
Cloud,
and
shelf cloud
this
right
is
here, guys.
where we have seen in 2011
definitely a nice shelf
the
cloud right here.
tsunami from the Fukushima area. It came from here, right here, and so it did take a little while to get here. It got here like about 3 in the morning. Also, approximately 6-7 hours for it to get here.
Jim,
so
is this in focus? It looks like it's in focus.
But those of you who were here in 2011,
is the stream in focus for you guys?
We did have a tsunami. We did have some damage.
It looks to me like it is.
We had a house swept away.
But I want to ask you guys.
We also had some damage along Hawaii Drive and Kailua Kona because the water was coming in over the wall onto Lee Drive into the storefronts that were over there, because once again, it's not a wave that will come in and then go back out. It's a wave that it's just basically a lot of energy. You're talking about a water column here, so it's basically the entire ocean from top to bottom.
I know last night when I had that view, wasn't it?
Like I was saying earlier, a surf wave basically, just think of South Africa, and if you stand or you blow on the surface of the water, that's surf. If you go into the bathtub and you take your hands like this and you push up against the water, that's a tsunami.
And that's the same type of movement that's caused by those thrust fault movements. And the entire tectonic plate is just pushing upwards and displacing all of that water, and that's why we're watching that threat. The entirety of the water column right off of Russia moving across the Pacific Ocean. We've got warnings up for Alaska, a warning up for Hawaii, and of course we're still getting more information.
Storms are really starting to fire up.
Watches and advisories.
It's just strong.
Nebraska and Kansas, they look
become established in the environment that it's in, which I mean, it's not like a terrible environment. I mean, you guys can see it's all the way down.
Damage in the Philippines from those waves. So this is not a joke,
right from here,
and it's moving towards
several hours.
Alaska, it's moving towards Hawaii, towards Japan, and it's both hit the west coast as well.
Let me try one thing here while I have it in view.
Sirens went off. Hilo was devastated because there might have been something.
But mainly it's Alaska, Japan, and Hawaii.
Tragically, it did take some lives, caused quite a bit of damage. And
look at that limestone.
There used to be buildings there.
That is not looking good.
All that came down. So once again, we're looking at this area of Kamchatka. This is where it is, and then it's got to make its way here. And again, it's traveling at about 500 to 700 miles per hour. If you're out on the ocean,
that should be a little bit better, I think.
In fact, there was like a 6-inch column rise of the Dart buoys a little bit earlier, and it was a very sharp rise.
I know it's why the line is better, though, to be honest.
Just looking at it, not necessarily
over there or over here. This looks pretty good.
That
right
there
here,
was a water column change. That there was a tsunami generated, and that's in deep water. And so deep water, I don't know if it's in meters or in feet, but 5,000 was the number, 5,400, and that means you've got a whole column of water now that's traveling at about 700, as fast as 700 miles per hour over the Pacific. That's about as fast as a jet liner taking you from here to Los Angeles, for example. And then once that water column starts hitting shallower ground, it'll just start squishing together, so forth. It's going to both get higher and wider, and so all that energy has the potential to cause some major damage on shorelines. Mark?
Thank you very much, Ben. We are tracking the response right now to the tsunami warning currently in effect. Here is a live look at Waikiki. Just moments ago, we saw DLNR crews patrolling the area, telling people that are on the beach, on the sand, and now is the time to vacate the area. We have crews deployed statewide right now. Let's go to our producer, A'ali'i, who is in Waikiki and can describe the scene and kind of the action being taken by emergency vehicles right now. What can you tell us, A'ali'i?
Oh, wow. Pretty good lightning, guys.
There is an officer walking along shore right now who is telling people to evacuate, but as you can see, people are somewhat lingering. Some, though, are listening to the orders and they're making their way slowly to the parking lot so they can evacuate. But again, that officer's still trying to get people to get out of the water. There are still some still swimming, kind of ignoring that warning, maybe not seeing the officer on land. But I'm here near the Hilton Hotel, kind of near the Ala Moana Bowls area. And again, there are maybe about several dozen people here along the beach and in the water.
I wanted to get you guys this view before the sun went completely down.
That's the one.
Once the sun goes down, I'm going to lose it.
DLNR officer is making his way through the crowds, and people are
it does not look good
get out of the beach.
Damn, but be
and
careful
out of the
out
water,
there, man.
So we'll continue
that does not look
over
good
here
at
at Ala Moana Bowls near the Hilton Hotel, and we'll
as night is falling,
keep my window
for now,
a little bit down so you guys can hear.
Storms out ahead of it.
Yeah, this is
That
all
do
part
not
of the
look
response.
good
One of the
whatsoever.
things with this is that you have lead time. This isn't a time to panic. This is a time to be ready, time to be prepared. So the earliest estimated wave arrival time is 7:17.
You guys can hear the thunder
That is
around in here.
3.5 hours from now. We were seeing earlier that there is traffic throughout the city. The EOC has been activated. Governor Josh Green has told state employees, has instructed them to head home with the warning in effect. We are hearing from the U.S. Army garrison that the military is prepared to possibly, potentially open Kole Kole Pass for leeward coast residents if need be. At this time, it is our understanding that neither the state nor the city has asked for that to happen. But
like I said, I'm keeping an eye on what's going on in Hawaii and what's going on in the middle of the country.
If that is warranted in this situation.
Yeah, they just did
This thing
some
sure
work
is
up
getting
on
attacked together nicely right now.
Des Moines, near the Des Moines area, there's storms headed right for
I mean, relying on lightning here before
government
too long.
officials have been working together and trying to prepare it for a night like tonight, or for times like these. And so we will let you know if that is indeed opened up for evacuations. But once again, it is 3:51. We're about 3.5 hours, a little less than that, away from the first waves, approximately.
Not to my vantage point. It's almost
reaching.
It's not that far from me.
A little bit earlier.
I can see the whole thing.
This is a live look at Waikiki right now. You still have people in the water, which is not what you want to be seeing. But DLNR is going up and down the beach, telling people to vacate the area. This is the shot at Waikiki. You can imagine that this is also happening at different parts of the coastline across the state, around Oahu as well. DLNR crews deploying, warning people to please leave the area with this warning in effect. We are getting updates and alerts into our newsroom. This is from the Associated Press. A tsunami has hit coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Islands and Japan's large northern island of Hokkaido. So with this quake happening at 1:30 Hawaii time, Alaska and Japan were the regions first named in the tsunami warning, and we are starting to see the impacts of that now. AP just reporting a tsunami has hit the coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Islands and Japan's large northern island of Hokkaido. So it speaks of the severity, the seriousness of something like this.
Yeah,
now,
sure.
it doesn't say how large the tsunami was, but it is
I'm worried for him.
significant. One has been seen, that one has
Corey did a
reached
little
the
notch
Kuril
for me
Islands and
south of
also
Jamaica
for
here.
Hokkaido.
It's starting to
So
pull
we may get video from that a little bit later.
its own inflow
We'll await
or its
that,
own
but,
outflow
at
back
this time,
into
we don't
into
have
that
how big
notch.
the
The
tsunami
problem
was, but
When a tsunami does make landfall, does that do anything to dissipate what potential effects could be for other areas that are under warning?
No. Because what happens is that you've got this large, basically it's like an underwater wall of water. So basically what we're looking at is all this energy that's going to sweep past each island. And here's one thing that could happen where that energy will continue on, and then it will, it's like when you have, I don't know if you've seen the Tour de France, but they've got like the roundabouts and the bicyclists go around it and then they converge on the other side. That energy is going to converge on the other side. That wave energy will. And so some people have been asking, won't, like, say, Haleiwa, the North Shore, be the ones impacted the most? No, because it will basically affect all sides of the island, because that energy will also wrap around, converge again on the other side, and keep going. It might get some areas where it's a little bit rocky, because like Molokai into Lahaina or Esmeralda, it might get some snow, or depending on the direction, it could amplify that energy. And so the best thing to do is not try to estimate or guesstimate really, which is something that I'm kind of doing right now. But basically, I'm telling you that what you should do is, if you're in an evacuation zone,
that lightning is really starting to pick up.
And this just shows that we're seeing updates and we're seeing the effects of this tsunami already in parts of the world. So tsunamis is the coastal areas of Russia's Kuril Islands and the island of Hokkaido in Japan, still gathering details on wave heights, damage. That is just the initial report right now. Back here in Honolulu, we're also under the warning right now. So the estimated arrival time is 7:17 tonight. We still have people in the water at Waikiki. I gotta say though, weather officials, emergency officials have been on top of this, providing updates when possible, when available, as Hawaii responds to this event. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins is tracking the forecast and what we can see here. Jen, what can you tell us?
And we have been getting many alerts on the phone, and I know it could be alarming once you hear all of the noises coming from the phone, from the TV, but like we want to stress, just stay calm and be prepared and just move inland. As we take a closer look at tsunami energy, let's take a closer look at what we're expecting. Along the fault line, you can see all the action. The earth plates rub together, causing an underwater earthquake, and that's exactly what we see off the coast of Russia. The earthquake causes a vertical push of seawater to rise, and then as the wave spreads into shallower waters, it then grows in height. And history has showed that we have been seeing tsunami activity in past years, like Ben was talking about, a number of them. The first wave expected to arrive at 7:17, a little bit sooner over on Kauai, about 7:10 in Honolulu. Hilo in the past has seen about 0.3 meters. That's about a foot in rise, and also other harbors anywhere from 0.1 to 0.2 of a magnitude 8 earthquake. And magnitude between 8 and 9 in 1959, magnitude 8 from Russia generated anywhere from that 0.1 to 0.2, so that's about 4 to 8 inches. Some areas though, like Hilo, saw lots of damage, and in the past, boat damage and also even houses. That houses were actually taken off of its foundation with this caliber. So if you're right at the coastline and you're not on stable grounds, that's a big concern. So you will want to move inland, of course, move Melka. And we're expected to see, in many cases, that the initial energy will come in anywhere from 0.1 to 0.3 meters. So anywhere from that 5 to 8 inches mark at 7 o'clock. But then it could jump up as the hour progresses to 8 o'clock to 1 to 2 meters, according to some of the preliminary data that we're seeing. But this is all just preliminary, so we should be prepared for the worst situation here. And it's very unpredictable how strong the currents could be. In the past, we've seen this, that we haven't seen a lot of runoff and also maybe flooding at the coast, but we saw a lot of currents and also those strong currents that were a big concern. So starting at 7:10 tonight, Honolulu this evening, we will be seeing that. And like we were talking about, it started off as a watch, and we saw that tsunami watch, which was issued earlier today, a little after 1:30, just to give us notice to prepare to take action. But then it was upgraded quickly to a warning, and with all of that coming together, significant widespread inundation is imminent or expected now. This is where we fall under dangerous coastal flooding and currents, a possibility, especially if it comes in at 1 to 2 meters, which is a big concern for us. And especially if you're along the coastlines. If you're living in a boat or parked at harbors, this is the time to prepare and to move inland. Urgent action to protect life and property, including those evacuations. So just take your time. We do have some time until the 7 o'clock hour. Gather some of those belongings and then maybe contact some friends that you could stay with that is inland. We are going to be watching the times. Like Ben was talking about, in deep ocean, tsunami waves reach speeds about 5. This is actually 500 plus miles per hour. That's a typo there. It's more like a jet liner. And then in shallow waters, it's about 30 miles per hour. So once it gets closer, it does slow down, but it piles up. So in the early evening hours in Alaska, we're talking about 4:46 to 5:46 Alaska time. That's when they're seeing arrival. And then along the west coast here, we're seeing that anywhere from 11:35 to midnight, and that's Pacific time there. And then we're already seeing that energy already in places like Japan. Back here at home, it's after 7 o'clock this evening. So talk with the family, talk about a plan, and don't rush right now. Just calmly get all your belongings together, especially if you're at those harbors or right at the beach. Mark?
Thank you very much, Jen. Very critical, very important information. We are approaching the top of the 4 o'clock hour right now. If you're just joining us, tsunami warning is in effect for the entire state of Hawaii following an 8.7 magnitude quake which struck off the far eastern coast of Russia about 1:30 Hawaii time this afternoon. Hitting full-blown response is in effect right now at the city, state, and military levels here in Hawaii. The City Emergency Operations Center has been activated. We've already seen DLNR patrolling areas, low-lying coastal areas. Some of the shots of Waikiki Beach. Urging beachgoers to leave the area. First wave is expected at 7:17. We're already seeing reports of a tsunami hitting parts of Russia.
Max, I would say the storm is not going north.
If we do see effects here, that would be the first time Hawaii
That'd be
has
my,
seen a tsunami since 2011 following an
Or a big
earthquake off in
tsunami.
Japan.
Yeah, because we have had some tsunamis before. There was one off Chile a little bit later, a little after 2011. This one wasn't big, but it did cause some currents. But it technically is still a tsunami.
Stephanie Lum covered the 2011 tsunami and the effects here in Hawaii, and she has more. What can you tell us, Stephanie?
Yeah, Mark and Ben, I've been listening to the coverage, and like you folks have been saying, now is not the time to panic, but it is the time to be prepared and to heed the warnings and do what is necessary to get out safely with you and your family. After all, as you mentioned, Hawaii was under a tsunami warning back in 2011 after that major earthquake in Japan, and the waves that were generated and were sent over to Hawaii from that earthquake in 2011 ended up causing tens of millions of dollars in damage.
Hawaii was under a tsunami warning back in March 11th, 2011. A magnitude 9.1 earthquake hit Tohoku, Japan. Waves disabled nuclear reactors, washed over and destroyed entire towns. More than 18,000 people died. The deadly earthquake was the largest magnitude ever recorded in Japan and the third largest in the world since 1900. The waves, over 200 of them from that tsunami, caused damage here in Hawaii. $7.5 million worth of damage across the state. Those waves of varying heights reached our shores early at 3 in the morning. Many businesses and roads were flooded and washed out. Haleiwa Harbor saw damage to the dock and boats that were not able to sail out in time. It was the same scene at La Mariana Harbor near Sand Island. Big Island's Kona coast sustained substantial damage, where the Kona Village Resort is located, as well as low-lying areas on Maui.
And in the end, of course, tens of millions of dollars in damage after that major earthquake and tsunami from Japan back in 2011. And officials are hoping that everybody once again heeds the warning. There were no casualties in Hawaii after that. And so they are saying, please, listen to the lifeguards when they tell you to clear the beaches. Don't be anywhere near the coastlines. And the Department of Transportation actually just sent out a tweet over on Kauai with those waves estimated to arrive at around 7:10. They are asking everybody to please not drive into Hanalei to try and help the evacuees. You'll only end up clogging those crucial roadways for emergency responders, and you might even end up preventing people from leaving and moving inland. Mark and Ben, back to you.
Thank you very much, Steph. Excellent coverage. Yeah, this is a very complex situation. And what we saw from Stephanie's story is what you were alluding to, is that the nature of a tsunami type wave, and the fact that, you know, some may see that it's coming from the northern Pacific. Some of you saying, okay, well, if I'm in the South Shore, it's not going to affect. But what we saw in that 2011 event was the island wrap and an effect statewide.
Yeah, two things to remember from this. Remember, Ka'e Lagoon, La Mariana Harbor, I covered that. Several boats were damaged. This came in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning. And so that energy, even though it's on the South Shore, still reached the South Shore from Japan, which is basically on the opposite side of the island. So you've got that energy moving through. Second thing to remember, that particular earthquake, the Japan earthquake of 2011, was huge, was massive, was extremely strong. Basically, a quick note about magnitude. The one that we're looking at is an 8.7. The one that in 2011 was 9.1. They're almost the same. Maybe about, I would say, well, I'll put it this way. Every time you go up a number, it's not just incremental, it's exponential. And so basically the amount of energy in an 8 is 30 times the energy of 7. 7 is 30 times the energy of a 6, and so on and so forth. So when you're talking about a magnitude 8 and a magnitude 9, 8 is strong. Last week we had the 7.2 or a couple of days ago from Kamchatka, Russia. And so this is something that's about 30, maybe a 45 times stronger than the one that we saw last week. And so this is definitely something that bears watching. We've also seen some buoy data reports where we've seen anywhere from foot to maybe 3 feet out in the open ocean. So there is something going on out there that bears watching. There's no buoys out in the middle of the ocean. They're just along the shorelines. And so we just know something was generated. We've got estimates, possibly 1 to 3 meters. That's 3 to 9 feet. But again, that's preliminary. But again, don't panic. You've got time. Just calmly go through what you need to do and where you need to go.
Right,
if you're not in an evacuation zone, stay where you are. You're going to be safe. You will be fine. Do not head to the ocean. Do not try to help. Do not get in the way of emergency responders or people who are trying to leave. Do not be a looking. Do not be, don't go and just say, oh, I'm going to get a great Instagram post of this tsunami. No. Don't do that. There are, there's a possibility of damage. There's that potential. And so what you need to do is not get in the way of people who are trying to leave or trying to our first responders who are trying to help people.
And throughout that entire time, we should reinforce Hawaii News Now will stay with you the entire time. We have wall-to-wall coverage, comprehensive team coverage with our first alert weather team, keeping track of the latest updates. We are also mapping out response as residents map out their evacuation and disaster plans. Earlier, we heard from Lynn Kawano at the City Emergency Operations Center. We have our very own Dylan Ancheta standing by on Maui, giving a look at what is happening on the Valley Island. Take it away, Dylan.
Hey, aloha. First off, I apologize if my audio cuts in and out. We are on a very remote setup here, but I can tell you that I am in the Kapului area right outside of the University of Hawaii, Maui College. In fact, the Queen Ka'ahumanu Center is just behind me. And right now, coming into this area, this is a tsunami evacuation zone. There is still a long
Why is it my AC?
And this traffic is not moving very fast. I have heard sirens. The first sirens that I heard was actually around 3:20 this afternoon. And we know that that siren was cued. We know that that siren was cued for the coastal areas, the people in those areas that really should heed the warnings and evacuate now. But again, people are still going into this low-lying area, which is concerning because we need to evacuate from and just let me go ahead and turn my camera around. There is an emergency siren telephone poles, and so we are expecting to hear them go off in about 2 or 3 minutes. As we know, there emergency officials are sounding the sirens at 4:10, 5:10, and 6:10 to allow people to get the notification that they should be evacuating these areas. So this is the traffic going out of this area, but you can still see the long line of cars all the way through. People are still making their way into this area.
12, 1042, 56, also 1042.
Of course, we still have a lot of other things going on. We did get some pictures from beach, but if you were in those buildings, you are safe to stay there.
Highway 30, 392 Highway 30 with fresh passenger. 10, and that will also add to any congestion that's going on certain highways. So, again, if you're in a high-rise, Waikiki, etc., go to our floor.
Yeah, we're seeing the images emerge right now. Let's take you to a live look at Hokkaido, Japan right now. This is from a aerial helicopter shot as reports emerged several minutes ago that the first effects of this tsunami are already being felt on the global stage. Tsunamis seen in Russia's Kuril Islands and in Hokkaido, Japan right now. Again, this is a live look from a helicopter shot. You see the response that you want to be looking for, right? Those heading for high ground. So this is, and this time, no details have emerged in terms of damage. Right now it's 4:10 p.m. You may be hearing some of the audio from the emergency alerts right now. Yep. Coming through on our phone. You'll be getting this on your phone. As sirens go off around the state right now. Sirens will be going off at 4:10.
Cottage Grove Station 1A at ambulance respond for level 16% at Cottage Grove Middle School, 9775 Indian Boulevard South. Come to the activities entrance. Tell me your page, 2111.
National Weather Service it was an 8.0 quake, upgraded to an 8.7 about 20 minutes later.
USGS now has it at 8.8. Marginal, but still, you know, a pretty good increase. And again, that's closer to the 9.1 that the Japan earthquake was. Very briefly about Japan, the live picture that we saw in Hokkaido picture, and that is that Japan has a very robust tsunami warning system. They've got sirens, they've got announcements, and people there know what to do. But especially after 2011, it's
been reunited with his boat. I'll be clear.
There's a lot of people destruction that the tsunamis caused back in 2011 from the Fukushima earthquake.
Yeah, and that was a rapid response because if the earthquake happened at 1:30 Hawaii time, it's 4 o'clock our time right now, and so you're already seeing that the first tsunamis are hitting parts of Russia. And on top of this, Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins is standing by with any new information that is coming. Jen.
And just to review the tsunami warning, so all of the islands under effect with that warning, with the first wave arriving just after 7 o'clock today. And just to break it down, it seems like last week we did have that routine with the tsunami watch. It was kind of a little bit of a precursor of what to expect for this week. And you could actually see watch versus advisory versus warning. Let's break it down for you. This was issued as a watch initially when the actual magnitude 8.7 earthquake happened. You see issued first when the earthquake occurred to generate a potential tsunami. It gives you fair warning that it could be upgraded to a tsunami advisory or a tsunami warning or be canceled. It was canceled last week, as you remember. As far as tsunami advisory, upgraded from a watch, a potential tsunami could cause strong currents or a dangerous wave. Widespread inundation is not expected. But then on the other hand, this is where we are right now, a tsunami warning. Significant widespread inundation is imminent or expected. Dangerous coastal flooding and currents expected with all of the numbers coming in, with the magnitude, the depth of this earthquake, and already seeing signs of waves that are already occurring, of course, in Russia and all the way in Japan. Dangerous coastal flooding and currents will likely be arriving after 7 o'clock today. Urgent action to protect life and property, including evacuations. So closest to the epicenter, that's where you see the biggest of the tsunami waves. We're already getting reports off of Russia, 3 to 4 meters. Where does that fall? About 9 to 13 feet. And that's exactly what they saw within the last couple of hours. A lot of action there on top of the already earthquake that they faced. And then NHK is reporting the first tsunami wave, pretty small in Japan at 30 centimeters. That's just over a foot, but that could easily grow as more energy pushes their way. So something we're watching very carefully in hours ahead. Like we were talking about in deep oceans, you can see how far the epicenter is from Hawaii itself. It travels pretty quickly because of the speed that it's going over open waters. In deep ocean, speeds can reach up to 500 miles per hour. That's comparable to a jet plane. So if you went recently flying to the mainland and you calculate how fast it gets from point A to point B, that's kind of the same idea behind these tsunami wave arrivals. So arrival times early evening for Alaska, anywhere from 4:46 to 5:46 p.m. Alaska time. As far as along the west coast, early to late evening from 11:35 to midnight Pacific time. We're expecting that. Here at home, like we've been talking about, arriving just after 7 o'clock, with Honolulu seeing the first of the impacts. So we're expecting all of that energy to push our way. Once it reaches shallow waters, it slows down. There's a lot of friction there. We have, of course, the outer reefs that has to face, and that slows down to 30 miles per hour. And then it's very unpredictable what kind of energy we'll get when it comes to the strong currents. We'll have very strong rip currents, and that's why it's important not to be in the waters, even if it's not expected to be big waves. But initial heights may be falling between 0.1 to 0.3. This is all initial and preliminary, and then potentially they're saying now up to 1 to 2 meters coming our way, and that will be arriving probably after 8 o'clock. So a lot of elements, a lot of moving parts, and it's a very dynamic situation. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Jen. Yes, very dynamic indeed, but not a time to panic. There is lead time with an event like this. We are right now, it's 4:15, so about 3 hours out from the first anticipated wave arriving, the first anticipated effects here in the island chain. We've already seen footage of tsunami, the after effects in the Hokkaido prefecture in Japan, which is the first place it has impacted. We have crews across the state. Let's head over to Lynn Kawano, who is standing by live at Honolulu's Emergency Operations Center. What can you tell us, Lynn?
I'm gonna go over here and see if you guys
Mark,
can get...
we are upstairs at the EOC at the Frank Fossey building.
It does look nice.
You know,
from
city
afar,
and
too.
county and state workers were all released about 3 o'clock today. That's so that they can go home, get their families prepared, get themselves prepared, and stay safe. But as a result, we saw hundreds of people leaving at one time. And of course, we now have traffic jams because of that. Always at about 4:15, we're going to have traffic jams. But when you have something like this, people trying to get out a little bit earlier, it's going to be even worse. You know, not a whole lot worse than what we normally see at about 4:15. But we do know that a lot of people took that time and left about 3 o'clock. The sirens just went off at 4:10 on time here in downtown. We anticipated 4:10. We were told 5:10 and 6:10 as well. But we did get a surprise siren about 3:24 today as well. That is just to alert people. Well, no one is panicking here in downtown. We are seeing people in a hurry trying to get home, trying to pick up their kids, trying to pick up their families as well. And, you know, as we saw people coming in, we stopped the mayor and talked to him. He said they were just getting activated, meaning they were just getting all the first responders here at the EOC downstairs. We did also get a chance to talk to Dr. Jim Ireland of the Emergency Services Department. Here's what he had to say is going on right now with his crews around the island.
Activate generators, bring in personnel. We also move ambulances that are in coastal areas, and they relocate to other areas that are not in the inundation zone. We have staffing for our ambulance bus and other larger vehicles in the event that we need to use those for medical evacuation, whether it's in hospitals or clinics or people who otherwise can't get out on their own. This is evolving.
We're going to 170.
Yeah, evolving is the word to describe it. We also saw HFD and some other first responders heading down to the EOC where they will have some briefings. Now, we have been told by the city and county of Honolulu, by the mayor's office, that we will get frequent briefings after they get settled and get themselves organized. So we hope to have that in the next 30 minutes or so. Back to you guys on set.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Lynn. Lynn Colano standing by at the Emergency Operations Center at the Frank Fosse building. You saw what she was describing, right? Employees had the all clear to take off, but what ensued after that were the traffic jams throughout Honolulu, different parts of the city, as people are heading over to their evacuation areas. We do have some information.
We've been talking a lot about Oahu, but this is a statewide event, and so there are some counties or some areas that have open shelters. So for Hawaii Island, County of Hawaii, emergency shelters are being opened at the following locations. So Pu'ueo Community Center, Panaeva Park, Kea'au Armory, Pahoa Neighborhood Facility, definitely for Lower Puna, Ka'u District Gym, Na'alehu Community Center, Yano Hall, Kealakele High School Gym, Waimea Community Center, Hisaoka Gym, and Honoka'a Gym. And so we just got this information in. If you missed the list, and you can probably check in with Hawaii County Civil Defense, but we'll try to get that information online and also have a screen ready for you so you can take a look. Again, that's for the County of Hawaii. Oh, we also have a list on Kauai.
Yeah, Kauai as well. So that was Hawaii County. Kauai areas that are open for evacuation shelters are Kapa'a High School, Kapa'a Middle School, Ele Elementary School, Koloa Library, Kauai Community College, Kala'a Hill Neighborhood Center, Kilauea Elementary School. Those refuge areas will have parking, restroom facilities available, and if you are bringing a pet, you're advised to please bring a kennel, food, and water. So we're seeing this statewide response right now. And as evacuation sites open in different areas, the counties have their respective plans. You also have the state keeping close tabs on it. We'll be hearing from the governor sometime this evening as state leaders get ready for this. Our very own Mahealani Richardson spoke with Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda and has an update on that. What can you tell us, Mahealani?
Well, Mark and Ben, I'm so glad you talked about those emergency shelters being open, because as that list was just being released, I was on the phone with Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda, and he said all of the leaders of Hawaii Island are in that emergency operations center on Hawaii Island. They have gathered. They're making sure that people stay safe and are prepared. Here's what he had to say on the phone just a few minutes ago.
Sure, right now we're at the EOC, all hands on deck.
Yep.
Every department is here.
Let's see when it gets all dark like that. I don't know how the stream responds.
We got state folks here as well, National Park.
Cherokee County and Northwest.
That's my problem.
Media.
Woodbury County,
thank you for allowing us to be
Dakota County, Northeast, Nebraska, County.
Governor Green has released state workers from their jobs this afternoon. What about county workers for Hawaii Island?
Expected 1 to 3
already sent a memo out.
1 hour. 2 to 4 is possible in the Warren area.
County workers to take any valuable computers,
flash flooding.
Anything that is of value, because they have
our shelf clouds trying to make a turn in here.
In the evacuation area, so we have to, be cognizant of that as well.
And obviously, Hawaii Island, a very large swaths of area, especially for evacuation zones along the coastline. Can you tell us how the hotels are doing, especially on the Kona side, and of course in Hilo as well?
Makes it better? Okay, yeah.
Yes, we are in correspondence with the hotels. They are aware that they could be in one of our shelters island-wide.
Storms are really far out there
as well to our hotel folks that they need transportation in getting to higher
for 70-mile-an-hour winds.
Are you hearing of any problems with traffic or people evacuating at this time?
Till 10 o'clock for Madison.
It's daytime doing all this structure now, Chad. We had it all day for it to do stuff, and it hasn't done it.
We have That's what this warning is about.
A little frustrating, I would say. But
evacuate in a safe.
at least we got structure instead of nothing, right?
Mayor, what about your grocery stores, KTA and other large grocery stores? Are people going there right now to get supplies? What's the outlook there?
I had to rely on life insurance. That's the problem.
Information on that, but I suspect they are going to
Winside, Meadow Grove, Auction Stand, and
panic.
Hillview.
We will be okay. We'll get through.
And it's heavy rain as well.
It should still be in focus and all that. It should still be there.
Seeing damaging winds and flooding rain
Be ready for
in
it.
these areas. This whole line right here is severe. And if it ain't, it will be sooner or later. But it's severe up here as well.
The danger zone.
So stay
Mayor,
safe,
what about for
everybody.
people specifically in Hilo, those long-timers who may recall the last tsunami? What are they saying today?
Well, a lot of them.
And there's a tsunami warning for Hawaii and Alaska and Japan.
Strong experiences of
Tsunami warnings
that came by. I mean, in my own family, my father talked about tsunami in his lifetime. So, we are taking this very seriously. There is a huge earthquake that reminds us of the past, and so that's why we are all hands on deck, and this might be the one.
Mayor, we really appreciate your time. Is there anything else that you would like Hawaii viewers to know about what Hawaii County is doing?
Thank you. I want all our residents to know that we're doing I'm here at the EOC, and I'm watching our team, collaborate, and I'm talking across the
That lightning
right now.
is non-stop.
Everybody is working
So
really well
yesterday's
together,
storms, Chad,
communicating.
did meet.
I'm
In
so
case
proud
you
of
guys
That
are
one
wondering,
near
it
Des
did
Moines
meet the
looks like it may
criteria
turn
for
into a
a
super cell.
And we're
I mean,
getting
there's
ready.
a lot of
the
good
ratio.
with it.
It did meet the criteria for it.
And that was Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda on the phone just a few minutes ago. Those destructive tsunamis that especially hit Hilo were in 1946, 1960, and 1975. So those longtime residents definitely remember, and that's why the mayor says that they are preparing the emergency evacuation center, and also that they are preparing those emergency shelters, making sure that tourists in the hotel districts have buses just in case they need it. Also, Ben and Mark, I wanted to let you know that I just got off the phone with Alaska and Hawaiian Airlines. I asked them if any cancellations of flights at this point. They said there are no cancellations of flights, at least for Alaska and Hawaiian, but they will let us know. I also called Maui's airport duty manager. No closures at this point, but we're continuing to monitor that situation. That's the latest from here. I'm Mahia Lenny Richardson. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mahia. A very comprehensive response, as we just heard from Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. These updates from state agencies are coming in throughout the afternoon into the evening. We just got this from the Department of Transportation. And forgive me, I'm going to just be reading these off here. But DOT is saying they've released details for each island. So for Kauai, avoid Hanalei to allow people to evacuate. They are not closing Wailua Bridge. For Oahu, Likelike townbound has been opened. Kolekole Pass has been open to leave the leeward coast. Nanakuli contraflow has been shut down. And on Maui, state highways is staging vehicles and equipment. What else can you tell us?
Yeah, on Molokai, Ikalau Papa Airport and personnel are ready to evacuate to the lighthouse, which is at higher elevation there because it's obviously right next to the ocean there in a very vulnerable area. On Hawaii Island, Hilo Airport, commercial operations have been suspended to facilitate evacuations from Keaukaha, right next to the ocean, among other things, but then also Keaukaha.
And they look like they're gaining strength as they're heading
commercial operations at Hilo Airport have been suspended. And for all islands, the Coast Guard captain of the port has
we have an ongoing
ordered all
tsunami
vessels
warning
to follow their procedures to
as
the port.
well
Again,
for Japan,
Coast Guard captain of the port ordering all vessels to follow their procedures to leave port. Reason is, a lot of the tsunami will be very small. It's just going to be a little bit of energy, but you do not want to have your vessel caught up on the coastline when all that tsunami is
slamming against the harbors.
Yeah, because it could. I remember
hit off the coast of Russia,
seeing
prompting the tsunami warning.
Harbor and a lot of boats had been capsized. A lot of them, many of them
Those of you
had
guys
sunk.
who
A lot
left
of
are
them
going
had
to
been
miss out on
dashed
this, because this is the
against
best.
harbors.
This is a
and
pretty good
against the
angle, I
piers.
would
And
say.
so, if you are or know somebody who has a vessel, basically the Coast Guard is saying at this point, follow the procedures to start bringing your vessel to the open ocean. So just get that prepared. You've got some time to do so, but make sure if you want to do that or need to do that, start getting it done.
So we are seeing these updates continue to come in from government, city, state, and county leaders mapping out this response right now. Expected, anticipated first wave time for any sort of impact to the Hawaiian Islands is 7:15, around 7:17. We've already seen footage of the response in Hokkaido in Japan after the tsunami hit areas of Japan and also parts of Russia. The first effects following this 8.7 magnitude quake. Drew Davis has a closer look at the quake itself and the ensuing tsunami that has been generated. Drew.
Mark, Ben, of course, we've been talking a lot about the potential for the entire column of water to be moving across the Pacific Ocean. I want to talk about what's causing this compared to where we actually had the tsunami watch about a week ago. Last week's earthquake, the fault movement, was called a strike slip. It's where both of the tectonic plates near Russia were moving parallel and away from each other, causing the earthquake that we saw, but it wasn't enough to displace all of the water and create a large tsunami. However, what's possible with this earthquake, this may be a major thrust movement, obviously moving up a tectonic plate, displacing all of that water, and that's very, very common over the plate interface that's right near Russia. Last week's earthquake, where we had the tsunami watch, was actually atypical. It was a strike slip, and now we don't have confirmation just yet, but this is potential that it was a major thrust earthquake. Of course, let's take a look at the details out there. We've got a magnitude 8.8. Giving you a recap, we had an 8.0 magnitude earthquake issued around 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. That was upgraded around 20 minutes later to an 8.7. It has now been upgraded again to an 8.8, nearly a 9 on the Richter scale. Very, very strong. We've got a tsunami warning across the entirety of the island chain. Every area that you see right here in red is under that tsunami warning. Now is the time to take action. Again, move away from the coastal areas. If you're in a building, move at least 4 or 5 stories up to get as far away from sea level as possible. And of course, make sure that you're making preparations now. The earliest potential arrival of the tsunami over in Hanalei was predicted to be 7:10 and potentially 7:17 for other parts of the sea. A closer look again at the tsunami energy. We have this fault line. Earth's plates are rubbing together, creating that underwater earthquake. And again, it's displacing this vertical push of seawater, and that's what moves closer to the shore, and it gets taller. That column of air here, the column of water here, gets pushed up, and that's what makes these waves so tall. It spreads in the shallower waters, and it grows in height. That's why it's so damaging. Again, like we've been mentioning, it's possible that this tsunami, when it arrives around 7 p.m., could be arriving around high tide for some of the states. So around 7 p.m., we could be seeing 0.1 to 0.3 meters, potentially even up to 1 to 2 meters around 8 p.m. This is tsunami surges of energy. Again, this is unpredictable, strong currents. We're watching this very, very closely to see how this evolves. This is the time to take action. This is the time to be prepared right now. Just a deeper look at the magnitudes out there. Again, this is an 8.8. We typically see an 8 around once per year. So we see a larger earthquake like this around once per year. A 9 once every 10 years. So this could be close to that, 1 every 10 years. And of course, we are under a tsunami warning. Now is the time to take action. That was a closer look at what's going on. Let's send it back to Mark and Ben.
Thank you very much, Drew. Of course, we have had some areas that are starting to back up. We're having reports of Almana Boulevard backing up over from Waikiki as people try to leave. But once again, you should do what your hotel does if you are visiting. You do not have to leave the hotel if you're in a high-rise. If you are, go up to the 4th or higher floor. It's what is called a vertical evacuation. So don't tie up traffic that way if you don't need to leave, especially if you're a visitor and you're in a high-rise. You should be safe on the 4th floor above, but do not go to the beach because the Department of Land and Natural Resources has had officers that we've seen earlier this afternoon trying to get people away from the water. Yes, it's a couple of hours beforehand, but they don't want to take any chances as far as anyone not having heard of the alert or something like that. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes people will not be getting the alerts on their phones like we at Fort South. So
it's happened several times already where the alerts have gone off on our phones on air. The first official siren came down at 4:10. There will be another one at 5:10, at 6:10. Once again, all leading up to the anticipated first arrival of the effects from this 8.7 magnitude quake. We are getting videos sent into our newsroom from across the state. We want to play something and give you a look at what seen on Maui when the sirens came down. Again, this is not a live siren. This is when the siren occurred earlier this afternoon.
Of course, people in Kahului now are starting to leave because Kahului is in a low-lying area. There are several areas that are definitely at risk of a tsunami. That looks like that's around Maui High School, maybe? That looks like that area, one of the places that were evacuation areas. We haven't had a list yet. We haven't gotten a hold of a list yet for any refuge areas or any shelters for Maui County as of yet. I'm pretty sure there's one out.
I can try to get in front of it again. I don't know if I will be able to, because when it's down, I'll be going through this.
Yeah, so that was the moment the tsunami warning sirens went off on Oahu.
That's the Kalihi YMCA on the right, so that's going up Likelike Highway.
But
Up Likelike, horrible traffic around Oahu right now, as many are leaving for evacuation sites. It officially became a tsunami warning about 10 minutes before 3 o'clock this afternoon, after which we saw traffic jams throughout different areas of the city. This is in a Cook Street parking structure. You can imagine private businesses told their employees to head home. State and city workers were told to go home. So everyone hitting the roads all at one time. And also expect to have plenty of lines at grocery stores, gas stations as well. What we see in these types of events, that is a look right now at the alert that came down. That applies to Hanalei, but we all got some sort of version of this in expectation of the 7:10 wave.
Yeah, once again, this is a statewide event, and do not be alarmed. Well, don't panic is our basic message. Again, 4:35 right now. You've got about 2.5 hours, if I'm doing the math correctly, to take action and do what you need to do. Here's a list of the Kauai emergency shelters once again. Kapa'a High School, Kapa'a Middle School, Ele Elementary, also Kauai Community College. We also have the Kalaheo Neighborhood Center and Kilauea Elementary School that are open, and Koloa Library is also open. Again, that's a list of the emergency shelters. On Hawaii Island, we've got Ku'ueo Community Center, Panaeva Park, Kea'au Parkway, as well as Pahoa Neighborhood Facility, Ka'u District Gym, Yano Hall, and a little bit farther south in Ka'u, Na'alehu Community Center, the Kealakehe High School Gym, the Waimea Community Center in the upper elevations for those who need it, and also Hisoka Gym that's located, and the Honka'a Gym. Those are the Hawaii Island.
Yeah, we're compiling different lists of the shelters at each of the different counties. If you didn't hear moments ago, we just got this update that the U.S. Army and U.S. Navy have opened Kolekole Pass from Lualei Naval Road to Lyman Road. This route is now accessible for emergency use. It may be used by residents as an alternate evacuation path. Motorists are advised to use extreme caution and follow all posted signs and instructions from military and emergency personnel. The pass will remain open until the all clear is given by Emergency Management Authority. So then, Kolekole Pass being opened and being used for what it's designed for, in the events of a disaster and an emergency situation, providing accessible relief for Leeward Coast residents.
Yeah, there's always been this concern as to what would happen in an emergency, a tsunami, an earthquake, for areas like, for example, Cape Safe, but one way in and out. That's very accessible. Also, obviously, the Waianae Coast. There's like 16% of roadways around Hawaii which are just one way in and out of a particular area. So we understand what's going on in Waianae, the Waianae coast. If you are in an area where you can go into higher elevations, because you do have the valleys, you do have some areas where you can go a bit further inland and be out of a tsunami evacuation zone. But if worst comes to worst and you really need to get out for whatever reason, or you've got relatives who are outside of the evacuation area or outside of the Waianae coastline, we understand what you're going through. Be patient. But again, Kolekole Pass has been opened by the military for your use to evacuate and will remain open until an all clear is sounded, and that obviously hasn't happened yet. We're still under a tsunami.
What we're seeing right now is the transportation response to all this, right? Because you have so much time before the first anticipated arrival, these are the types of updates that you're seeing. So Kolekole Pass is open back up. We just got this notification that the Hilo Airport is closed as of 3:30 p.m. No commercial flights in or out. So once again, the Hilo Airport has been closed. Anticipating, what we're going to be seeing from this wave. And then also, we saw that shot earlier from Waikiki. Those still on the beach, here's an update in regard to Waikiki. International Marketplace will be closed for the remainder of the day out of an abundance of caution for the safety of tenants, employees, and guests. That isn't, because people would be going to shop at this moment, but we're saying that as an indication of what's going to be happening in the surrounding area. That's going to be one of many businesses closing its doors for the day if they haven't already.
Yeah, I think it'll be plenty obvious for a lot of people that, trying to leave or get around, or why is the store closed? But again, it's because we are under a tsunami warning once again. Again, international marketplace is closed. We also have a lot of areas
Yeah, we're getting video of traffic sent into our newsroom from all across Oahu right now. This is heading out to the Kaneohe area. So if you are in this, you're listening to the audio on your phone, listening to our newscast. Thank you for joining us. But you are not alone in the traffic right now. We are seeing traffic heading out to the windward coast, heading out to the leeward coast. The opening of Kolekole Pass should alleviate that. There's traffic around town on the freeway as people are heading out to their evacuation sites or stocking up on supplies.
Also, we've been hearing from the Coast Guard about vessels at sea. Obviously, we are an island state and surrounded by the Pacific Ocean, and the tsunami will be coming in. The Coast Guard has been telling vessel owners to get their vessels out to sea and follow those procedures. We have some video of one of those boaters preparing at the Alawai Small Boat Harbor.
I'm just going to get prepared in case I have to pitch it and take it into higher ground. I'm just going to untie it, get everything ready, hooked up. So all I got to do is hitch up and throw it away.
What do your other buddies out here have to do?
Go south. They got to go out. They have to, unless they're going to ride the storm, they're going to have to go out past the swell.
With the tsunami, that's pretty safe.
Yeah, if you're on the other side of the swell, but it looks like the swell's going to be coming from the north. So it'll wrap around the island like this. So they'll probably have to go out this way.
So once again, the Coast Guard telling people to get their vessels out to ocean, or if they are on land, to definitely get those vessels away. This is a shot of people in line to get gas at Eva Beach right now, and so there are a lot of people trying to.
Courthouse, Nebraska, verbal only, last name D. Victor, Ocean, H. Henry, S. Sam, first name Corey, Charles, Ocean, Robert, Young, Sever, 08, 09, 1992, China, Signal 3 out of Turtle County.
Preparations done because of the tsunami warning, and also to be getting out of areas like Eva Beach to try to, basically be out of an evacuation.
And we continue to receive these images. Here is a aerial view from Ala Moana, overlooking Ala Moana and Atkinson. You can see just the traffic all along Ala Moana Boulevard, which is to be expected. This is something that turned into a warning just before 3 this afternoon, moments before an expected rush hour. Right, Ben? So you have all these people on the roads right now. DLNR is going throughout the coastlines, clearing people out, telling people to leave the area. You have many employees who are in the downtown business district or throughout Honolulu heading to the roads right now. So a high view. Traffic is just horrible right now. Please be patient, but this is a matter of not panicking, but be prepared. There is time. So 7:10 is the expected arrival of the first wave following an 8.8 quake in the far east region of Russia. And this is also what you see typically in these types of moments. Right then,
a lot of people getting their water over at Costco. At last check, I don't know, there might still be some, but people are getting their supplies. This is not like a hurricane, but at the same time, there is still the possibility that maybe infrastructure could be affected because some of the coastlines have some of the electrical places. Nico has the Kahe power plant. Maybe it won't be affected, but it is a major power producer along the island of Oahu. Also Pearl City, that power plant there too, pretty close to the water. So there are indications, well, no, I won't say indications, it's just that there is the possibility of people trying to be prepared getting their water at Costco earlier this afternoon.
Everyone's getting prepared. City officials are getting prepared. We have a shot from inside the city's emergency operations center right now. You see Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi in front as the city's emergency officials have gathered, just waiting to see what will be unfolding, monitoring any updates that may be coming in. Right now, this is a statewide event. All of Hawaii is under a tsunami warning right now, with the first wave expected to arrive at 7:10. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins is tracking those updates and has information for us. Hey, Jen.
We're pretty much pre now.
This, which is great news to see that the city and county has been prepared, and it looks like everyone is preparing well. Just a reminder, tsunami warning is in place due to this large earthquake that occurred in Russia at 8.8 magnitude, the depth at 19.3 kilometers. And with this caliber, that's why you could see the waves travel so far, as fast as a jumbo jet. We're talking about 500 plus miles per hour traveling over open waters with those tsunami waves. Tsunami warning is up, and it's going to be up throughout the next several hours. First wave expected after 7 o'clock. The closest to the epicenter is where the biggest tsunami waves have been reported. Of course, just off the coast of Russia here. We're talking about 3 to 4 meters, 9 to 13 feet has already been reported. And the NHK reported the first tsunami wave at 30 centimeters, so not very large in Japan quite yet, but they're expected it to be quite large into the next couple of hours. This is how it's going to break down. Tsunami readings already coming over Russia and Japan. Hawaii expecting to forecast anywhere between 1 to 3. That's where it's going to fall under at 3 to 10 feet expected. So expected after 7 o'clock. Guam expected the same kind of forecast at 1 to 3 meters, and that's 3 to 10 feet as well. None confirmed yet there. History has shown this. Magnitude with the depth in between 8 and 9 in 1959, magnitude 8 from Russia. It generated anywhere from 0.1 to 0.2 meters. That was just under a foot. Expected under about 0.3 in this situation. Hilo saw the most damage in past tsunamis, and with all the boats and also the caliber of this, it could create even some foundation concerns for some of the houses that are very close to the shoreline, or even right at the harbor there, all those boats that are parked there. So this is the time to prepare. This is going to coincide with the strong currents, rip currents coming our way, very unpredictable, as you know, and possibly some coastal flooding coming our way, coinciding with the high tide. So the high tide is peaking at 7:03, expecting the first wave to come our way at about 7:10, and it is coming in at 1.52 with that high tide. So on top of that, we're getting that tsunami energy coming our way. So for the first wave of energy, expected it to fall maybe at 0.1 to 0.3, and potentially could get up to 1 to 2 meters. It highly depends on how fast it travels over open waters and unpredictable with those strong currents like we're talking about. So a lot of moving parts, a lot happening, and we're getting closer to that 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock hour. So definitely prepare calmly, but I have to say, guys, it's amazing to see the city, county, and all the residents come together in a fashion that has been fairly calm despite the chaotic news of the tsunami coming our way.
Thanks very much, Jen. We are, of course, trying to cut through the chaos and give you some calm, cool, and collected information. So once again, this is not a time to panic, but it is a time to take action. A lot of people, unfortunately, are taking action all at once. It's not their fault, but it's because the tsunami warning came down and then everybody started leaving at once. Case in point, Almohada Center, of course, the stores started closing there, and we did see a big traffic backup coming out of the parking lot. I think we've got a little bit of video of that. You can see the traffic.
Yeah, and this is
standstill.
This is happening in parking structures all throughout the city right now and all throughout the state as everyone was leaving at the same time once the warnings came down. We are also receiving some new information on kind of the effects of this tsunami in other parts of the world. We would mention that a tsunami has already been seen in parts of Russia near the quake's epicenter. Japan was also under tsunami warning, and Hokkaido is seeing the effects. Information is emerging from Hokkaido. The Japan Meteorological Agency said a tsunami measuring 1.3 feet was detected in Tokachi on the southern coast of Hokkaido, the northernmost of the country's main island. So early readings are coming in.
Yeah, it's a foot, and 1.3 feet may not sound like much, but once again, we will still have to be on the lookout for strong currents, because once again, this is not just the ocean surface, this is the entire water column that's being affected. And so we're going to at least see currents. We also have traffic, not only in Almohada, but also Ko'olina. This is what we are seeing getting out of that area. Most of these people, hopefully, were folks who were on the beach, who were maybe in the lower townhouses. But once again, if you're in those taller buildings out in Ko'olina or anywhere else, if you're in the hotel district, if you're in an office building, 4th floor or above, that's where you should go. You will be safe there, no matter the size of the tsunami. So again, 4th floor and above, do what's called a vertical evacuation. You don't have to leave the area. Just go to a higher floor, 4th floor or above, and you'll be safe.
We've seen traffic in Waikiki, Ala Moana, parts of urban Honolulu, out on the leeward coast at Ko'olina. We also have shots of the driving conditions along Oahu's windward coast right now. This is the Kaneohe Kahalu'u area. As you have traffic in, this is also an area too where, much like the leeward coast, a lot of high degree of concern among residents here to make sure that you have an evacuation plan and you have something in place, you have somewhere in place in times like this.
Yeah, especially this area, you're going to see a traffic backup nonetheless, because all these homes that you're looking at, they're very close to the ocean. No doubt they are in an evacuation area. Also, some people had to be told to evacuate. This is what it was like when HPD has been going out along coastlines telling people what they need to do.
Everyone's re-quoting him on that. People need to stop doing that.
Secure the gate in 10 minutes. We're locking to secure the gate in 10 minutes.
I'm showing him the radar and trying to explain to him why there ain't going to be no tornadoes tonight. I was pretty much telling him that the boundary is being shut down in front of him, which is cooling off and killing the environment out here.
Yeah, definitely clearing out Almohada Park, a very popular place for, at this time of day, there would be a lot of people swimming, a lot of people jogging or walking, and so there are, again, Almohada Beach Park is closed. Don't go there, and as police have been saying, you're subject to arrest. Also, Kekaha, Kauai, we have video from that area of the traffic backup along the highway, so there are a lot of people trying to move away, move to safety, moving to higher ground, or at least maybe get home if there are those workers or people who are at work, trying to get to their family or their loved ones to make sure that they're prepared as far as tsunami preparations go.
And a lot of these shots that we're seeing of people driving out are mainly in the coastal areas, right? So Ko'olina, Kekaha, Kaneohe, and Kahalu'u. So, you just have residents in the area taking action, and there is lead time on this. The first wave is expected at 7:10. The next siren is expected at 5:10. So that's going to be in the 5 o'clock hour at 5:10, and there will be another one at 6:10. We have some video of the moment the sirens came down on Maui earlier this afternoon. Again, this is not a live siren. This is from earlier this afternoon.
I'm trying to keep you guys pointed up here to see some of this stuff. I don't know if you guys can really see the structure anymore. That's a problem.
So that's one of the first indications, at least on Maui, as the siren sounded. We did have the first siren sounded about 3:25, a little earlier, but again, sirens are going to be sounding hourly, 4:10, 5:10, 6:10, as we look at Kahului with Iao Valley off in the distance. We also have some traffic backups in Waikiki. A lot of people trying to get out of that low-lying area. Alawai Boulevard backed up as well. We have some video of that, and you've got 3-4 lanes of traffic backed up considerably, some viewer video. So just again, use patience, because there are just a few roadways. Kapahulu Avenue, you may want to take Montserrat and then cut across.
I have no idea what's for dinner, Chad. No idea.
You know, if you want to take Montserrat and try to get to Kahala and go back up, that's one thing that you should be able to do.
Yeah, and even when there isn't a tsunami warning, commuting around that area can be difficult at times. But that is a look at Alawai Boulevard. You're seeing a statewide response to this event right now. All of Hawaii is currently under a tsunami warning following an 8.8 magnitude earthquake. Tsunami has already been seen in parts of Russia and Japan. I am told that we have an interview with Kauai's mayor, Derek Kawakami, talking about the county's response. I will be informed when that is ready to go. But we're getting in touch with city leaders. Earlier we heard from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Let's go back out to Waikiki right now. I believe this is a live shot. What we saw earlier this afternoon were state officers patrolling the coastline, telling beachgoers to please vacate the area. There are still some on the beach, but it looks much better than what it was about an hour and a half ago when you saw many still in the water. I think also some of the hotels and the businesses may have been helping out with the evacuation response as well, because if those spots are going to be closing, you just want to get everyone to safety. This isn't a time to be frantic about what could be happening, but be in a safe spot right now. Don't let yourself get caught into a situation where it could get hairy. And then also too, as we approach the top of the 5 o'clock hour, the expectation is that we'll be hearing from Governor Josh Green in a news conference. We see Kauai County's Mayor Derek Kawakami. We're told he is ready to go. Mayor, thank you very much for joining us. First off, what is the message that you want to impart about safety for Kauai County residents?
Well, I think you covered it perfectly. I think right now the number one mission is to get everybody to higher and safe ground. If you're in a safe area, then stay safe. Being on the road unnecessarily is adding to the traffic. Right now our EOC is fully activated. Our INT is ongoing with planning. It's all hands on deck. The number one thing that people can do is stay calm, stay safe, try to stay off of our roads if you don't need to be there. And if you're a low-lying area in a tsunami evacuation zone, you should be seeking higher ground.
Yeah, like I said, Mayor, we've got about 2 hours before the first wave is expected to, the first wave is expected to reach the beach. So let's say we've got about an hour and a half to basically prepare to get to safety. What should people be doing in the next 90 minutes?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes. Okay, so they don't have as much time as I thought.
All right, I believe our connection dropped off. Great question. We'll get to it and we'll relay. Okay, we have Mayor back online, so you'll open that.
I think, Mayor, I don't know if you heard the question, but we've got about 90 minutes at most, I will say, to be safe. What should people be doing, Kauai residents be doing in those 90 minutes?
That's pretty close now.
They should be getting to higher ground. Material items are replaceable. Right now, if you don't need to be on the road, you should absolutely not be on the road. You should be seeking higher ground, and people need to stay calm. Right now, there's a sense of almost panic.
is going north.
The worst thing that could
into
happen
the other stuff,
is
so
causing an accident when people are trying to evacuate. So please, if you're in a safe place,
little bit of rain,
stay
maybe,
there.
that's about it.
2 hours are going to come real quick. We're trying to evacuate people that are in dangerous areas. And so what people should be doing is staying safe. If they're already safe, try to stay there. And stay tuned. Best information for Kauai residents is kauai.gov/KEMA, or our county Facebook page is being updated regularly.
And I think, Mayor, also,
well, that's the problem. Where's everyone to leave their cars? You know, I mean, that means everything's going to be destroyed.
The thing to remember as well, and I'm also talking about maybe visitors to the island, is that most of the roadways along the coastline are 2 lanes, and so you're going to have to practice a lot of patience. Is there anything that, say, law enforcement or others are trying to do as far as guiding traffic?
Yeah, you got the big mountain in Hawaii, but there's 7 or
yes, they're all there right now. Honolulu is a very tricky spot with the number of 1-lane bridges. And also, people should not be inundating our 911 line if they don't have an emergency. If they're looking for information, please go to our website. Right now, our dispatch is being inundated, quite frankly, with non-emergency calls. They can get all the information they need from our website or our Facebook page. But yes, we are very challenged by the number of lanes on our highways, and that's why we're urging people that if you are safe and don't need to be on the road, do not be on the road.
We saw too that there are a number of shelters that have been opened up. What can you tell us about the resources available at these sites?
Well, right now the number one thing and the number one resource is that we have these shelters open. As we proceed and see the impact of this tsunami, we will be able to get more resources out there. But the number one thing is we have a number of shelters that are open. People can take a look at our website to see specifically what shelters are open, and we will open more if needed, and we will close some if that is necessary too. But like I said, I think the number one thing people should do is not actually look for a shelter, but just get to higher ground. They can figure out the shelter after we get to this.
And not only just looking for a shelter, but just to make sure, again, for people like in Honolulu, the thing that I've been telling people is not to do is to try and be like a looky-loo. You know, I want to go see the tsunami. That's something that you really should do.
Oh, you don't want to be that person.
Definitely.
All right. Kauai County Mayor Derek Kawakami, thank you very much for joining us, as this is a statewide response. Stay safe out there. Kauai County and the counties across the state have this event covered right now and doing their best to get updates out in a timely fashion, making sure residents aren't panicking. We are going to take a quick break right now. Just going to reset, and then we'll be joining you shortly.
I'm going to look at radar here. I got to go and check on the others. So that's what I'm going to go do. I'm going to leave the storm here. But I was trying to look at tomorrow, but I don't want to keep you guys waiting too long, so. Everyone's watching Hawaii right now. What's the weather for Des Moines? I mean, you get a little bit of rain when this comes in, but if you want to see any like really cool structure, I would go outside now and look. Okay, it's gonna be coming in the west side of Des Moines here soon. Not for Central and Eastern, but for the west side of Des Moines, you're gonna get some stuff.
Compass, all 4 up, we have the key.
we can kind of intercept this first part. It's right here, unless it's gonna go around me. But that's pretty much what I'm doing. I'm pretty much just waiting for it to come over here and do what it's got to do. So everyone's watching Hawaii, which they should be, but everyone's watching Hawaii, so. But anyway, chat, I guess I could make an event for tomorrow, just in case, but I doubt it. But I guess I could do it just in case, so I guess I can repurpose that stream for another day if I do decide to. I need to come up with a new. I need to do a new thumbnail. That's what I need to do.
Douglas County's in a severe thunderstorm.
Let me look at tomorrow. If you guys can just wait a second, I can look at tomorrow and see if I need to make an event for tomorrow or not. Yeah, you know what? Let me look at one thing. Let me go.
To Santa Cruz and Monterey Bay, which is just south of Santa Cruz, there the harbor opens to the south. Well, there's Crescent City, so you can kind of make out, look right below the 101 there, and that thing, that's the marina there, and then that's it, that's the marina, and so that's kind of open to the open ocean. So if the energy from the tsunami comes into that kind of long bay there south of Crescent City, some of that energy goes up in that marina, and that's right in town. You kind of make out there in Crescent City.
Wow,
right,
yeah, and you can really see the terrain here, Brian. What a huge difference. I mean, now it makes sense. I was looking at the number before and seeing the 3 to 6 foot tsunami wave height forecast for there, and it looks so different than the other spots. But this is really what we've been talking about. It really is crazy how much the terrain makes a difference, and you can so clearly see it when you zoom into it. Some of these low-lying areas. It's almost, to some degree, kind of like storm surge zones, right?
Yeah, similar to storm surge zones. The tsunami is different than storm surge in that it comes in these waves. They literally are waves of energy within the ocean migrating all the way across the Pacific Ocean.
And we
that's by far the biggest ocean on Earth, so it's a long way. And then underneath
after
of
7 o'clock, you see all
bottom
of the islands under a
ocean, you have these ridges that can kind of orient the energy in one direction or the other, and unfortunately for Crescent City, they get the ridge goes right kind of toward them, and so they get tsunami energy from enhanced tsunami energy from earthquakes away on the other side of the ocean. When you go farther south, like down to San Francisco Bay, they'll get water rise in there, but historically it isn't like it is
initially reported at 30
Crescent City. Crescent City,
over in
as I said,
Japan,
1964,
but it could be expected to be larger as we go into the next couple of hours. So here are the wave readings and what we're expecting when it comes to the forecast. Along the Russian coast,
people that live in
3-4
that
meters,
part of Northern
that's
California
about
are well acquainted with the threat. In San Francisco,
up to 3 meters,
I wouldn't be surprised we do indeed get the tsunami energy impacting the west coast of the U.S.,
after 7 o'clock,
looks likely from what we know right now,
that brings us
that
to
you'll get water rise in San Francisco Bay,
and also
but
for Guam,
the Golden Gate is a very narrow opening.
So historically, as we break this information down, the Great Chilean earthquake in 1960 was 9.5 magnitude, one of the strongest earthquakes, arrived 15 hours later here in Hawaii with up to 35 feet. In 2010, the earthquake magnitude of 8.8, much smaller when it comes to the tsunami waves, at 3 feet. In 2011, Japan earthquake.
Depending on exactly how the energy gets oriented, you get down to LA, and for instance, Marina Del Rey, which is just north, I guess, of LAX. there you can get, if you get energy going that direction, but you notice the coast there angles back in Southern California, and so that angling back, the energy is coming kind of from the northwest. It's not going to get it to directly there, but you can see, you do have these bays and so forth, and of course beaches all along the coast there. But the danger here really is mostly along the beaches, right on the beaches, because the energy. You can see the port of Long Beach there, and San Pedro down there, the big Los Angeles shipping ports. You can bet that they are paying attention on what they have to do for some water rise. But the big threats here are the unexpected energy in the water. So people that you said earlier, you're exactly right. People that go down to the beach thinking, okay, I'm going to watch this water come in, and they may see it come in, and they may feel like, okay, I'm safe. It's only going up to my knees or something like that. But there's tremendous power in this water, and so that's the danger at the beach and the marinas, because it's unexpected how strong the water, the force of the water is. And I expect in Japan they have a very robust evacuation system there as a result of the 2011 tsunami. I mean, 20,000 people died in that tsunami. And the reason I ended up there was because I had been in Asia giving a talk about emergency communications, and they wanted me to come and talk to them about emergency communications, because they had this incredibly robust system. For instance, in Japan, they have a rule that if there's an earthquake or volcano or something in Japan, they have to have helicopters in the air in 5 minutes.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredibly robust, but they still lost 20,000 people.
Hang tight super quick. We got to grab a quick break. Hang tight with us. We'll be right back.
NetCredit is here to say yes to a personal loan or line of credit, even when other lenders won't. Apply online in minutes and get funds deposited the next business day or sooner. Go to netcredit.com. NetCredit. Credit to the people.
When your pet has unexpected ailments, Fetch covers that. Fetch provides the most complete pet insurance and pays you back up to 90% of pet bills. Vet visit for painful paws? Fetch covers that. Allergies? Fetch covers that. Limping, broken bones, vomiting, cancer, x-rays? Fetch covers all of that and so much more. Submitting claims is fast and easy. And you get paid back when you use your vet or any vet in the US or Canada. Fetch, the most complete pet insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
When you're hot, nothing feels better than the gentle cooling breeze of a ceiling fan, right? The problem is you're going to spend hundreds of dollars on the fan and just as much to have it installed. Not anymore. This is the revolutionary Socket Breeze by Bell & Howell. The amazing 2-in-1 ceiling fan and light literally takes 10 seconds to install. Let me show you. If you can screw in a light bulb, you can screw in the Socket Breeze light. Is that easy? Or is that easy? Socket Breeze comes with this handy remote. You've got 3 light settings and 3 fan settings with a push of a button. You can control the light and the breeze that you need. Socket Breeze fits any standard light socket. And if you have deep recessed lights, just use the socket extender. If you want a ceiling fan and light installed, well then you need a professional contractor. Or you can do it yourself and install Socket Breeze in less than 10 seconds. So easy.
It's easy to install and I can move it wherever I want it.
Socket Breeze is great for my workshop and my garage. Now I've got a light and a fan wherever I need it.
Installation is as easy as screwing in a light bulb. I don't have to worry about it being permanent in just that room.
Socket Breeze delivers portable, powerful, cool, refreshing air and bright light wherever and whenever you need it.
Now the Socket Breeze Lights with Deep Socket Extender is yours for $59.95. Act now and we'll take $10 off. So you get it for just $49.95 with free shipping. Order now, and you can get a second Socket Breeze for 50% off.
Get cool fast with Socket Breeze. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-314-9617. That's 1-800-314-9617 or go to buysocketbreeze.com. So call 1-800-314-9617. That's 1-800-314-9617 or order online at buysocketbreeze.com. Order now.
Someone else who's not being rated.
All right, welcome back to Fox Weather at Night. It's kind of
Gosh, dang it. Why is he
one spot that we're in tonight. We've got a tsunami warning that's in effect for all of Hawaii. We've got a tsunami advisory that's in effect for the west coast of the lower 48. This is all due to this humongous, massive earthquake that happened a couple of hours ago off of the east coast of Russia. This is the Kamchatka Peninsula here. And this earthquake happened only 8 miles off the coast. It was an 8.8 magnitude. Now, just to put that in perspective for you, a lot of the times we'll get these stronger earthquakes, 7.8, 7.9, 8.2, and you might think 8.8, that's only a couple decimal points higher than that. But the thing is, with this scale, it goes up, the strength of the earthquake goes up exponentially as the number goes up. So an 8.8 is a very big deal. In fact, this is one of the top 10 strongest earthquakes in recorded history. Okay, so anytime you get an earthquake this big that happens underwater, you are going to get a tsunami. Now, what we need to parse through are the details of how bad is the tsunami going to be? Where is it going to affect? Well, the area that's of the most concern right now, because I would imagine the wave is probably through the Aleutian Islands, is the island, or the state of Hawaii.
Now, Candace, you guys are good.
We've got a lot of people that are trying to get to higher ground right now. I've seen some videos of, a lot of traffic as everybody's trying to get away from the beaches, which is really what you should be doing. Now, again, the science isn't really perfect with these tsunamis, right? Let's bring in Brian Norcross on this, our hurricane expert. Gracious enough to hang out with us for a little bit tonight and provide some expertise because, as meteorologists, we're not geologists, but we have seen a few of these situations before. And we are also working to get some more experts on the show. We talked to one earlier, Elena Suleimani. She was fantastic, just a wealth of knowledge. Her biggest advice is to stay away from the beaches. I know it sounds like common sense, but I think for a lot of people when they think about tsunami, like a bad one, think of 04, think of 2011.
He's not talking about doing
I'm just wondering, like in people's minds, they're probably comparing like how bad it can get to that. With his crew situation like that upcoming with this, I would guess.
I wouldn't expect him to do so.
Well, it depends on where we are. In Hawaii, there is a history of tsunamis. In 1952, there was an earthquake in essentially the same place, very similar earthquake to this that caused a lot of damage in the Hawaiian Islands. That's why the National Weather Service there has been aggressive about getting warnings, and that's why emergency management in Hawaii has been very, very aggressively urging people to get to higher ground because they do have that history. That 1952 was a long time ago, but it wasn't that long ago. I mean, it's people around that remember that, and certainly there are good records from that era. So that recently there has been a very similar sort of earthquake producing a significant tsunami. Now the thing is that every earthquake is a little bit different because it just depends what's happening here. Is the Pacific plate is this big plate of Earth, which is the Pacific Ocean, and it's diving under the plate there. It's a much smaller plate there around the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia, and lifting that up, so it lifts that up in a big hurry, and that puts energy in the water. Well, it just depends on exactly how the lifting goes and what angle it is and so forth on where the most of the energy and the direction that most of the energy is sent. And we don't have enough monitors in the Pacific to know that. I just saw, Ari, that on the east coast of Japan, which is where the 2011 great earthquake happened, that was at a 9.1 earthquake there, that the one that took out Fukushima nuclear power plant. They're predicting up to a 10-foot surge, so a little over 3 feet to about 10 feet, 1 to 3 meters is the forecast from the Japanese meteorological.
Are you talking Hokkaido or?
When everyone go.
No, I'm talking up by Sendai. Sendai is the big city up there. You see south of Sapporo. So Sapporo is on that top, the northernmost Japanese city. On that big island. The first one down is Sendai, is the city, and the area. That's right. Just to the east there. So that coast there on the north half of that island is where they have the 1 to 3 meter forecast, and that was the zone that was so devastated. So Sendai being the city and the area to the east of that, which is completely wiped clean of anything except for the high ground. I could picture myself on a hill overlooking what was a town and see the street there, but the town was completely gone, just washed away in the tsunami on the north end.
I've seen some video. I've seen some video floating around, and again, we're working to confirm some of this video.
Stick around now. Make sure you guys go over to Brady's stream.
You never know what's real or not.
He needs that support.
Circulate pretty quickly, but I've seen some video of what looks to be a pretty solid tsunami that's going on in parts of Japan right now, and also. As you might expect, I mean, this thing was only 8 miles off of the coast. I'm sure you've probably seen this video, too, that's been floating around of this town here. I'm not even going to try to say the name of it in the Kamchatka Peninsula. But when I looked at the terrain of this earlier, Brian, I mean, it just looks like an absolute perfect spot. Right? I mean, would you agree here with
harbors like that? And there's video, supposedly, as you say, always hesitant, but that looks like the tsunami wave in that harbor or in a harbor there. I'm trying to remember my Russian. Kamchatka. Now that I'm reading the Russian, Kamchatka. It says exactly what it says over the video, and you can see the tsunami wave pushing in, which is reminiscent of the video we saw from the 2011 tsunami. If you've never seen that on YouTube, look it up. I mean, it's just stunning to see the power of it, the way it just lifts, it hits a vehicle and it just lifts it into the air.
That was just as a scientist and a meteorologist and somebody interested in natural disasters. I've watched that video probably hundreds of times. I've made my friends sit down and watch it before because it really puts into perspective what a bad tsunami can be like. I think people have this. They've got this idea that it's this big wave, like at the end of the movie Deep Impact, like it's like this 100-foot tall wave that comes in and then it hits and that's it. But it really is kind of it's more of a slow burn. And I think that was the thing that was so shocking about it, is you can start in the beginning of the video when the wave starts to come in, you're like, okay, it's like a little water coming in, what's the big deal? And then you fast forward about 10 minutes and everything's underwater. And it's just wild.
And it's related to storm surge in that the hurricane puts energy in the ocean and gets the ocean moving in the direction of the coastline, and then the surface of the ocean lifts, and that lifts the water and actually slows the progress of the water. Same thing with the tsunami, except the energy comes from a different source, and it's a stronger energy than anything except for an extraordinary hurricane, because that whole depth of water is full of the energy. It's not kind of top down like a hurricane where the wind gets the water moving. In this case, it's the whole depth of water that's moving, and so when that comes up to the coast, then that comes in with tremendous energy, and it surprises people. So that's why when that video is very valuable, you're right, because you really can get a feel for how much power there is in that water that's coming in, even though it doesn't, we get used to thinking that you need giant waves to have a lot of power, but as we've seen with storm surge and especially with tsunamis, you don't need that. And that's why, as we talked about in Crescent City there with the exposed harbor, they have that history of tsunamis, because you just get that energy gets focused in that harbor there, similar to that situation in Russia and the topography in Russia that you were talking about.
Yeah, let me reset for people a little bit here. This is great info, by the way. I think the area of the most concern right now is probably Hawaii, right? The state of Hawaii, and the tsunami sirens have been going off in Hawaii because the entire state's under a tsunami warning. Now, just to put things in perspective, this was an 8.8 magnitude earthquake, and as Brian was just talking about, there was a 9.0 magnitude earthquake that happened in kind of a similar area off the coast of Russia, very, very far away from Hawaii. This was back in 1952, and it caused some significant high-impact tsunami to hit Hawaii. So I think the Weather Service is probably, looking back on that that past event and basing some of their decisions on that as well. 8.8 is a big deal. I can't stress that enough, and I really hope I'm wrong about this. You know what I mean? Because we've been pushing this like it is going to be a big deal, and it's always a little bit, it's a little bit iffy with these tsunamis, because I know we've had a lot of situations where we get a tsunami watch or a tsunami advisory that comes out, etc., and nothing happens. I know there's some warning fatigue when it comes to this. Totally understandable. I get it. It happens in tornado country too. But then there are different levels, right? Like sometimes you'll have a high-risk day for tornadoes, where we know that if a tornado is produced, that it's going to be a high-end one, and we can see it on radar and all this kind of stuff. We've got a confirmed tsunami that's going on. It's tough to tell what the exact impacts are going to be. But if you get an 8.8, you're going to have a tsunami. You will have some kind of measurable tsunami here in Hawaii, and that's within 2 hours now. What is it, 1:15 Eastern is when they're predicting. So we're under 2 hours from when this arrives. Okay. Now, along the west coast of the lower 48, if you're just joining us, wrong graphic, sorry. We have a tsunami advisory. So that recently got upgraded. It was a tsunami watch, which is the lowest level, which is we don't really know if it's going to happen or not. Tsunami advisories, we're expecting some kind of impacts. We were just talking with Brian about Crescent City, a little bit north of Eureka, up in Northern California. Some of these, especially susceptible parts of the coastline, I think will have some impacts from this. This is about 5 hours away, by the way. Okay? So you have a lot of time. I mean, this is thousands of miles away. The wave is moving pretty quick, but I guess relatively slow, meaning you've got some time to prepare for this. Now, we're going to have a lot more coming up after the break. We're going to stick with you through this year. Brian's with us. Once again, I really appreciate it. We're bringing in some extra staff for this too, so hang tight with us here on Fox Weather. We're going to get you through this.
Hello, I'm former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. A lot of times you can't control the amount of sleep that you're getting. You can't fall asleep or you're tossing and turning all night. You can't get the sleep you need to stay healthy. I know, it's scary unless you use Relaxium Sleep. Relaxium Sleep is a product that's made from natural ingredients, and it usually works from the very first night you try it. It helps you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed, earning your body those quality hours of sleep that it desperately needs.
Join the hundreds of thousands of people who've experienced the relief and health benefits from getting a great night's sleep and get Relaxium Sleep.
The first time I took Relaxium and I slept through the night, I thought, wow, this worked for me. I could not believe it.
Relaxium Sleep is studied, tested, and designed by a neurologist to help you fall asleep faster, stay asleep longer, and wake up refreshed.
Relaxium Sleep worked from the very first night I took it. I had more focus and mental clarity than I've had in years.
Relaxium is drug-free and not addictive, so you can take Relaxium every night and never worry about side effects. And the best part is, it can start working from the very first night.
When I take Relaxium Sleep, I sleep better than I have in years.
I wake up feeling like I've had the best night's sleep.
Stop being afraid and start sleeping your fears away with Relaxium Sleep. Your body and your mind will thank you.
Mike Huckabee is so confident that Relaxium will work for you, he's asked us to give away 1,000 bottles.
If you're not getting calm enough to go to sleep, take Relaxium Sleep. I promise you it'll work.
It was 9.1.
But once we see that there's going to be a wave, we begin our protocol. And usually the protocol results in an initial siren, which you heard, just to kind of wake people up to the severity of the situation, followed by the 3 hours out, 2 hours out, the 1 hour out, and the 30-minute out warnings. At that point, we expect everyone to be fully evacuated, either out of the inundation zones or vertically. People should not, and I will say it one more time, should not, as we have seen in the past, stay around the shoreline or risk their lives just to see what a tsunami looks like. It is not a regular wave. It will actually kill you. if you get hit by a tsunami. So you have to be out of that area. Please do not put anyone in a situation where General Logan has to search and find you with a helicopter. It is not likely we will recover you if a tsunami takes you from the shore.
If you're stuck in traffic right now or in the coming hours, so trying to evacuate, at what point should you consider what advice you have to people who are still trying to evacuate at this time and as it gets closer to the 7 o'clock?
I believe everyone should have adequate time to get out of the evacuation zones. There were some accidents on the highway as we were aware coming in. We'll continue to update you, especially based on the size of the wave. Obviously, everyone has to be away from the shoreline. We've been in contact with our tourism authority, Jimmy Tokioka, who's our director of DBED. He's been talking to the hotels. I've been speaking to the hospitals. They are prepared. They've actually activated additional shifts in case there are mass casualties. We are praying that that will not be necessary. If the waves come and go and then we give the all clear, we will be back to fine, back to normal. We probably will have a lot of debris to clean up. That's where our team will execute kind of the cleanup. There could be some power failures if local poles go down. Be aware of that. There could be some loss of water pressure. That happens sometimes in these circumstances. But once we give the all clear, we will no longer worry about casualties when we're just cleaning up. I really think people should have plenty of time, given where we are. Some of the traffic was already beginning to abate when we got here at about 4:55.
This formally concludes the presser, and we will stay tuned. We will have more updates and future press conferences. Mahalo.
So a news conference with Governor Josh Green and emergency officials who spoke earlier, re-emphasizing the same plan echoed by Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi, that in a situation like this, we do have some time to prepare. So use that time. This isn't a time to freak out or panic. And this, what we've been seeing is, aside from the traffic jams, some of the crowds at grocery stores, a very measured response standpoint.
Yeah, we're even seeing those long lines at the gas pumps as well. But an important thing that was mentioned in the Honolulu press conference with Mayor Blangiardi was about the 93% of handy van services are running late at this time. So if you do have a loved one who is relying on that service, Roger Morton, you just heard, call them up, call your family member up and let them know that it's likely they will not be picked up. Again, he said 93% of handy van services are running late at that time, and he's urging families to please take care of their loved ones if they are relying on that service and if they need to get out.
Yeah, let's give you just a recap of kind of how this afternoon has unfolded. The initial quake off the far east region of Russia happened about 1:30 this afternoon. It was an 8.0. About 20 minutes later, it got updated to an 8.7 magnitude quake. Extremely powerful, very deep below the ocean's surface, and then it was later upgraded to an 8.8. The first anticipated arrival is around 7:10, so we're about an hour and a half away. Governor Green was saying that a lot of the traffic on their way in throughout Honolulu seems to have dissipated, as many have seemed to have found their sights. We're staying with you throughout this entire time, so is our First Alert weather team. Let's send it over to meteorologist Drew Davis with the latest. Drew.
Let's take a look at some of the historical context for this earthquake near Russia. Of course, I'm going to break this down percentage-wise. We've got the tsunamis that have affected Hawaii. 19% come from the west coast of South America, and this is since the 1850s, so it's a large swath of 150 years of data out there. And notice this, the second most, 16% from Kamchatka and the Kuril Islands just off to the east of Russia. Going down, you've got the west coast of North America, that's about 13%. 13% come from Alaska, and then 12% come from New Zealand and Pacific Islands, and it goes down as you're going closer to Indonesia. Well, you may notice about 6% is actually missing from this chart. The rest of the 6% comes from Hawaii. And I do want to talk about, again, some of the historical context from the 16% that come from Kamchatka and the Kuril Islands. In 1952, we had another earthquake off of the same area of Russia, the same fault line that we've been talking about over the past couple of weeks. We had a magnitude 7.5 a couple of weekends ago that actually triggered triggered another tsunami watch. Again, we do have that tsunami warning right now. That watch upgraded to a warning around 3 p.m. this afternoon. There were no deaths from that 1952 earthquake in Hawaii, and I'm just reading some of the information that we have directly from NOAA. But the waves caused houses to collide, beached boats, destroyed piers, scoured beaches, and moved road pavement. And here on Hawaii Island, they had wave heights of 4 meters, a little bit over 3 feet, 1 meter on Maui, 9 meters on Oahu, and 3 meters on Kauai. Again, that's that 16% coming from Kamchatka in the Kuril Islands, just off of Russia. Again, this is just a little bit more context to show you that it's very common here in Hawaii, at least over the last 150 years, and that's the only data that we have here, that we see these tsunamis moving across the Pacific Ocean and across the open water towards the island chain. For now, I'm going to send it back to Mark and Steph at the desk.
And we just got this in from Hawaiian Airlines. They issued a statement saying that we are monitoring a tsunami warning for the Hawaiian Islands and portions of the state of Alaska and assessing our flight operations. We are holding flight departures to the islands of Hawaiian islands on Hawaiian Airlines and Alaska Airlines, and as a safety precaution, flights en route to Hawaii are returning to the mainland or diverting as needed. And guests with travel to or from the Hawaiian Islands should check the status of their flight before heading to the airport. So we're going to be monitoring all the impacts here.
Yeah, and this is a statewide transportation response. When you have this much time leading up to when the initial wave is expected to arrive, a lot of the state agencies, a lot of those in the transportation business are, sending out their updates. We heard earlier this afternoon that the Hilo Airport is closed in regard to harbors. Those with the boats and vessels are expected to take them out, away from the harbor to avoid any sort of damage and keeping them tied off into the slips, because heading out into the open ocean is actually beneficial in these types of situations. And we also heard as well State Department of Transportation officials and the military saying that Kolekole Pass is open for Leeward Coast residents.
Right, and Mahealani Richardson is standing by with an update on that. She just spoke to military officials and joins us now with the latest. Mahea.
That's right, Steph and Mark. This is in conjunction with the U.S. Army, the U.S. Navy, and state officials that Kolekole Pass, linking the west side, particularly in the Lualua Valley area, is now connected to central Oahu and Schofield Barracks. For many, many years, we had heard complaints, especially from those in the windward from West Oahu, rather, that they were trapped and they could not get out if there was an emergency because there is one way in and one way out. And after the Maui wildfires, people were particularly concerned. And so earlier this year, U.S. Army officials and the state had an exercise to rehearse this exact scenario. We just spoke with the U.S. Army Garrison Hawaii spokesperson, and here's what he had to say.
Yes, ma'am. So the U.S. Army, in partnership with the U.S. Navy, the DOT, and HAIMA, have opened up Kolekole Pass on the leeward side to facilitate evacuations. From the west side, commuters will be able to travel Lualua Naval Road on the Lyman Road and exit in central Oahu.
Are people using the pass now? Can you give us a sense of what's happening there now?
125 Walker.
Yes, so both gates, the Navy and Army gates, have been opened on Kolekole Pass, and civilian motorists are currently traveling from the Navy side onto the Army side into central Oahu from the west side.
It was a long-standing issue to use Kolekole Pass. I remember a lot of people were anxious about being able to evacuate the west side because there's really only one way in and one way out. And there was an exercise specifically for this earlier this year. What can you tell us about that exercise?
Earlier this year, in January, we partnered with the Navy, HAIMA, DOT, and DEM for an exercise that simulated a wildfire on the west side. So to get vehicles from west side of Oahu to central Oahu using Kolekole Pass. So that was a proof of concept for something that we're using in the real-life scenario today.
At least during your time with the Army, has Kolekole Pass been used before for an emergency?
For an actual emergency, this is the first time that I've seen Kolekole Pass been used for a real-life scenario. We would like to say that The pass is very steep. There are several hazards throughout, so folks that decide to use this evacuation route, be extremely cautious and listen to military and evacuation personnel as you transit that.
You know, most people have not traveled along that pass, so how long does it take?
Right, so the pass technically starts around Luloli Naval Road. So if you turn right there at the Nanakuli McDonald's onto the road, go all the way back, it's very straight. It's mostly 2 lanes until you come across a small bridge. But it is fully paved. There may be some rocks in the road, so again, we just advise people to be extremely cautious while you're going up the pass.
And how long would it take to travel the whole pass?
With no traffic, it takes roughly 15 to 20 minutes to transit the pass. With traffic a little bit slower, it's hard to tell. I would say maybe upwards of 30 minutes or so. But it is the only alternative route if you're stuck in gridlock on Farrington.
Is there anything else that you would like our viewers at Hawaii News Now to know about the military's efforts during this tsunami warning?
I would just want everyone to know that the military is here as a community partner. We also live here in our community. Our families are in the community. So we want everyone to, be safe and get to safety if you are in low-lying areas, and listen for updates on official channels.
Can you tell us any information specifically about your service members and how they might be preparing if they are in low-lying areas?
Right, so we do have a couple of installations on low-lying areas. Pilila'au Army Recreation Center was evacuated about an hour ago, so the guests there have been evacuated from the west side. We also have several thousand guests staying at the Halikoa in Waikiki, so those guests are, to be protected from any potential storm surge, or advised to be roughly the 3rd or 4th floor and higher.
Okay, so the guests at the Halikoa, they're not being evacuated, but we were told to go to the 4th floor or higher.
Right, especially with traffic concerns and everything. Anyone in a high-rise, if you can, the higher the better.
Are you getting any first reports specifically from the Halikoa and just how the situation is in Waikiki?
No specific reports. I did see that there are several folks still on the beach. So I would just really advise folks, take this warning seriously. Your safety should be of utmost concern.
And that is Nathan Wilkes from the U.S. Army Garrison. He's the spokesperson there. Again, Kolekole Pass is open, linking Lualualei area on the west side to Schofield Barracks in central Oahu. That pass was just in an exercise earlier this year, a multi-agency exercise, and it's now being used for real life. Back to you.
We appreciate that report. And standing by live now is Hawaii County Mayor Kimo Alameda. Mayor Alameda, thank you so much for joining us right now. I'm sure you and your administration are definitely monitoring the situation at this hour. Can you tell us what the county is doing to prepare?
Right now we're at the EOC. We've activated several hours already, and we got all hands on deck. We got all the departments here, and we're working across jurisdictions, so state, National Guard, Red Cross, our county workers as well. We've been through this before, and this is we're not, we're the island with the disasters, right? So it's like a well-oiled machine. So we're doing really well right now.
Mayor, what can you tell us about the shelters available and the resources there that being provided for those that want to attend the evacuation sites?
Yes, absolutely. We activated all our shelters, and so we're sending out messages already, various means, social media, our website, our press release. They know where the shelters are at. We also deployed our teams to make sure that there's water and food, and we're reaching out to our hotels. Those in the low-lying areas. If they need transportation, we have that as well. So we are transporting some folks who need the transportation to our shelters as we speak.
And Mayor Alameda, the alert came out after 1:30 this afternoon. What are you seeing out there on the roads? Are people heeding the warning?
Yes, they are. In fact, there is road congestion. And so, my message to the residents is to be patient. It's a warning, so we have time. And, be respectful. And we sent out our police officers as well as our firefighters to, make sure that the roads are safe. And if we need traffic cops in different areas, we are deploying them as we speak.
What kind of action is being taken as well in regard to the ports? And many have, vessels tied up at harbors. What has been the message there?
Well, that's all, danger zones, right? So, they know the protocols on our island. They're very familiar with what to do with those vessels. In fact, Pride of America, big ship, they knew what to do, and so they head out to the sea because it's safer there. We took on their passengers. We provided them with transportation to our shelter as well. So, like I said, we have protocols in place. We've been there before, and we're just implementing it as we speak.
And Mayor, do you have a message for air travelers? And can you update us on the situation at Hilo Airport at this time?
Sure. So Hilo Airport's closed. Kono Airport's open, and it's in a safe zone. And so they are continuing their flights, is what I'm told. So if you're coming into Hilo or if you're going out of Hilo, it ain't gonna happen. You can go ahead.
Hawaii County Mayor Timo Alameda, a comprehensive response being activated statewide right now. Mayor, thank you very much for joining us. I'm sure we'll be talking with you more throughout the evening as we keep a close watch on this tsunami warning. So shelters are activated. There was a lot of lead-up time to this. Many are heading for higher ground. Speaking of which, we caught up with back here on Oahu. Our very own Billy V caught up with some residents and visitors who headed up to the Tantalus area in Kiki.
Thank you very much. There's a steady stream of cars up here in Tantalus. People just, trying to find a place to go. Maybe they left Waikiki, maybe they left the lower areas, or maybe they're heading on the freeway and they had to go all the way to the west side. And we've been finding that they've been pulling off of the roadway to come here just to stay, have a place to be for a while until things calm down. We know that's not going to be for a while. But once again, Tantalus is busy right now.
I got told by a friend of mine who's over in Florida right now. He heard it before I did, and so he let me know about the alert, and I checked it out and decided to maybe go up mountain for a minute.
What was happening? What were you doing when you first heard the alert on your, I'm guessing, your phone?
Waimanalo Beach, kids were in the water, and then we heard we got the warning and immediately left.
Okay, so you guys are up here at Tantalus. What was the thought then coming up here?
This was the highest point we knew. We came in here yesterday and we were like, instead of going to the hotel, let's just go here. I don't know which boat is safer or not. We couldn't ask anyone.
Well, I was swimming in Ala Moana Beach Park, and I got done and I usually checked my phone for if any emergencies, family stuff. So when I saw that, I go, whoa, and I checked with my family. Get out of the water already, because I did my lap, so I was getting ready to eat. So I got on the road and I noticed traffic getting crazy. And I live in Makakilo. We're on the hill now. And I was thinking, no way, that H1 is crazy congested right now. And the first thing came up with, hey, how did it go? So I took Punahou, I came up here. And
from Tantalus, Billy V, Hawaii News Now.
Thanks very much, Billy. I'm Ben Gutierrez along with Drew Davis here in the First Alert Weather Center. And just to recap, we are again under a tsunami warning for the entire state of Hawaii after an 8.8 magnitude earthquake struck off the east coast of the Kamchatka Peninsula. The first waves are expected to reach Hawaii at about 7:10 this evening, first for Kauai, then down the rest of the island chain, maybe about 7 minutes later for the island of Oahu, and then continuing downward. All of the emergency operations centers for the counties have been activated, and the people are being told, if you haven't heard so already, to be prepared to evacuate if you need to. But if you don't, if you are not in a tsunami evacuation zone, you should stay where you are. Earlier we had a lot of traffic because a lot of people were let go at the same time. State workers, county workers, just people basically at work.
all being let loose at the same time to try and get home, to try to get their belongings, or at least to, just to be prepared as best they can.
And just to recap again, this is an 8.8 magnitude earthquake. Earlier today around 1:30 p.m. Hawaii time, it was an 8.0, upgraded about 20 minutes later to an 8.7, and then reevaluated later to the 8.8. I do want to point out something that Ben and I just discovered as we're trying to get the latest information from the Tsunami Warning Center and the USGS. We're going to tsunami.gov, where you can actually look at those bulletins for yourself. And the page is unresponsive. It seems that there's so much traffic. Of course, this is a national news event now. Everybody is watching on the continental United States and across the U.S. They're trying to get into the tsunami.gov website. Of course, everybody is looking for information. And one of the things that Ben and I have been talking about today, of course, this is not something to take lightly. This is the warning. We had the watch earlier. We were upgraded very quickly to a warning about an hour after the watch was issued. This is the time to take, not to panic, but to take action. Start moving in towards Melka areas, moving up 4 stories or above if you can, if you're unable to move Melka.
Yeah, this would be, when we talk about we always talk about the vertical evacuation. So 4 stories or above, this would be for high-rise buildings, including hotels, Waikiki, Ko'olina, we're talking Ka'anapali, also maybe even Kalapaki Beach on Kauai, that building there, even though it's kind of like a little bit higher up, but for peace of mind, at least, on Kauai, move up to a higher floor. You don't need to evacuate the area. Also, emergency officials and we are telling you, if you don't have to evacuate, don't. Stay home, don't clog up the roads, and the worst thing you could probably do is try and go and take a look-see. There's a live look right now at Coconut Island, Hilo Bay, where we have seen in the past some currents that have been coming in. Earlier we talked about, the governor during the press conference that he had, talked about how we don't really know how big the waves are necessarily going to be, because we do have the buoys that take the measurements right close to the coastline, right along Kamchatka, right off Kamchatka, right off the Aleutian Islands, and then you've got this big, wide, open ocean. There's no data.
It's just open ocean in between the peninsula and us here in Hawaii, so we have to get the information from Midway and other Pacific Islands before we can really have an idea. We still have the warning up. It's still very important to take this seriously. I do want to give some stats here. We've had a couple of earthquakes, again, 16% of earthquakes since 1850, so a little over 150 years of data keeping of tsunamis here in Hawaii. We've had an earthquake in 1923 from the same fault line. That was a magnitude 8.3, so a little bit weaker than what we're seeing out there right now. And it took about 6.5 hours to arrive to Hawaii, and it caused $20 million in damage and killed one in Hilo. 1952, it caused another tsunami, a 9.0 magnitude earthquake, a little bit stronger than what we're seeing with this one, caused $8.94 million in damage. So, of course, there is cause for concern, especially when it comes to infrastructure and potentially impacting those neighborhoods.
Yeah, and when we're talking about 8.8, remember that the Fukushima tsunami was generated by a 9.1 magnitude earthquake. So 8.8, that's very close in magnitude. It is still a bit weaker because, again, the magnitudes are exponential, but when you start getting into the upper 8s, the lower 9s in particular, when you start getting 9.2, which I think was the Chile earthquake, definitely it's something to basically be aware of and to be prepared. Right now, let's head back to the desk with Mark and Steph.
Thank you very much there, Ben and Drew, for your analysis there. We also just got a list here, and we'll read that off for you, of the shelters on Maui. But first, we want to show you these images just into the newsroom of the busyness at the gas station over in Eva Beach. You can see long lines of people there. And you heard from Mayor Blangiardi and other first responders said, please just keep it cool. The roads are congested. But on the lighter side, we are actually seeing that traffic is tapering off in some areas.
Yeah, in certain areas. I mean, through the thick of the afternoon, coinciding with the typical rush hour, there was traffic, a gridlock in parts of Leeward, Oahu. We also saw lines in Windward, Oahu. In town, we want to pull up this video. This is many flocking to grocery stores to stock up on supplies at Don Quixote. This is kind of what happens in an event like this. We see this with hurricanes. The good thing about tsunamis is that you have typically several hours to prepare, but backups throughout Honolulu County, but we also saw footage from across the state as well. We also have this footage right now. It was an aerial shot of traffic in the heart of Honolulu. Let's pull that up right now. Kind of, you can see just the backup when coinciding with when the warning came down.
That's right, and you know they have their list with them: toilet paper, bottled water. Make sure you have those important medications, enough food to last a week. And we are going to get this list that we want to show you of shelters that are open right now: Lahainaluna High School and Kihei Community Center.
And our very own Dylan Ancheta is standing by live on Maui right now with the very latest, and he also spoke with Maui Mayor Richard Bisson. Aloha, Dylan.
Aloha, thank you so much. I want to go over the full list of emergency shelters that are opening here on Maui. The county says Lahainaluna High School, Kihei Community Center, Velma McWayne Santos Community Center, Hannibal Tavares Community Center, Hana High School, and Molokai High School for Molokai residents. Those are all in the process of being opened and shelters. I spoke to Mayor Bisson about 10 minutes ago, maybe 15 or so, and they said that they are in the process of opening those shelters. They hope to have them open very soon, if not already, and they do encourage people who are in low-lying areas to head over to those shelters. And they are welcoming pets in kennels. They are following the usual guidelines set forth by the American Red Cross for those emergency shelters. But I do want to play a little bit more from my one-on-one with Mayor Bisson. Here's what he said.
Yeah, the main thing we want people to know is there's time for us to be calm in moving to inland and higher land. So we just want people to move out of the tsunami zone areas, the inundation zones. We want them to move inland, to go to higher ground, but we don't want them to panic. We don't want them to, have to be rushed. We know the traffic is challenging right now because people are trying to do just that. But we just want the messages: stay calm, work together. There's plenty of time for everyone to move out. We're not expecting the first wave to hit Kauai until 7:10. That's the information we received. We're going to get another update maybe in about 10 minutes from Pacific Tsunami Warning, so we'll get a better idea of how big it is and how fast it's traveling. That's our best estimate. Here on Maui, we want people to know there are going to be shelters open. There's 5 of them. The Lahainaluna High School, the Molokai High School, on Molokai, Hana High School, the Wailuku Community Center, and the Kihei Community Center. They'll all be open. They'll be staffed, so people will have a place to go. There'll be places for them to rest, stay, while they ride this out, literally, and bathrooms. We want people to know that their water, especially in all the coastal zones, from Wailuku to Napili, Lahaina, the different coastal areas, that water will be shut off, and that's to prevent any contamination and any destruction of the system. It won't all be shut off at the same time. If there's a sort of a rolling shut off, it'll start to shut down. So if people want to start filling up storage containers with water, now would be the time to do that before that gets to their areas. We want people to be aware of what's online, the different alerts that are out there, the sirens, the NEMA alerts. And again, just to take care of each other. That's really the big message. Take care of yourself, your family, our kupuna, and help those that need extra assistance.
Mayor, I want to ask, can you list off some of those specific communities that people should be clearing out of right now? Just earlier I was by the Queen Kahumanu Shopping Center, and there was still a line of people going in toward the low-lying areas. Can you just list off some areas that people should not be going into?
Yeah, most people know what zones they live in and the inundation zone. We have it online so people can go. There's also a map at the NOAA, NOAA site. There's also pretty explicit maps. But anywhere that's an inundation zone, the low-lying areas from Waihe'e, Wailuku, Kahului, there's several throughout the island, throughout. And what is important for people to know is that this wave will be a wraparound wave. So although it'll come from the west, when it hits, it'll wrap around the island. So all the coastal areas need to be evacuated and head to the highlands. Obviously out in the west side of Maui, all the beach zones, the beach areas, people will know. We just want people to be safe. You might be seeing people go in to get their things to leave and to evacuate. And so, and we're trying to assist with the traffic We've opened up some roads here on Maui that have been used for our temporary debris sites. So it's from Kuihelani Highway to Veterans Highway or Mokulele, and then from Mokulele up to the Pulehu o Maupio roads. People are already using it now. MPD is monitoring it, so people can cut through what used to be the cane fields and get up to the upcountry homes quicker, instead of having to go through what we all know on Maui to be Hanson Road or Halakala Highway. So there are people that are taking advantage of those routes right now, so we can alleviate, again, the traffic. And again, we're trying our best. People can call 911. They can call the MEMA hotline as well. We have a MEMA hotline, I want to say 270-7825, I believe it is. That's the number that people can call in order to get that information. I do have the number someplace, but sorry, 270-7633. That's our MEMA alert number, 7633. So again, we can assist with what you need, especially if it's evacuation. We want people to give us notice so that we can send a car to get them, or send our paratransit trucks, our MEO, Maui Economic Opportunity vans. We have people making rounds right now trying to get people out of those areas before the wave.
Last question, can you talk about some of exactly what you mentioned, but for Maui Police, your EMS, what are they doing right now, and are they, how are their levels? Are they pushed? Is it all hands on deck?
Well, this is absolutely all hands on deck, but it's very measured. The Maui Police Department, which always comes through for us in our emergencies, I will say, they're helping us control the traffic. They're helping us control, the evacuations. So right now, it's, we're asking for mandatory evacuations for everybody who's in those low-lying areas. Absolutely, going to inland, and we're trying to offer the shelters so people have a place to go besides, family. I should say, here on Maui, Oski Rice Arena also opened their parking area upcountry in that Makawao, Linda area. So anyone in the upcountry area who's looking for a place to park their cars and ride this out, Oski Rice Arena, thank you to those folks for offering their location as well. I'm sure there are other places, neighbors, that are helping each other that I may not be aware of right now. This is the latest information we have, Dylan. We're hoping to get an update in just a few minutes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So once again, that was Maui County Mayor Richard Bisson providing us the latest on what they are doing to prepare the residents of the Valley Isle to make sure that everyone is safe and out of the tsunami inundation zones. I want to recap those official shelters that he mentioned: Lahaina Luna High School, Kihei Community Center, the Velma McWayne Santos Community Center, the Hannibal Tavares Community Center, along with Hana High School and the Wailuku Community Center. Those are the shelters here on the Valley Isle that are opening or in the process of opening for residents. And on the island of Molokai High School as well, preparing to open. Earlier this afternoon, around 4 o'clock, 4:10, during the sounding of the first emergency siren, or second I should say, I did see a long line of people that were still going into the low-lying areas of Kahului. We were right outside the Queen Ka'ahumanu Center, and there was traffic back to back. And looking at the maps here, it still looks like there is heavy traffic in those areas. So officials are encouraging people to head to higher ground for those who are in those low-lying areas. But again, Mayor Bisson says there are many people who are likely looking out for their neighbors and helping one another, and that's what it's all about here on Maui and across the state. Really, they want everyone to proceed with caution, proceed with aloha, and if you are out on the roads, there is no need to rush, because again, there is several hours before we are expecting to see the first impacts from this impending tsunami. So wherever you are on the Valley Isle, if you are on the lower areas, make sure to make your way upland. Now Maui, of course, geographically is very tricky because so many of their communities are coastal communities. And so what we're seeing right now is two sides of the Valley Isle, residents from both sides essentially making their way up to higher ground, whether that's meeting in the center or going up the Mauna. And so we are keeping a very close eye on all of the situation, the happenings here on the Valley Isle, and we'll bring you more details as we get them. Again, Mayor Bisson is inside Maui County's Emergency Operations Center, and they are getting constant updates, and we are learning those updates alongside all of you. live in Maui. I'll send things back to the studio, guys.
Thank you very much, Dylan. And we are still awaiting a news conference that could begin at any moment, and we'll take you there live. Hawaii emergency management officials are gathering. But right now we want to go to Oahu's North Shore, where we have our Kyle Chinen standing by live. Kyle.
Yeah, that's right, guys. We're here at Sunset Beach here on the North Shore, and it's a very eerie scene right now. It's a ghost town, one of the more popular beaches here on the North Shore, especially during the summer months. We got here at around 5 o'clock, you know, right before sunset. People catching off, you know, just want to show you the beach right now. It was sunny. It's sunny right now. It was a little bit dark and gray and rainy just a couple of minutes ago. And like I said, it's pretty eerie scene here, a very popular beach that is empty right now during the summer months. And on our way here, it was very, very packed full of cars, bumper to bumper, with people trying to leave the area. First, when we were leaving, or we were heading here from the Kaneohe side, people leaving from Polynesian Cultural Center, Kualoa Ranch, heading that way back to the Kaneohe area in town. And then when we got onto this side, past Kahuku High School and Intermediate, the line of cars were going this way, heading towards the Haleiwa side. Everyone trying to get away from the shoreline, and that was an encouraging thing to see. Although it was bumper to bumper on the roads, people were trying to get to higher ground, getting away from the beach, and you know, people were practicing their patience. Not a lot of people trying to overtake. They understood the situation, and we passed by stores and different establishments here along the road and on the North Shore, and it was just a ghost town essentially. It looks clear now. A lot of people. I want to show the road. Just about an hour ago, it was at a standstill almost, and now you just see a little bit of local traffic here and there, some trucks driving by as people are preparing for the first wave to hit, which is supposed to hit in about an hour now on Kauai. But here on the North Shore, people are being prepared and staying ready for the chance that a wave hits here on Oahu. Now, excuse me. As you can see, it's clear, it's pretty barren, minimal cars on the road now, people getting to safety and getting out of the shoreline areas here on the North Shore. And as we continue to get updates here from the officials at the state and city level, and you know, we'll keep you guys updated. But for right now, it seems that everyone is heeding the warnings from the officials here in the state to stay away from the shoreline and stay and get to higher ground. So that's kind of the scene here, a very quiet and unusual sight for the North Shore here during the summer months. That's the latest here, reporting live from the North Shore. Guys, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Kyle, thank you very much. Yeah, you know, what image that we saw right there, and also as we saw some of the response vehicles rolling through the region, and as we saw earlier this afternoon, some DLNR officers were clearing beachgoers off of coastal areas. You can imagine that was also happening on the North Shore as well. We just got this list from the city of Oahu, what is being called tsunami assembly areas. We're not using the word shelters for Oahu sites, mainly because there are limited services available. So, you know, if you need to be somewhere when the event is happening, these are areas to gather. Here's the list: McKinley High School, Hahaione Valley Neighborhood Park, Waimanalo District Park, New Valley Middle School, Makaha Community Park, Wailua High Intermediate School, Kailua District Park, and Kaneohe District Park.
Kahuku District Park, Kalakaua District Park, Wilson Community Park, Eva Mahiko District Park, Nanakuli High and Intermediate, Kokohead District Park, Waipahu District Park, and George Fred Wright Wahiawa District Park. And once again, the city is not calling these evacuation centers because services are very limited for residents who need to evacuate and move inland.
Yeah, very limited services right now as we are mapping out the response in anticipation of that first wave just after 7 o'clock. Another siren is expected to go off at about 6:10, so just a few moments from now. We have earlier images from this afternoon of the moment the sirens first happened. This is on the North Shore, as you can see in the middle of some gridlock. Okay, there was no sound on that, but that was when you had residents looking for, just trying to leave the area, low-lying areas, trying to get inward, get upland. So we're about just an hour out from that first expected wave. As we're also showing you Haleiwa right now, I think it's also important to note that on a global stage, we are seeing some effects of this tsunami. Tsunami reported earlier in Russia, which is close to the epicenter of the initial quake itself in the Kamchatka Peninsula, and also tsunami seen at the island of Hokkaido in Japan, reported 1 foot wave. Extent of damage so far, not yet known, but when the tsunami made landfall in Hokkaido, reports are emerging that it was 1 foot.
And for us here locally, of course, the experts at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, they're still waiting for more information and for that first passing Midway atoll to get that first reading, to have more of a better sense in terms of the size of those initial waves that would impact Hawaii. As you said, Mark, 7:10 this evening, the first expected waves to arrive in Harare, and then 7:17 this evening for us here on Oahu. We just also got an update on when we could expect that press conference to begin with Hawaii Emergency Management Agency officials. Now they're saying anywhere around 6:15 this evening. So we'll bring that to you live as soon as they become available.
A comprehensive response that we are seeing statewide, and also from the individual counties themselves, as we show you what the roads looked like in Hilo this afternoon. The warning, the watch became a warning officially just before 3 o'clock Hawaii time this afternoon. What we've seen are a number of developments, especially in regard to the state's transportation infrastructure, road closures to stay out of the low-lying areas, what we've seen with the harbors, boaters advised to take their vessels out into the open ocean. And then also, too, we want to reiterate that Hawaiian Air released a statement about 5:30 this evening that they are holding flight departures to the islands on Hawaiian Airlines and Alaska Airlines as a safety precaution. Flights en route to Hawaii are returning to the mainland or diverting as needed. So you have, what we're seeing here is just keeping a close eye on what's going to be happening and taking the utmost precaution as possible.
Right, and if you're still wondering at this hour, if you are indeed in an affected zone, you can always go to the Emergency Management Agency website, and there you can scroll for every single county. You can see the latest maps out there that will outline if you are indeed impacted.
Shelters, evacuation sites, tsunami assembly areas. We've been with you nonstop since the warning happened, since the watch happened at around 1:30 this afternoon. We aren't going anywhere. We are staying with you wall to wall throughout this entire event. Our First Alert weather team has been doing a tremendous job tracking the very latest updates. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins with the very latest. Jen.
Thank you so much, Mark and Steph. A lot of important information right at your fingertips, and you can also get that at hawaiinewsnow.com. And we saw the tsunami warning like we're talking about after 1:30. Now we're approaching that window of time, an hour left. It was anywhere from 5 to 6 hours to get here. Now it is 6:10, expected to come our way at 7:10, so within the hour. Magnitude 8.8, and you can see a lot of energy. The caliber of earthquakes, significant, falling under that 8 to 9 magnitude. Great when you take a look at the severe damage, loss of life. This happens anywhere from about 1 to 10 years. So we are seeing a lot of energy that's happening over the Pacific Ocean, along that fault line, a lot of shaking, as you know. The Earth's plates rub together, causing an underwater earthquake. And we saw the depth that came through, very high in depth. I'm sure you're getting the warnings right now. The earthquake causes a vertical push of seawater that causes the tsunami waves. And with that, as the waves spread into shallow waters, it grows in height. And we're seeing these travel thousands and thousands of miles across the Pacific Ocean. It could travel so fast, if you could think about from point A to point B when you're flying in an airplane, you can see that it takes you so long to travel. Well, these are traveling at 500 miles per hour over the Pacific Ocean, over open waters, and then it gets here within that 6-hour window. So taking a look at history, really interesting when we dive into the tsunami history and their relationship with Hawaii. Hawaii has endured over 160 tsunamis since 1812. Usually the origin that has really impacted us has been Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia. It can cause huge surge of energy to travel across the ocean, as you know. And during the past, the most affected area, let's take a closer look. You can see Hilo gets hit the hardest, and the hardest years were 1946, 1960, and 2011. It's known as the hotspot of tsunamis due to the bay shape. And usually when the wave interacts with the wave shape and how shallow it is, it causes bigger waves to come their way over in Hilo. So very interesting with the dynamics of the topography, the depth of the bay, and the bay shape itself. Kona has suffered damage in 1975 and 2011. And as far as the rest of us, Kauai and Oahu's north and east shores can see some run-up depending on the wave direction, along with Maui County. And this is key on the wave direction. What kind of wave will be coming our way? There's a lot of unknowns as it's traveling over open waters and that far of a distance. But history shows the magnitude of depth between 8 and 9. You can see in 1960, one of the strongest earthquakes on record, it arrived 15 hours later, up to 35 feet, with Hilo receiving a lot of damage there, and we even faced deaths in 1960. In 2010, the Chile earthquake, magnitude 8.8, really highly depends on that direction. It was only 3 feet, so even though it was a high magnitude earthquake, it was only 3 feet in that rise. In 2011, the Japan earthquake, 9.1 in magnitude, 6 to 7 feet. Lots of property damage, as you know, and that one was one for the history books. Taking a closer look at Russia coast, we were forecasting 3 to 4, and observations jumped to 10 to 13 feet, so on target of that. Japan, up to 3 meters is in the forecast, but so far the readings observed was only 1.3. That has been confirmed there. Hawaii expected a little less than an hour from now, after 7 o'clock, from 1 to 3 meters, about 3 to 10 feet. Highly depends on the wave direction and how it travels over the open waters. Over in Guam, about the same, 1 to 3 feet. Falling anywhere from 3 to 10 feet. So none confirmed yet. We're just waiting on that. We're closing in on that last hour before it comes our way. And I just want to point that the initial surge of energy could be much smaller, maybe about 0.1 to 0.3 meters after 10 o'clock. But once we jump up into that 8 o'clock hour, that's when we could see that big jump and rise as all of that energy catches up and comes to the islands. And this is going to be wraparound energy across the entire island chain that we're seeing. But starting at 7:10 over Honolulu this evening. And it's important to note, even though some areas may not see a whole lot of runoff or coastal flooding, it is going to be very unpredictable with the strong currents. And this has been a concern with a lot of our tsunamis in the past, strong rip currents and the strong currents that will come. So that's why it's important to leave the beaches, not be near waters, not watch from the shorelines, to be at higher grounds, because there's just too much that's unpredictable in all of this. So tsunami warning is up and running, and that is going to be closing in on that hour as we approach 7:10. Mark and Steph.
That's right, Jen. Thank you so much. And we want to go now live. This is a live look at Hanalei Bay on the Garden Isle. And this is where the first tsunami waves will arrive at around 7:10 this evening.
Yeah, that is the first site of expected activity. We are now less than an hour away. After the quake happened around 1:30 our time this afternoon, we are anticipating an update from State and county emergency officials at any moment now. When that happens, we'll be going out to it live, but the first wave is expected to arrive. 710 Hanalei is that first location where we could be seeing any type of activity. So as we're keeping a very close eye on this, we have crews at the Emergency Operations Center. We have a crew on Maui. Dylan Ancheta was there. We just heard from him. And also we have a crew en route to the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center right now, expecting a new update very shortly.
And of course, our First Alert weather team is also standing by with the very latest. And we want to go now to our Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis for more insight.
All right, good evening, Steph. Good evening, Mark. Of course, we've been tracking this throughout the entirety of the afternoon. The earthquake happened at around 1:30 p.m. Hawaii time. One of the things, of course, we've been talking about is just absolutely how strong this earthquake is. This is an 8.8, upgraded from an 8.7, which was originally estimated to be an 8.0. Of course, we typically see an 8 in terms of the Richter scale about once a year. We're nearly at that 8-point or that 9-point scale, where we see one of those about roughly one every 10 years. We've been showing this graph a lot today. This is just the overall caliber of the earthquakes, and of course this is on a fault line that's very active just off of Russia. Ben and I have been talking about this since last week. Ben, you were here in the studio covering a tsunami watch for the island chain for a magnitude 7.5 earthquake, which is an energy equivalent to about 1 billion pounds of TNT or explosive, but this one nearly 1 trillion pounds of TNT. And Ben, what was it like when we had that watch initially and it was taken down about a week ago?
It was there was obviously some concern because during the watch, this is the period of time when officials, Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, the geophysicists, the seismologists are looking at all the data and trying to determine if a tsunami has indeed been generated. The watch basically means that it's a heads up. You're supposed to take basically, be aware that an earthquake has occurred and a tsunami may have been generated, and then be on the alert for a tsunami advisory, which would tell us that a tsunami is coming, but it won't be destructive, or a tsunami warning, where a destructive tsunami could be possible. We've been talking about, even the officials have been saying we don't know how big the waves are going to be. On the Kamchatka Peninsula, as Jennifer's been talking about, or Japan, parts of Russia, some of them have been up to maybe 20 feet or thereabouts, 15 feet. It depends on where you are. Some of the data that we've been looking at have been indicating that we might get a tsunami anywhere from maybe 3 to 9 feet, but that is not for certain. What we do know is that this uncertainty means that we need to evacuate nonetheless, because again, there's a distinct lack of data. When you look at the globe, we're in the middle of the Pacific, and basically there's nothing in this large area back here or over here that tells us exactly how big a wave is going to be, how big a tsunami is. We've got all the dart buoys that are like right along the coastline, so that'll give us the initial indication. But then when you get to the actual in the middle of the ocean, we have to guess, basically.
We're kind of in just kind of a waiting period right now. Again, we've been reporting all afternoon and all evening that we're waiting to see the data from the Midway Atoll. That's typically our first chance to see the size of a tsunami when it comes from the northwest or comes from the west, like we've seen in 2011 with Japan. We have to wait to see how it propagates across the Pacific Ocean. And we're about at that time where we're expecting to get that data soon. And as soon as we hear from the Midway buoys, we will report that as soon as we can. And now we're within 1 hour. Right now, as of on air, it's 6:20 p.m. The original estimates for the Hanalei arrival of the tsunami, 7:10 p.m. We're within 50 minutes of the arrival, or the estimated arrival. It's not going to be exact, but we're going to be around that time, 7:17 for Oahu, and then continuing down the island chain within the next 20-ish minutes. So again, we've got a lot to watch over the next hour or so, and we still have time. You still have time to prepare. You still have time to go upstairs. Make sure to grab important documents, grab water, non-perishables in case you're stuck for a while, and of course, make sure to take care of your family first. Make sure they're aware of it.
The other thing to remember is that even though we might not know the size of the wave, again, and just reiterating, this is not a surf wave. This is an entire column of water that goes from the ocean surface down to the bottom of the ocean. And as that ocean bottom starts to get higher and higher, as it gets closer to land, that energy is going to be going up into the basically, going upward and spreading out. And so we could still see some very strong currents, even if the wave is not there. Right now, we've got a live press conference to take to you. I think this is over at the Hawaii Emergency Management Agency.
Aloha, we're going to give another quick update here. As everyone has heard several times, a very significant earthquake off of Kamchatka, creating a wave. Important data point, when the wave passed through Midway Atoll, it was in total from peak to trough, trough to peak, 6 feet. That means a 3-foot wave riding on the top of the ocean. And that was the piece of data we got just a few moments ago. We're tracking the wave at several different points. As I said, at Johnson Atoll, we had that wave at 3 feet amplitude. We will also be getting data from Wake Island, and the Aleutians are seeing some waves. And then finally, French Frigate Shoals at 6:33 p.m. we expect more data. Guam will see some waves at 6:57 p.m., but we are still expecting this significant wave. So everyone has to continue to be vigilant. There are a few other things that I need to report. As to the evacuation, that should be maintained absolutely beyond the waves hit on our island shores. We will only give the all clear when we feel there's total safety. We have begun coordination for additional people. The homeless coordination has been ongoing. We're making sure individuals without houses are notified of tsunami warning and they're being removed from the areas. That coordination is going on all islands. We're working with service providers everywhere. I will say, once again, this is a very serious event. We have Blackhawks activated. We have high water vehicles ready to go. So we will be able to rescue people, but please do not put yourself in harm's way. Make sure you actually evacuate right now. We're going to have another update from everyone soon at 6:50. You'll hear one more alarm, remember, at 6:40. That's 30 minutes out from when the first wave is expected to hit Kauai, and that will be the last alarm you'll have. But we will give constant updates. I'm going to turn it over now to General Luke.
Aloha and good evening. Thank you, Governor. So the Hawaii National Guard remains postured as I described earlier. We've placed liaison officers into all the emergency management agencies within all the counties to create a near real-time response capability. We also have additional forces that have been activated. The governor touched on this, but we have high water vehicles, which are those with large tires, big engines, that can do a variety of different mission sets, and we have soldiers that are already manning those. We also have additional aircraft placed into an alert capacity with crews that can do a variety of mission sets, which are medevac, search and rescue, and hoist operations to rescue folks and take them to a hospital care facility or a point of care. I want to reiterate something that Governor Green said is we're not out of the woods yet. We're collecting data as the wave or the energy passes through some of the other islands. We're in constant contact with all of our partners, either on the mainland or within here, the state of Hawaii, the greater part of the Department of Defense, and also transmitting data to our National Guard headquarters on the mainland. So I ask everybody to remain vigilant, take this seriously, and wait until you get the all-clear signal, or we reduce the warning to a lower level from either your state or your county official government sources. Thank you very much.
Mahalo Tag. Up next, Hawaii Emergency Management Agency Administrator James Barros.
All right, aloha. As we move this evacuation from those zones, we want to ensure that you're doing it safely and you're not panicking. You have time to get out of the inundation zone. The counties are working their sheltering plan and opening up tsunami assembly areas. So work with your counties, go to your county websites and see what shelters are being opened. The state is posturing that if needed, we can provide additional support post-impact at the shelters. I have opened the line of communication with FEMA, so we're on several calls so far. FEMA's postured to support the state at this time. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, we will bring up the Director of Business, Economic Development and Tourism, James Kunane Tokioka.
Mahalo. Aloha. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will give an update on the visitor industry and what we're doing to the visitors that are here in Hawaii and informing them. I've been in contact with Jerry Gibson from the Hawaii Hotel Alliance and Jeff Wagner. We leaned on them during the Maui wildfire to help us, so we're leaning on them now. And the properties that are along the coastline are being asked to evacuate vertically, 4 floors and above. Some of the people have left the hotels, and the ones that have left the hotels to go to the airport, if they need a place to stay, when the airport is shut down, if it is shut down, then they should call the property that they came from to see if there is still availability at that property so they can go back there. I want to ensure that their friends and family on the mainland understand that there is a plan, and I think we need to give the governor and Administrator Barros and General Logan, big kudos, because there was a lot of training that went on after the wildfires, and this is the perfect opportunity for us to put those training, what we learned in training, into place. So thank you all for that, and be patient with each other. God bless you all.
Mahalo, Director Tokioka. At this time, we will open up for questions from the media, and I will call upon everyone one at a time. And I'm going to start with Ashley from Hawaii Public Radio. So the question is asking, can we clarify and kind of give deeper details to what a 6-foot wave means?
I think that's a very important question to clarify. So when we describe this wave, it's probably more accurate to describe it as having an amplitude of 3 feet above its base. When the water pulls back from a tsunami, you have the base drop. That becomes the trough of a wave to a peak, which is higher. That full distance from peak to trough is 6 feet. This would be 3-foot wave riding across the top of the surf. I wanted to remind people, this is not just like a wave comes off the shore, 3-foot wave smacks down on the beach. This is a longitudinal wave with great force driving through the shoreline and into land. That's why we ask people to evacuate very far back. People ask if there was a generic way to describe how far you have to get away from the shoreline. To be absolutely safe, it's at least 4,000 feet. That's the better part, that's 4/5 of a mile, basically. That's why these inundation zones, which you can see on the map, which show red, are not just a few feet off of the shoreline. It is, again, not just a 3-foot wave. It is a forceful wall of water that will move across the shoreline and into the community if we ultimately get hit by this tsunami. We will get extra information as we go. It was described to us that it is impossible to predict until we get closer exactly how large the wave. It could be significantly larger than that, and it also could be smaller. We're aware of that. A little bit of history, just so people know real quickly. In 1946, before we had alarms, on tragically April Fool's Day 1946, the tsunami hit Hilo. It was started by an earthquake that was 8.6. This one is larger. It took 4.5 hours to hit Hawaii. That year we lost 159 loved ones. It was the middle of the day. Another tsunami that came in 1960 that hit Hilo, also there, came from Chile. It was a 9.5 magnitude, which is an extraordinarily large earthquake. That was on May 22nd, 1960. Took out 500 homes. That caused a 35-foot wave. It happened at 1 a.m. in the morning, which is why we lost 61 loved ones that year. So we will not be out of the woods until we come past first the wave that strikes Kauai, and then we'll see where it inundates along the rest of the shoreline. Again, it will not just hit some parts of the island, it should probably spread around the islands. And so you can expect waves everywhere, provided that tsunami does hit as we expect.
Andrew, Honolulu Star Advertiser.
What about electric utilities? They, at least Hawaiian Electric says they're coordinating with emergency management folks. Is there a plan for the power companies to preemptively shut off power sometime before the expected arrival time?
So the question is around public utilities and whether or not there will be a shut-off, electricity.
So we are in constant communication with HECO. Right now, the protocol is not for them to shut off, but we're in constant comms with them that if we see it impacting worse than what we anticipate, then we'll ask them to go into a shutdown. But we're having conversations with them.
Also, as it was described to me, we can expect the wave to hit poles, and usually poles will go down. We expect significant debris. If we end up having a 3-foot or larger tsunami come through communities, there are going to be significant amounts of debris that can damage these poles. They will be out in force immediately once they get the all clear. They will also have to wait for the all clear because we can't afford to lose anyone driving along the roads. And we also don't want to send the wrong message. Anyone might be confused by seeing anyone other than General's team out there. You can expect everyone to stay off the road. But we will do search and rescue throughout.
TV4.
About the electric grid. So my question is, what specific criteria moving forward, whether it be seismic activity, are you guys looking at to lower the threshold of the tsunami warning and going down?
So it's a request to describe sort of the criteria for how we move down from a warning moving forward.
The first part will be the actual progression of the waves. So at 6:50, which is about 17 minutes from now, we'll resume our next meeting. We're probably getting data almost as we speak from Wake Island, and then the French frigate shoals. That was expected in this moment. So they'll be giving us some extra wave data. But that first wave will hit around 7:10, and it could take as long as 30 minutes for the waves, is my understanding, to hit other parts of the islands. So we'll be able to give kind of constant updates about where the waves are. As you can imagine, there are going to be people out there communicating on social media. Again, please just stay home. Let the waves ride out, let the energy dissipate, and then we'll be able to give people a full accounting of when the time is to stand down.
Again, I'll just reiterate, we're going to leave it to the science. And the folks that are at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center are well versed and well experienced in all of these types of activities. They're gathering data, like the governor said, from some of the other land masses that have, and the buoys and the deep ocean sensors. And we're going to rely on them to advise us. I don't anticipate it to be immediate as the waves first start hitting the parts of our state at 7-10 hours, so it may take several hours after that to see that amplification and see it dissipate. But rest assured that immediately upon learning that, we're going to put that information out to a variety of different media, to include the media that we have here today, so that people can try to get their lives and return to normalcy. Thank you.
I'll go to Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
People look at it and rely on that, and they look at the tsunami map. Is there any reason people will go beyond what the tsunami map tells them about early?
So lots packed into that question. So it's a question around describing that 3-foot wave, the impact in comparison to past history, which I think the governor shared.
Okay, so the comparative waves, the wave in 1960, when we had the giant earthquake off of Chile, was gigantic. It was a 35-foot wave. I mean, that was a total destruction wave. It came and wiped out houses completely. Right now, the first indication we had, the first small crest was actually just 30 centimeters, about 1 foot, and then that was followed ultimately by 6 feet from peak to trough, okay? So that 30 centimeters, I believe, was the peak to trough of initial. Now we had a 6 foot. We continue to get data. It can come in like several kind of waves of water. It usually goes in cycles of about 20 minutes is how they are seeing these this forceful water come through. This is not, we pray, going to be anywhere near like that that tragic tsunami in 1960. And we'll give updated measurements as soon as we hear specifically what the French frigate shoals show. That's going to be helpful. As we hear those data, we'll be able to push some of that out, perhaps on social media. We'll come back out, again, repeatedly throughout. But soon we're going to see the wave. In about 3 minutes, everyone can expect the final siren, which is 6:40. And then we will hopefully see everyone out of harm's way. We'll begin to tell you how the waves actually hit.
One final question from Daryl. So given the size of the wave, what is the vulnerable infrastructure besides the electric grid?
A couple quick things, and then I'll have General come up. I mean, this is about 3 feet, okay? But a wave of water, that means it can move cars, it will throw fences around. If it hits, it can dislodge trees. That's why you just can't be out there. And the impact is at great speed. Any structure that gets loose and strikes an individual could take them out. And people can drown quite easily with the force of that kind of wave. So, again, people have to really distinguish the waves we are accustomed to on the coast every day versus a tsunami. It's a different beast altogether. And of course, if it gets much larger, they do anticipate it could be larger. That's why they get multiple measurements. It's even more dangerous, even more forceful. Houses will be damaged. There will be debris all over the place if we do get a full tsunami.
The federal government classifies critical infrastructure into 16 separate categories. About 13 are relevant to the state of Hawaii. One in particular is what we call transportation. It's broken down into either airport highways or harbors. As you know, all of our harbors are at sea level and are vulnerable. We don't know what those impacts are going to be, and we're constantly evaluating those. Because not just a tsunami here, but a hurricane could have similar effects. Most of our airports are also near sea level, except for some of the smaller ones. So it's good that we have the Department of Transportation participatory in the update meetings that we're having so they can anticipate what those impacts might be. And then we have plans in place to try to assist to get those back operational as quickly as possible. The governor did talk about many of our road networks are near sea level in our coastal regions and quite possibly to the road itself, or all the power lines and all the other infrastructure that goes along with it may be impacted by some type of wave or tsunamic system. So we're careful about that. We don't have a compiled list together yet, but in just about every hazard that we have, it's incorporated into our all hazards plan, and we're either going to be directly able to help assist in its recovery, or call in additional assets as necessary.
Expecting one moment, the next alarm. So why don't we actually pause now, and we'll come back to you in short order. We should have more data, but if we don't come back to you, just please everyone be very safe. We'll begin to report on the waves as we get direct observations. Kind of around, we still anticipate 30 minutes from now, around 7:10. Thank you for being safe.
And that was just really good information provided by the governor there and officials about the first measurements that they got from Midway Atoll, the wave measuring 6 feet, but across the ocean 3 feet. And they say that it doesn't sound as large. However, do not be mistaken, because these are tsunami waves, different from a surf wave. They push inland and they also wrap around the island.
Yeah, and emergency officials repeated, several times that, it's impossible to predict. Whatever happens in one location is not an indicator of what will happen here in the islands, as we are about 30 minutes out from the first expected impacts of the wave.
Right now we're hearing that alarm. That is the final alarm that the state is going to issue, signaling that we are just 30 minutes away from the estimated arrival of the first tsunami waves that will arrive in Hanalei on the Garden Isle, on the island of Kauai.
And Governor Green also said that this will be the last siren. So the 6:40 siren that just went off right now, we'll be having more updates from emergency officials. But in the meantime, we do want to go back to our first alert weather team, kind of breaking down what Governor Green was talking about. This is really the first time that we've had some real data in regard to impact on this. So let's send it over to Ben Gutierrez at the First Alert Weather Center. Ben, how do we process and digest what the governor just said in terms of metrics?
Well, he's been talking about trough to crest, and of course that is at the buoy over at Midway Atoll, which is, I'm going to try and zoom out here, and it is actually right, if we didn't have, hang on here just a second, because we've been working on trying to get some of the data to you. We're looking at, hang on just a second, I'm just going to erase the satellite imagery. Honolulu is there, you can see that, and then we're going to try and put at least some kind of indicator as to where the Midway is approximately, I'll just put it right about here or thereabouts. I've got two that the passes, yeah. So let's see, hang on just a second. We're just going to try and zoom out a little bit.
So we can see the labels real quick. Again, Midway Atoll is off to our northwest. That's typically where we see information from approaching tsunamis. And one of the reasons we are a little bit concerned about this is kind of the way that the seafloor works here in Hawaii. Unlike the continents, we don't have a continental shelf really that's right offshore. You don't see very shallow water really quickly. The Hawaiian Islands, of course, are formed volcanically, and they're essentially steep mountains in the ocean. So there's a very steep drop-off into Pacific water. And
if you can come back to the Weather Center for just a second, because I think what we can do is show you a little bit. So here we have the map of the islands, and then farther off in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands, Drew, if you can like zoom out, we're talking about Midway Atoll, which is one of these islands here. And of course, the buoy there is the one that recorded the trough to crest of 6 feet. Now, again, what does that mean? It means that we do have at least a column of water that may be about 3 feet tall. That is in the open ocean because it is still pretty deep. Let's zoom back in on the Hawaiian Islands, and then we can show you a little bit of what we call bathygraphy, which is like the opposite of topography, which is what you see on land. Bathymetry, rather, is what we have. So if you look at areas like Honolulu Bay, and we'll just go to a close-up, we can see, like right here at Honolulu Bay, it might be a little bit shallower over here, and so that means that the energy is going to start coming in a little bit higher. And we do have another press conference right now. Mayor Rick Blangiardi of Honolulu is about to take the podium.
They've already gotten to safe places, and the fact is, I would encourage you to keep watching. We'll try to update you as much as we possibly can. One of the things that's developed, we brought our team in, I want Chief Vanek is going to speak to you in a moment, is that at 6:30 tonight we begin a contraflow to traffic.
Locally, your party's going to be 2CX 1040, Industrial Belt, Nebraska, Price Break, Atlanta, Signal 3 verified.
And head Malka. So if we know somebody who's stuck in traffic, and we know there's a lot of people still stuck in traffic, to place that call. I'll let Chief and Roger Morton, the head of Transportation Services, give you a little bit more detail. But we want to reverse that. We're trying to get everybody out of harm's way. Okay? So again, if you're watching us now, you know somebody who's stuck in traffic, okay, tell them you've got to be very careful, because we don't have the lights on how many patrol officers we have out there to direct traffic. Be careful. You can go out on a one-way street and head Malka. So with that, I'd like to bring up Chief Vanek.
Thank you, Mayor. So the first thing I'd like to say is just to echo what the Mayor said is make sure you're listening to the first responders. If they're giving you directions, definitely if they're telling you to evacuate. If they're giving you directions to drive in a certain direction, follow their directions. The next thing I'd like to ask and tell you is if you don't need to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. If you've arrived at a safe location, like if it's your house, a friend's house, a shelter, or somewhere safe,
get another unit out here when available.
Security at ground level there. Stay there until you get the all clear. 993. Parking area for an hour. Don't need to call 911. Don't inundate the 911 system.
We have a lot of officers out there. They're responding to emergencies. So if you don't need to call 911, unless of course it's an emergency, stay off the 911 system.
The 13th British route
to be able to respond to actual emergencies and calls for 911. With that, let me turn it over to Director Roger.
2331.
13 to King 3.
I know it's been a rough day on the highways today.
The other party kept coming in and out of the hotel refusing to identify. We found his name in the truck.
Since 2 p.m. we have
So we're just going to try to figure out where he is.
lights to facilitate Malcolm and Kai travel, and we're continuing to do that. In addition, HPD has dispatches that getting their officers to give directions right on the street. My message really is we're half an hour out from when we anticipate this wave to hit. If you're on an east-west coastal highway, now is the time to calculate, are you going to be in high ground? And if you're not, if you have any doubt, you need to get up Malka side immediately, because that's where we're going to have problems on our coastal highways, on Kamehameha, on Farrington, on other highways around the island. So that's the message that we have. And at least our downtown areas are facilitating travel up. It's been a rough day. I know it took a long time for people to get out. Now's the time to get to high ground.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Aloha, Randall Collins with the Department of Emergency Management. Would like to reinforce inland and upward. Get to a safe zone. Get out of the tsunami area and get to a safe area. That is the #1 message. The second message is to stay informed. There is one place to get accurate information, and that is at hnlalert.gov. No www, it's just hnlalert.gov in your browser. Not only can you get information there about the tsunami zone areas, tsunami assembly areas, you can sign up and stay informed as we continue to text out information and message information through that application. So hnlalert.gov. Would like to thank the mayor for his leadership. We have enacted proclaimed a local state of emergency that has opened up all the funding and all the resources and all the decisions that we need to make sure that we can keep people safe. And so with that, I will turn it over to
161.
Evening to Ireland Department of Emergency Services. EMS has had a really busy afternoon. We have paramedics, dispatchers, we have an emergency plan for this type of scenario.
Your prisoner was rejected. 161 that wraps Rob on with him.
Stopped potentially responding and may not be able to respond into the inundation zones as we get closer to the predicted wave arrival. And that time has already passed. So for emergencies that are in the inundation zone or near the inundation zone, we may or may not be able to respond.
Right now, I think it's clear.
Potentially longer.
Copy, 142.
EMS has had a variety of calls today, just like any other day, but we've had, it seems like an excessive amount of traffic accidents. We had a critical accident up in
13 to 12 ago.
accident in Wailua, as well as Pearl City. So just wanted to echo what the other said as far as just
135
take your time, drive safely, be careful, because we don't want to tie up ambulances and resources.
How do you make the arcing wires? 1100 Harold. 1100 Harold. Caller says tree fell on the wires. They're on fire.
Get to higher ground now. This is all good advice, but we're really coming in really close now to the predicted wave time.
132
so
Adam.
As we get closer, again, EMS may or may not be able to respond to a call.
I'll have you make the arcing wires. 4905 Southwest 18.
Very busy.
4905 Southwest 18. They have a branch fell on the wires. They're on fire there.
And give notice of evacuations to our homeless encampments and populations in these areas.
Yes, 88 with a second.
Everywhere on the island, they've tried to hit the busiest and most populous areas for the homeless. So again, a very busy afternoon
145 Adam.
Evening for EMS. We have called in.
Advised there's some pretty good flash flooding at Southwest Hines McKinley. Not quite as passable yet, but getting there. So call Pine Federal here shortly.
Happy, thank you.
125.
Accurate information can save lives. Okay? So, as I've said repeatedly throughout the breaks today, you know, watching your television stations, stay in tune as long as we have power.
Yep, channel 3.
Please do that. Provide good information. What Randy said about hnlalert.gov, absolute source of correct information. So I want to caution everybody, because I've already seen some social media stuff out there. We're talking about a circumstance right now that we really cannot predict, but we know one thing for certain. If it hits, okay, it can affect lives. It's strong enough, potentially. We want you to be accurately informed. As you can see from what you heard in the state report and our city report, we're doing everything we possibly can to help you. So please, stick with the accurate information. Don't be deceived by all kinds of stuff. Look to your sources here. I promise you, we'll continue to update you, not just after the wave hits, or if in fact it actually hits, or what happens throughout the night, because just so you know, I've been through this before. The wave is expected to be here 7:10 a few minutes after that on the island of Oahu. But we might not get it all clear until 4 hours, because that's how these perform. March 11, 2011, that's exactly what happened. We were due at 3:17 in the morning, and at midway it was a 6-foot wave. It was a 6-foot wave traveling 550 miles an hour. And we were not looking at a good situation. Tonight they didn't talk about the speed, except we were being told by the civil defense people this is going to be really bad. Okay, that was then. So it turned out we had some damage. The waves came in, they receded back out, they went back in. We did it 4 or 5 times, and they kept telling us the next one could be big. We did not get an all clear for the waves that were supposed to hit us at 3:17 until 11 a.m. the next morning. So we don't know what kind of an evening we're in for. But you want to pay attention. You want accurate information.
143.
It's going to save your life. I promise you, all of us will do everything we possibly can to help everybody out there.
Looks like I'm a close car. I can head towards that accident on number 10.
And one last time. Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd appreciate it. It looks like it may possibly wrap us with the showing them in the westbound lane.
Any questions?
All right, another big peak.
Let me know if you need another car. If you're out and I'm not far off, I'll just go with him. Traffic issue.
Well, I think that they want to go to H&L Alert. We'll be talking to people that all they have is cell phones, assuming they're not watching, they can't watch television. Maybe they have some kind of reception there or to any of the station's websites. But stick with accurate information, and we'll keep you folks advised too as to what people should do. We're going to just, you know, Lynn, in this situation, we cannot over-communicate. We all know that. We're going to try to do that as reliable and as a detailed way as we possibly can. So I know last time, because people did the same exact thing. And
There was a third male that walked out of their room carrying a backpack. He walked over towards the King so he can have colored hair. And
get told that it's safe to come down. That's what I would tell people. Wait until you find out it's safe to come down, because as I said earlier, that last time on March 11th, if you remember, that tsunami was in Japan. It was the most televised tsunami ever, because it was daytime, cameras everywhere, and it was almost surreal watching what was going on.
371338.
Well, I choose not to think about the worst happening. At this point in time, in this hour, I want to be as conservative as we possibly can in the spirit of saving people's lives.
2716. Check armed party 85, correction 8350. 8358 Seymour. 6-year-old closed in, so there's a male in red shirt, blue pants outside standing on the road.
Copy, Madame Senadai.
143.
Well, we're going to have to see what the extent of it is. I think, you know, we've got everybody out there between HPD, our fire department, our first responders, EMS, Jimmy's here.
I just passed it, missed it. I'm going to flip around. Let my partner know it appears that there's a full armed party. I think there's another car involved. The truck, it looks like it's up in the grass. That's why there's no lights or anything on. It comes up pretty quick off the exit.
Copy, 143, Adam.
Right now, I'm hoping for the best. Trying to prepare for the worst. We're hoping for the best. Yes. Yeah, we'll bring up Jim out as far as the tools.
Well, from our standpoint in EMS, we have ambulances, ground ambulances, SUVs. So those are our tools. But I think in the earlier press conference from the governor, he talked about air assets and the National Guard being on standby. And
I can't speak for the Honolulu
It's
Fire
going to be a
Department.
white
They
male
also
with a
have
green
assets.
short
So
sleeve button up,
we
khaki
had a
shorts,
rescue
white
situation.
shoes,
And have you
pink
assist the
blonde
fire
hair
department
with
with
a
these
brown
parking
beard.
wires? Southwest 14th and Watrous, Southwest 14th and Watrous. It'll be on Watrous between Southwest 14th and 13th. Like there's a line hanging really low and sparking.
So besides what we have to be able to respond on the ground, there are those air assets and those other
Hard to
agencies.
see with the cameras, it looks like mainly blonde.
I spoke to Admiral Reagan earlier from the Coast Guard, and they've deployed all of their assets out in the ocean. They're hitting around all the coastlines, and they're also going to be readily available, which is a great resource as well to complement our other resources. Anybody else, guys? Anybody here? Anything else you want to add? Is there anything else? The question is, can we send our HFD and HPD into the zones that Jim said we could right now?
You know, our officers are dedicated, and they're going to put themselves in danger like they do every single day. But I'm going to tell you right now, if there's a 6-foot wave coming at 500 feet per second or whatever it is.
Looking at the prior calls, it looks like the father of the 6-year-old might be a Caleb Ingram, but we don't have
But what I
any
will
kind of
tell you is
prior
that our
calls
officers are highly dedicated.
43.
As a matter of fact, we've kept back all of our daytime officers. We called in our nighttime officers early. They're not actually even supposed to start until 9 o'clock, but all of them came in early. So we have way more than 100% working right now.
Copy,
And that just
143
goes
Adam.
to show their
Great,
commitment.
copy.
Yeah, I'm not here. It's going to be a rollover. The pole's going to be on the car. There's nobody in the car.
Support units are in. We'll do what we need to do to make sure that we
Nobody requesting an ambulance at this time?
I want to assure you that we're there.
Negative, as of right now, I don't see a driver anywhere.
And if you need us, we'll be there. We'll answer that call, sir.
That's clear. Child did call back again, tried to give us a different address, hung up when we asked to talk to a parent. Looks like they did put an emergency address on the phone.
Fort Weaver Road at North Road, no Malcolm Mackay bound, ocean bound traffic, and Fort Weaver Road at PP Road, no Mackay ocean bound traffic is being let through at this point. So be on the lookout. There could be other closures that occur as the officers in the field deem necessary. But those are 3 that we know of that we're just advising the public.
104.
Ross,
can you clear me code 7 for my turn, and I'll go on the job.
Thank you and all the media.
104, check on these wires down. It's going to be 1306 34th Street, 1306 34th Street. There's multiple lines here that are down. Looks like a tree fell on them. We've already notified the dam.
Again, stay away from social media. No false information. Deal with accuracy. It can make all the difference.
And now this is a live look at Hanalei, where the first waves are expected to arrive, at 7:10. That is less than 12 minutes out.
Yeah, we're giving you a live look at Hanalei Bay right now, which is the first site of any sort of anticipated activity. You just heard from Honolulu Mayor Rick Blangiardi saying that, even after that we hit that time, we could be in for a long night until that all clear is given. You also heard the emphasized message from emergency officials. You should not be on the roads right now. You should not be in low-lying areas, and do not flood the emergency call system. At this point, you should be at a place where you're safe. You're at an evacuation site. You're at a tsunami assembly area, as we kind of wait through and see what this 8.8 magnitude earthquake that originated from Russia earlier this afternoon, 1:30 Hawaii time, what that brings. So again, a live look at Kauai right now. We want to go back to Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis for their explanation on what we could expect. This is coming off of what we heard from Governor Green, getting the first initial readings from the buoy at Midway Atoll. While they do say it's impossible to predict what could be happening here in Hawaii, what you do see at Midway was very newsworthy. What can you tell us, Ben and Drew?
All right, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Steph. Of course, at this time, we're less than 10 minutes out from the potential arrival of the tsunami in Kauai and up near Honolulu. Again, just one last quick look. Of course, we're watching it was a 3-foot wave on top of the ocean reported at Midway Atoll. And of course, the waters get very shallow very quick right off of the Hawaiian Islands. Of course, we don't have a continental shelf around us like
really sure what's going on here.
Where they have a large area of shallow water
windows on this vehicle that roll over.
It gets very shallow.
You send a pro or somebody to
start building up underwater. One last quick look at the evacuation zones. You can see this behind us. Again, less than 10 minutes away. That's when we're expecting to see the tsunami. It might not be exactly at 7:10, but that's the best prediction right now for the arrival of this tsunami. Just taking a quick look, most of Kauai is in the tsunami evacuation zone, at least all of the coastlines. And the reasoning for that is because of all the Mauka areas, the mountains. It pushes right up against the coastline. We don't have very many areas that are highlighted in yellow right here. That indicates the extreme tsunami evacuation zone. And that's for the worst tsunami possible, the worst possible modeled tsunami. We don't expect that that's going to be the case with this one. But again, you have to take precautions across the entire island. Again, less than 10 minutes out. Ben, what can you tell us about the tsunami? We're watching the Honolulu live cam very closely. We've just taken a look out there. What can you tell us?
Well, basically, when you look at the tsunami evacuation map, obviously places like Honolulu and also West Kauai, where you're looking at that area, there's a very big run-up. And then when you look at East Kauai right now, basically Kapa'a, all the way down to Wailua, even down to Hanamaulu, that area there are some points where it is pretty shallow, where it is pretty flat as far as the landmass, but at the same time, places like Honolulu, even Honolulu has you can see that the tsunami evacuation map is a little bit deeper. It goes further inland. And one point I want to make up too, we've been talking about a wave. We could be talking several waves because that would be, we've been mentioning the first wave. And so tsunamis generally you don't just have one, you're going to have a bunch of them. So there is that possibility where we will see waves possibly for several hours. And you can definitely see as we take a closer look at the island of Kauai evacuation maps, you can definitely see that Honolulu up at the top and also West Kauai, there's a very large area that goes inland and also on west, or make that East Kauai, places like Waialua, also the Kapa'a area, Anahola, Hanamaulu, those areas are also within that evacuation zone. Kauai also is older geographically, or geologically rather, and so that means there are larger rivers. And so that also means that you should stay away from any of the waterways that go inland. The Wailua River, for example, is one. Navilivili Harbor is another, where you're going to have some of that energy from the tsunami going further inland because of the fact that it is a wider waterway, and then that will be able to go in. A couple of years ago, we had a smaller tsunami, and we had videos of that actually going up the canal, Kawainui Stream, I believe it is, up in Kailua, where you could see the tsunami wave. It was only about yay high, but you could definitely see something rolling in on the river headed toward Enchanted Lake. Now, you'll see something on the surface, but at the same time, remember, it goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. And so even if the wave isn't that big, there's going to be strong currents. That's the reason why the Coast Guard has ordered evacuations of the harbors, because boats could be pushed around by these currents and could be pushed into piers, could be pulled away from their moorings, could get loose. We saw that in 2011. We saw boats hitting each other, causing major damage to vessels, also causing major damage to harbor infrastructure, and that's why we're seeing all of those boats leaving.
And we're at around 5 minutes out, I believe. It's 7:05, at least from the clocks that we have here in our studio. This is the time where we're watching for potentially water receding. Again, if you're near the beach, of course, go away. Do not stay there to watch the tsunami. This is an incredibly strong event, and we're no stranger to the power of water here in Hawaii. The Rivers Point, that's a great point. All of that water, that energy rushing in, it's going to impact the entire island potentially when it comes to those rushing waters, rushing up the rivers. Of course, the coastlines, of course, will be the most impacted. That's it for Ben and I here in the Weather Center. Let's send it over to Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins with more.
Thank you so much. Very good information, gentlemen. We are going to be seeing a lot of action within the next hour. And first, beginning with that receding water and then the rush of energy. So the initial readings that they were talking about in the press conference, 3 feet, lots of forward motion we're talking about. It's almost like a freight train racing across the ocean, initially at speeds of 500, 550 miles per hour. Once it meets the shallow waters, that's when it slows down to speeds of about 30 miles per hour. Usually I use this graphic when we talk about flooding from rain, but this shows you the power of water and how incredibly powerful water can be and pick up people, just sweep them right off their feet. 1 foot can pick up cars, 2 feet can move SUVs and heavy trucks. So the power of water, especially along those rivers and everything that's meeting along the mountain base, is going to be a big concern, even if it is at 3 feet. So I just wanted to take a close look at the past most affected areas. This is going to be a lot of wraparound energy. That's why we have the tsunami warning for all of the islands. So it doesn't mean we're going to be in the clear for one island or the other. But Hilo does have a history getting hit hard by tsunamis, 1946, 1960, and 2011. It's known as the hot spot for tsunamis due to the bay shape. It's incredible how shallow the waters are, and because of the shape of the bay itself, it actually has some of those waves get even bigger along Hilo's side. Also, Kona has suffered damage in 1975 and 2011, and we have been seeing damage with other tsunamis across the western end of the state, particularly over on Kauai, on Oahu, the north and east shores. You can see some run up depending on the wave direction, and that's key, and that's one component we really don't know. Like Ben and Drew were talking about, there's a lot of information that's missing over open waters with the lack of buoy data that's over the open waters. So the wave direction is a big player of what kind of wave will be coming our way with these tsunamis. So we are coming close at 7:07 right now. Initial readings will likely be seeing that receding water at first over on Kauai, and then anywhere from 0.1 to 0.3 a possibility. And then that energy, like we're talking about, racing across the entire ocean at speeds of 550 miles per hour. That energy is going to get caught up, and so we could see the biggest of the tsunami surges come in during the 8 o'clock hour. And then it's going to be highly unpredictable throughout the night, especially with those strong currents. And that's why evacuation zones, you must just heed to all of those warnings, especially along the coastline, along the rivers, and along anywhere there is water. So taking a closer look at the readings from tonight. So 3 to 4 meters, that translates to 10 to 13 feet was observed along the Russian coast. We did see in Japan about 1.3 feet. It was up to 3 meters was the forecast. Over in Hawaii, initially we're forecasting 1 to 3. With that Johnson Atoll reading at 3 feet, we could see that energy coming our way around that marker, but it could be even higher, like we're talking about Hilo and the shape of the bay that could pile up water even more. So that's a big concern after the 7 o'clock hour, and Guam anywhere from 1 to 3 meters, which translates to 3 to 10 feet. So historically speaking, we've seen a number of tsunamis like we've been talking about throughout the evening. Over 160 since 1812, the origin, Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia. And it can cause a huge surge of energy traveling across the ocean. And like we're talking about this evening, the power of water is incredible. And you can see the history is there. Tells a big story. With 1960, magnitude 9.5 arrived 15 hours later, up to 35 feet. In 2010, magnitude 8.1 or 8.8, we did see 3 feet. So the direction of the wave does play a big role in that. And then Japan quake 9.1, 6 to 7 feet with the property energy. So we're watching the buoy readings very carefully. And the latest information, let's send it back to Mark and Stephanie.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jen. We are now at 7:10, which is exactly when the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center predicted that we would see the first arrival of the tsunami waves generated by that powerful earthquake in Russia. And as we're looking here, Drew and Ben, what are you noticing?
Way off in the distance. We're talking about way off in the distance there, right around the middle of your screen, right at that point. It looks like there is something happening there as far as like ocean activities. See some white caps that are slowly spreading across the bay. We haven't seen something that often occurs with tsunamis, and that is the pullout of the water. Usually there'll be an area, or places like Hanalei, the water will recede a lot, and then the tsunami will come back in. But I'm not sure exactly if that way off in the distance there is actually something at the moment. On the right side of your screen, right where the sunbeam is, there's a little bit of current activity. So you can see there are some currents that are occurring as some of the water starts to flow out. But as far as the actual wave action, Drew and I have been looking at this, and we just see something that appeared off in the distance right at the edge of that point, where you can see some what looks like white caps. I don't know if that could be something that is basically artifacts off the camera or whatnot. But one thing I'm also looking at very closely is the actual water line, the shoreline there. Not seeing anything. And again, 7:10 was the estimated time of arrival. So that's, again, as it indicates, it's an estimate. It can be faster, it can be longer. It just kind of depends on what this had to travel through, and also the kind of earthquake that it was, because then it depends on how quickly it was pushed over. But no doubt, it does travel very quickly in the ocean. There's nothing there to basically hold it back. So we're looking again at the speed of a jetliner, but at the moment that area of white really hasn't moved an awful lot. So we're not quite sure exactly what is going to be happening if the tsunami, the first wave, is going to be late. But again, you can see some streaks on the ocean. Those are like rip currents that have developed, and
definitely the tsunami is going to be playing into strong currents. We're watching the water at least start to move in a little bit. Like you said, over near the sunbeam reflecting off of the water there, you can see the direction of the water flowing into the bay. Again, it was 7:10. This is the best prediction for the arrival of the wave. Much like weather models, it's very hard to simulate the entirety of the ocean. So that was the best prediction given by the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. And again, we're going to keep watching this. If it is delayed out here for Hawaii, that also means that it will be delayed as we're going further down the island chain. Again, it does seem like we are seeing some waves moving in. This is a very active scene where we're trying to watch exactly what's happening.
That's right, and taking us back now to 2011, Ben, I don't know if you remember, but the 9.1 magnitude quake in Japan, it was a very powerful earthquake, and that sent us a tsunami wave as well. And you could definitely, when you do see it on camera, you can definitely tell that
13, I got
is
him out here in the
you
lobby.
talk about the receding of the water, and I remember vividly watching Kilo Bay, and you will definitely see that big difference there. As far as right now, though, again, we are just monitoring and looking at the shoreline for any.
He's back on the phone again. It looks like he's going to be on the farthest west apartment on the south end of that building.
Sunbeam that you were pointing to,
Not sure if it's
you're
top
also
or bottom.
noticing some subtle differences and changes in the water there. No major recession of the water yet, which is a telltale sign that the tsunami wave has arrived.
Sunset is expected at 7:12, so we've still got some daylight. We're just past that. And thank goodness that we still have that light out there to really give us a clearer sense of what is happening. We're going to be staying on this cam at Hanalei right now. This is a live stream overlooking Hanalei Bay with the expected arrival of the first activity of the tsunami generated by the 8.8 quake. We're looking at this. Our first alert weather team is monitoring this shot very closely. Literally an unfolding situation as we're watching the water and kind of paying close attention to what we're seeing here with the conditions.
And again, the water here has to wrap around since Hanalei Bay is on the northern portions of the island. It's coming from the west and northwest. Russia is off to the northwest of the island chain. We've been showing that map of just completely open water. So we have to see a little bit of a wraparound. First, it hits the Nepali coast, and then starts to move into Hanalei Bay, move down the western and leeward coast of Kauai. So we are going to continue to see how this evolves.
And Drew and Ben, talk about the impact of, I know this earthquake, 8.8 earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia had the depth of 46 miles down. Now, talk about how that plays a role in the strength and power of a wave.
Well, usually the deeper an earthquake is centered, the less likely it will cause an earthquake. It will cause a tsunami, rather. However, it kind of depends on the type of earthquake. You had explained earlier, if it's a slip, not too bad. If it is a thrust earthquake that goes straight up and that pushes the whole column of water up, that's one of the things that we were seeing in the Thailand earthquake, the devastating, I believe it was 2006 earthquake. Might have been, I might have to check on the date there, but the one that devastated so many places like Indonesia and on Christmas Eve of that year. Right now, Hanalei not really showing anything, but then again, 710 was an estimated arrival. There was a wave that was recorded, according to Haima officials, at the buoy at Midway Atoll. So depending on how things are going, we could be seeing a delayed arrival, but then again, remember,
and it
is not just
7:17, which is when we were expecting the first waves to arrive on Oahu. If we can now switch over to, this is a live look at Honolulu Harbor, where earlier we were also monitoring quite a few reports that boaters, a number of them, and fishing boats were heeding the warning, and we also saw them head out to sea, staying away from the channels, going in water at a depth of 300 feet or greater. And you can see it looks like the harbor is all clear. Even got word that the Coast Guard cutter ship also left the harbor right now. As we take a look at Honolulu Harbor, 7:17, again, the estimated arrival of the first waves here at Oahu.
Yeah, and the ability for these vessels to evacuate is one of the silver linings of an event like this, because you had a 6-hour notice, for the boaters to head out to the open ocean, for residents and visitors to head to different evacuation sites right now. So we're keeping a very close eye. Live look at Honolulu Harbor. It's 7:18 right now. 8 minutes after the first wave was expected, and the epicenter, so to speak, something like this. The first area of focus is Hanalei Bay on Hawaii. We still have some daylight out right now to keep a close eye on this. Now, Drew and Ben and Jen as well. As we're looking at these images here, what should our viewers be paying attention to in regards to the water movement and activity?
Sorry, before you guys answer, can we switch over now to this live look at Waikiki, where we might be able to detect more changes in the water here. You can definitely see a clear view of the coastline, and definitely empty there. Earlier shots, right, Mark, when you guys began the coverage right after the tsunami warning, the beaches were crowded. You can see that is not the case right now. They heeded the warning. Mayor Rick Blangiardi said, if you're anywhere near the coastline, get out.
And I think it's important to note just generally the ocean conditions right now. We do have a small craft advisory. We have strong trade winds. We also have a rising swell on south-facing shores and east-facing shores. We're seeing wave heights expected today at 3 to 5. And this is wave heights alone, waves that you surf, not the tsunami itself. East-facing shores at 2 to 4. So you could kind of see in some of these shots, there does seem to be some disruption, some rip currents that are happening, strong currents that are happening. So very interesting as we look at these live shots. Since it's not, it's traveled so many miles to get here, so far with the epicenter just off the coast of Russia, and giving us that 6-hour window to get here, we are likely going to be seeing on a smaller scale of a tsunami, but still a lot of energy. But it's really hard to predict how the wave direction is going to be impacting some of the spots. But like we're talking about, the shape of Hilo Bay itself historically has caused damage in the past, especially for boats and even along the coastal harbors there. So this is something we're going to have to wait and watch throughout the next couple of hours. The initial wave could be small, but then build up throughout the next couple of hours.
One thing that I'm noticing when we have had tsunamis in the past, when we have shown this shot, this live shot of Coconut Island, usually that little channel between the island and the main part of Hawaii Island, you can see a current that is going in and out. We haven't seen that yet in Hilo, obviously. Right now, here's another live look at Hanalei Bay. And whatever was happening off in the distance might have been a camera artifact. Haven't seen it off in the distance anymore, off at the point. But we are still seeing some currents that, that still indicates some sort of activity. The shoreline right now, the water has not receded, but there is, again, as Jen mentioned, the possibility that maybe the first wave, not so big, but again, it's a series of waves. We had in 2011, huge waves start coming in and impacting the Kailua Kona area, causing major damage to the shops on Ali'i Drive, and that was like 4 or 5 hours after the initial waves had hit Oahu, and so we're not in the clear yet. It's not a single wave.
That's true. It's not always the first wave that might be the most dangerous, and it is a series of waves. That's a great reminder, Ben. And now we want to turn things over to our reporter, Mahealani Richardson.
Yeah, we had mentioned the vessels leaving harbor areas, heading out into the open ocean. We have great video of some of the vessels leaving the ports. Let's send it over to Mahale with some of the images you captured. Hey, Mahale.
Thanks a lot, Mark and Steph. And of course, if you need to interrupt me at any moment, because we're all keeping an eye on our ports, but I wanted to show you this video that our Casey Lund was shooting from Kaka'ako High Rise, and it was amazing to see all of the ships evacuating. Now, this is because at about 6:47 this evening, the U.S. Coast Guard ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from all commercial harbors in the entire state. So you can see the Coast Guard there was also moving. Several boaters were getting out of the way. I called a boating friend, and he had already gotten the word. In fact, many boaters were not waiting for the U.S. Coast Guard to give this official warning, but everyone just certainly getting out of the way. There are 9 commercial harbors on 6 islands. We also saw there was a cruise ship in the Hilo Bay area that loaded their passengers, and they were heading out to sea. Now, I also called Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam to ask about the military ships. They would not say what the military ships are doing, and so we're trying to get official word on what those battleships are doing. But again, the U.S. Coast Guard has ordered the evacuation of all commercial vessels from every harbor in the state of Hawaii. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mahealani, for that. And so we were monitoring those live cameras, and we still, during Mahea's report, we have not noticed anything that sticks out just yet. But just before we went to Mahea, Ben Gutierrez just mentioned what is really important, and that is the reason why, even though this timeline, it has passed, it's not the time to go back to the beach if you're curious, because we have not seen anything noticeable. It is a series of waves. That's what a tsunami wave is. It is not just one, and it is not a surf wave. It wraps around the island.
Yeah, it's not a singular event. This is an hours-long event, right? Right? And we're looking at this. This is something where you're watching very closely. You're looking at the changes in the water activity. Now, as the sun has gone down already, who knows how much this shot is going to change, what we'll be able to see right now as we're staying on our Hanalei cam. We are constantly refreshing, making sure it is the most up-to-date image and the most accurate representation of Hanalei Bay. As the reports have come down, as the updates have come down, Hanalei emerged as kind of the first site that was going to be seeing any sort of activity.
We want to go live now to our live cam on Maui, and this is the coastline there, and you can see, I don't know, are you noticing any differences out there, Ben?
Not just yet. It kind of looks normal, but again, we still have some of those streaks of flatter water off in the district, again, indicative of some currents that are going on. You know, the people who serve watermen, those who use the ocean a lot, are very familiar with those streaks and look for them because those are the things that will indicate that could get you into trouble if you get caught in it. But nothing that I see. Jen, do you see anything?
It's really hard to tell from this vantage point, but it does seem like stronger currents are occurring. At the same time, I think it's important to note that we do have high tide that's peaking right now. So there is a rise in water overall and a lot of movement over the water on top of the expected arrival of the tsunami. So a lot of moving parts. It's very dynamic over the Pacific Ocean right now.
One thing that we have had that we haven't really been able to share with you is that the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center has been putting out, or receiving some data as far as the wave heights. And so Wake Island got a 0.7-foot wave that was recorded at the buoy there. Midway, 1 feet. That's not the that's basically the amplitude. That's basically the regular. That's not trough to crest. That is the ocean, the regular ocean surface, and then added to that 1 foot is the wave height. Highest one we've got is one of the dark buoys, which had a 3-foot wave out in the open ocean. This is closer to Kamchatka. I'm trying to figure out which exact buoy that it is, but it is dark 21416. There are a couple of buoys that are coming out in the area. I've got just so you know what I'm doing, I'm kind of like looking at the map, trying to figure out which one is 21416. And this is probably one of the ones that is pretty, 21416 with a 3-foot amplitude is the one that is closest to the earthquake itself. So that one recorded a 3-foot wave out in the open ocean. The other ones are a little bit smaller. Back to some of the wave heights. There was about 1.1 feet in Japan. 2 other Dart buoys that are out there, 1.5 and 1.4. 0.6 feet and 0.9 feet. And so there is a wave out there. It might not be that big, but again, even if it's not that big, there's still currents.
I know one of the buoys that they were trying to get more information on was the one in Guam at 657 bend. Do you see any data generated?
He said Carter breaks the wires 3,200 blocks of State Street.
Is that Midway?
Guam?
Guam. I don't have Guam on this list, but I'll look it up. Let's see if I can look it up.
We do want to take a look at one of the reasons, of course, why we want Midway Atoll so closely is because it is kind of the first warning when we get a tsunami coming from the west or northwest like this. Let's actually take a look at some of the observed water levels. If we can bring up graphics 12 or max 2 real quick, you can see this very clearly. This is over it seems like the last 24 hours. The blue line, that's the actual prediction for where the water level is going to be. The water level is in red, and you can see as we're going into today, as the tsunami wave is passing, the tsunami waves, I should rather say, is passing the atoll buoy. You've got this jump up, you've got this jump down, you've got this jump up, you've got this jump down. Again, this is just indicative of how many different waves are going to be potentially moving in. Of course, it looks very different out there. It might look very calm on the camera, but again, Ben and I have been talking about how Hawaii is kind of in a very unique circumstance when it comes to our seafloor, our seafloor topography. Our waters get very deep very, very fast. So when this wave, this column of water is potentially moving in, it is going to grow very fast as it reaches the seafloor and grows quickly towards the coast. We get to the deep ocean pretty quickly here. The continental shelf around us, like the rest of the continents do. And of course, on that graphic that we were looking at, you can very clearly see the jump in the buoy. Jump up, jump down, jump up, and again, that's multiple waves. It's not just one.
Is that an indicator on how strong the energy is from?
It absolutely can be, especially if we were seeing much stronger, like much higher and much lower troughs and crests from the waves. Again, the buoy is on the top of the water as the wave is troughing, so it's going down to the bottom. The buoy goes down, and so you're seeing it jump. This is the height in feet If you bring up, let's bring up Max 2 again, graphics 12, so you can see what we have out there. Again, this is on the y-axis. This is the height in feet. You're seeing this jump between two to just below -1 feet below the average. Very quickly. This is a very quick jump.
Drew, something I want to jump back to is when we heard earlier from Governor Green, he was talking about the activity with the buoy at Midway.
Yes.
And so, can you clear up for us and give us kind of like a direct line explanation? So he said it's measured at 6 foot at the buoy. What does that mean? What's happening at the ocean?
So, to the best of my understanding, and Ben, if I say this incorrectly, please correct me. 6 feet is what he's talking about between the trough and the crest of the wave. So it's 6 feet from the top of how tall it is, how tall the buoy goes up, to how low the buoy goes down in the water. So when we're seeing that, he talked about that 3 foot number, that is 3 feet above the typical water level or the tide level at that time. You can even see the tides in the beginning of this chart. You've got high tide around 8. And then as you're going into even further, you've got low tide. You can see the up and down, and then you see this jump indicative of the tsunami waves.
We want to show you the waves that were just the first waves to arrive on the coast of Japan here. And gentlemen, if you could describe what we are seeing here. This was shortly after the powerful earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia.
Yeah, it looks like I'm going to assume that the ocean is on the right, or it might be a jetty. Oh, there we go. That's a better view. All right, this is basically classic tsunami wave action because it's coming in from the open ocean, and then you can see that it's very, very disturbed, kind of a wall of water that's coming in and overtaking, for example, the seawall there. You see the smaller waves? Those are probably the normal waves that are, just basically every day. But you can see how that big area of white, that white water pushes in. Definitely, that's a tsunami. It's a slightly large one. It's not huge by any means, but it is a tsunami wave because you can see just how much energy that it has basically generated, and basically pushing in. And so the waves, the little ones you see on the beach, just above, basically in the center there, those are regular waves. But tsunami waves, those have definitely been coming in for Japan. Again, it's a little closer to where the epicenter of this earthquake was. But right now, as we take another look at the Hanalei camera, we're not seeing an awful lot. We're still seeing a little bit of the current action, and it seems a little bit flat, close to the area. All right. Pacific Tsunami Warning Center is about to hold a press conference with the latest information. Let's go live there with the latest.
Coming in at Hanalei Bay, not so big, maybe about 1.5 feet above normal sea level, and then the signal was dropping to below normal sea level when I left a minute ago. But that's just the first part of the wave, and we know from what we observed at Midway, it was actually the third wave at Midway was the largest. So we've got some time to wait here at Hanalei, which was the first place it arrived, and of course it is moving down the island chain. So we hadn't seen anything on any other gauges as of yet, but we know it's coming. So we're always hopeful it won't be too bad, but anticipating from our models that yes, we are going to have a significant tsunami going across our islands and arriving on all the coasts. We monitor about 15 sea level gauges across the state, so we will have more reports later, and of course our news channels will also probably telling us what they're seeing. Places where they can safely observe.
1240 East 37, FDs en route.
Please stay out away from the coast. I know you've all evacuated, so continue to stay evacuated. And the instructions ultimately on when it's safe to go back will come from the state county. We've got a ways to go. Probably several hours before lower the warning here in Hawaii to advisory level when waves go down. Probably not at least until tomorrow morning before we're able to completely cancel the warning. And right now, most of us are still waiting, and we are waiting to see just how big it is going to get across the state. So stay safe, everyone.
Given that the third wave was the biggest for the midway, are you expecting the same here in the islands of Hawaii? And what's the interval between?
So the interval between waves can be 10 to 20 minutes typically, from one wave crest to the next wave crest. And we don't know exactly, that midway it was the third wave doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the third wave. Here the wave pattern gets very complicated as the wave crosses the state because those tsunami waves reflect off of islands, and they wrap around islands, and they interact with each other. So at every location it can be a different wave. But the threat will definitely go on probably for several hours.
Dr. McCrae, if you could kind of encapsulate everything again with regards to what are you looking for right now? I know you said we're still not clear, but what are the specific elements that you're really tracking to see what's that next data point that you can do?
So we're pretty much done with forecasting the tsunami at this point. We're just reacting. So, of course, our center has responsibilities across the whole Pacific. So we're continuing to send messages to other countries around the Pacific. But our main responsibility is here in Hawaii. And so at this point, we're more or less just monitoring the situation to try to determine when we could lower the alert level and ultimately when we can cancel.
Last time that you folks, I guess, were activated in this capacity, back in 2011.
161 on standby. 142 Adam and 145 Adam, I'll have you go. 3324 University. 3324
2011 was certainly the last significant tsunami.
Color is in Unit 4. He believes the old center from Unit 5 was using the
We
fire.
actually handle many tsunami
building.
events in the Pacific every year because earthquakes in the lower magnitude 7 range are pretty frequent, maybe about 10 a year in the Pacific, and almost all of them generate some kind of smallish tsunami that we don't normally hear about. But sure, yeah, the Japan tsunami was the last significant tsunami, and in some ways it's similar, but every tsunami is unique in certain ways. The way the source behaves affects the tsunami, and crossing the bathymetry in the Pacific, the waves get focused and defocused in different ways. So that's why we need numerical models to help us predict.
Are you aware of this place?
I know you were expecting 3 to 10. Now we are, and we're more in the reaction phase. But can you revisit that?
Yeah, sure. So the main thing we use to constrain our models are these deep ocean gauges that we support in the North across the Pacific. Ones for this event are specific, and they're either deep water, they measure the tsunami count interference from reflections on the coast, which you have with the normal tide base that's in a harbor. And so our models try to match the signals that are seen on those deep ocean gauges. And if we can match them, then we know we've created the right kind of wave. And so, of course, in the beginning, we only have a reading on one gauge, and later on it's 2, 3, 4 gauges. So we keep iterating with these models. But even from the get-go, from the very beginning, the forecast was pretty consistent, even with more of this data telling us that, yeah, Hawaii had this threat. And for the coastline in Hawaii, there's another part of this model that actually brings the synthetic wave up onto the coast in a few, maybe about a dozen places around our state. And so some of those models did say that we would have roughly 10 feet above normal sea level. So that's what we've been going. And it's been pretty consistent.
6, I. When will you update again?
I guess I can take your advice on when you'd like an update. I think I should probably come down maybe in another half an hour or so, because we should have more readings from across the state.
They didn't speak English. Didn't want to say where they were.
Well, mostly we will just trying to see if the readings we're getting are are consistent with our model and thinking about the other places around the Pacific that we're advising at this time.
Cross 16.
What places are?
Cross 16. Everything's 88 here. Those cars. All cars.
Well, certainly Hawaii has certain areas that in the past typically get pretty big amplitudes. And that's Honolulu Bay, it's Haleiwa on Oahu, it's Kahului on Maui, and it's Hilo on the Big Island. And so those are for our models now, those are also the biggest places.
Radio check.
110.
Okay, stay safe, everyone.
And that was Dr. Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center saying, again, they are done predicting this event. It is actually happening right now. And during that press conference, Mark, and Drew and Ben, we were actually monitoring this live shot of Honolulu Bay and actually seeing signs that the waters were receding and at times even parts of the reef were exposed.
Yeah, I've been looking very closely at the shoreline, which is just above the red banner. At one point, it was a little bit further out, and so that may have been a little bit of the water receding. Not a ton, but there is a sign that something was happening and that there were some people in the Honolulu area who were saying that the water had receded enough where the reef was exposed. We were seeing some things on the camera. We weren't particularly sure what it was, but now looking at it, it might have been the reef getting exposed there, and then the water is now coming back in. But we do have just an indication that some kind of tsunami wave may have occurred or may have arrived in Honolulu. It's not just, it's not that big. It's just not huge. But then again, remember, even if you don't have the size and height on the surface, this energy goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean, wherever it may be, and is still capable of causing currents. And we're seeing a bit of that right now because it's a little bit flatter close to the shore, and then you can see those tendrils of currents that are heading out those areas of flatter water that kind of snake out into the further distance there. So it might not be huge, it might not be something that looks extremely destructive, but just from looking at the ocean and the way the ocean looks, there is something happening out there right now. But as Chip McCreary from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center said, this could still be several hours. As we've been saying this evening, it's just the first wave. It's not going to be the whole, it's not going to be one and done. It's going to be an event where we're going to have waves coming in maybe every 20, 30 minutes, possibly for the next several hours.
And it does appear that, from when we first started taking this cam at 7:10, about a half an hour ago, that you can see more movement in this camera. And when you were speaking of an event like this, when you're seeing any types of movement in the current, that can speak to the strength and power. Drew Davis, you're looking very closely at the cams as well. What are you noticing on your end?
Like you mentioned, Mark, we are seeing some strong currents. It's a mixture of water going out. Ben mentioned that we were able to see some of the reef exposed, potentially even pretty far out, closer to that point that you see far off in the distance. And just taking a wide view, if you kind of look at you can see the currents in the water right now, actually. If you look at the water and look at the sunlight, you can actually see the water pushing in towards the coastline right now. So the reflective water, you can kind of see that current pushing in ever so slightly. Again, we are watching for multiple waves here, and off in the distance the sun is setting. And it even seems like we have one person out there.
That's really interesting. It looks like one person paddling in the water right now on a stand-up paddleboard.
And the state officials said that they have rescue teams activated and ready to go, but an event like this, they are not going to be putting their lives in danger.
Basically, you're on your own at this point. So if you have not needed evacuations, if you are going into the water, despite the fact that you've been told not to do so, you're going to be putting first responders at risk if they choose to go out and get you. many times because of the possible severity of the tsunami waves that will be coming in. They might not. They might want to keep themselves safe. They're not going to put their lives in danger just because you did. So we are seeing someone in this cam who's out paddleboarding, but really ought not to be doing that.
Yeah, we're also getting reports now of the water receding over on the Oahu's north shore as well. Talking about Haleiwa, we're just seeing that coming in from one of our reporters out there.
Yeah, one of the hot spots that Chip McCreary had mentioned, right? They were keeping a close eye on Haleiwa right now and Haleiwa at the preliminary stages of this tsunami event. Our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, is standing by as well, looking at what we're seeing in terms of any sort of tidal movement, what we're seeing in the currents. What are you noticing on your end? What we're witnessing here, is this kind of typical for what we should expect in this type of event?
Very interesting to watch all of the elements come together right now, and it's unfolding before our eyes. And I really do think, like we were talking about in the press conference, that the initial wave is much smaller, and then we could see that build up within the next couple of hours. We can actually see the direction of these currents. There is a little bit of stirring up that's going on where it is coming in different directions there. So this current is becoming more strong, and it is becoming a little bit more unpredictable. And that's why, like this gentleman or Wahine that's in the water right now, it's just too early to say if the waves are coming our way, and they're going to be coming in waves. We're talking about not just one big wave. We're going to have wave after wave and surges of energy. And historically speaking, because Hanalei is a place that we do have been impacted by tsunami waves. We've seen that along the north and east shores of the western end of the state, and along the north shores of Maui County. And Hilo, there historically have seen big significant tsunamis that have impacted them. So it does take time for all of this to build in, and like we're talking about, it's going to be a waiting game right now, and we'll have to be patient and just until we get that all clear to stay out of the water.
I'm going to bring your attention, though, just to about the middle of the screen. You can see the water, the current is moving from left to right. That is water leaving. That's what it looks like, water leaving. You can see the waves that are rippling just behind that. Those are not incoming waves. Those are waves that are flowing over the reef and heading out. And then just in the foreground, ahead of the water that is moving from left to right on your screen, we can see more rocks that are being exposed right now.
I can see it. You do see that receding a little bit more now.
If we would have had a side-by-side picture of what we were witnessing an hour before, this definitely looked very, calm with just the ripples of the waves coming into the shore. But now you can definitely see changes in the water.
Yeah, especially since I'm not familiar with Hanalei Bay, but if this were more of a daytime shot, usually what we see when we take this camera for our weathercasts, it's basically water, it's beach. But then now I'm almost wondering if that's not only reach, I'm wondering if that's sand that may be exposed there. Actually, just look where the palm trees are. You can see where the palm trees are. Sand is starting to get exposed there.
Yeah, you can very, very clearly see the sand, the rocks. Of course, this is the big sign that the wave is growing. It's growing as it's approaching the shoreline. I'm trying to find where that person was. Whether they were foiling, whether they were paddleboarding, were they impacted by the water receding out?
Yeah, it's really hard to see. It's getting darker by the minute right now, and the water is a place not to be, of course, when you see how unpredictable the water is, and especially with the strong currents that accompany a tsunami.
Yeah, in fact, look, I can tell now, that's sand now. There's a lot of sand exposed there. And so you see the waves just off in the distance, but a lot of the beach, a lot of Hanalei Bay, the sand, even as you look to your left, to the left side of the screen, looks like more sand, looks like more of the reef, more of the rocks. It looks like the beach has receded probably about 100 feet.
Do we know how many buoys are in the area?
Not that many. I don't think there's any buoys there. The one that we do have. Jen's going to go take a look real quick.
I do remember while listening into that news conference from Dr. Chip McCrary, he says that they are monitoring 15 sea level gauges across the state as this event is happening to get more data, saying that it's going to be several hours before the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center may be able to lower the warning to an advisory when the waves go down, and it won't be until at least tomorrow morning when possibly that warning is canceled altogether.
Steph, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it seems like the water might be rushing back in ever so slightly. You can see some waves forming, and some of the sand that was previously exposed is getting covered up. You can see those ripples right in the center of your screen. Luckily, we still have a little bit of daylight over near Hanalei Bay compared to our other tower cams. It seems like some water might be rushing in, but still a lot of sand exposed out there.
All of this happening more than 40 minutes after the estimated arrival of the first waves in Hanalei Bay at 7:10. So these changes right now are unfolding as we speak, and we're keeping a close eye on it. Any other observations there, Jen?
It's just really interesting to think about how much energy has moved across the ocean. With the tsunami wave, the initial surge of energy moving at 500 miles per hour across the ocean, and the wave direction really will tell a big story of what kind of wave we get. Like we were talking about, it's going across the open waters. It has to cross multiple islands, atolls as well before it arrives here. So that's going to impact those initial waves. And then now we're starting to see that surge of energy that comes through. So this is likely the second or third wave, like we're talking about, out of this whole tsunami event.
Yeah, and from our reporter out on the North Shore, also reporting earlier that the water was receding, and now saying that the tide is returning and coming back. So we are also seeing these changes as well on our shores here on Oahu.
Yeah, and this is going to be an hours-long event. As the forecasters have been telling us, this is not a single wave. They've been telling us throughout this waiting period, this is going to be taking place over the course of several hours right now. Jen, you said it best. We're watching this unfold before our very eyes right now. We're going to be staying on this camp at Hanalei Bay, which is the first site of activity following this tsunami warning. We're also keeping close tabs right now on what is happening up and down the island chain. But, I mean, the way that forecasters were able to pinpoint down and kind of this timetable here from when the earthquake initially struck, I mean, it seems to be right on line with what we're seeing here, and the activity really lines up.
Yeah. You know, speaking of activity, guys, sorry, we just want to take another live look at a camera that has just become available for us.
Another vantage point of
Hanalei Bay. So, pardon, sometimes the live shot there does freeze, but at least this gives us an idea. I know a screenshot of the changes that were taking place, of the water receding earlier. Of course, this is a live look right now.
Stevens. First name Jamie. Date of birth 3584.
The shoreline there, another vantage point of Hanalei Bay.
It's hard to tell from this vantage point, but you know, we'd have to see if there is any receding water that happened before this. There looks like there's a little bit of a debris line, not that big. So that would be above the heart. That would be like the line of little tree limbs and so forth. We're going to try and stay on this shot as long as we can, just because we can. But of course, it's going to get dark, and once that happens, we won't be able to monitor this. But the waves will start hitting places like Waikiki a little bit better than we have crews that are out and about all over the islands, and that includes Kapalui, Punachetas on Maui. Right now, it looks like things are stabilized, but once again, the difference between waves, the time difference between waves can be 20 to 30 minutes. And so what we saw just a moment ago, where the water was going out and receding out of Hanalei Bay and then coming back in, maybe not that big, but if we do get another episode of receding water while there's still some daylight to play with, we might be able to see that maybe in about 10, 15 minutes or thereabouts.
Typically, how many waves do you expect in an event?
Hard to say. Very hard to say, because again, it depends on how the earthquake basically acted, what kind of earthquake it was. And so, you know, if there was a lot of shaking, then maybe there's a lot more waves. It was just one thrust, which it normally isn't, then, well, you're kind of stuck with a bunch of waves, you know. So basically, as Dr. McCreary said, this could be a case where we could be going on well into the night, and the first wave may not be the biggest one. It could be some of the successive waves that come after it.
I mean, if you remember, Ben, the 2011 tsunami, I mean, that we weren't expected to feel the effects and see the first waves until sometime around 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
And the all clear wasn't given until hours after that, and we were still waiting to see the effects. I remember it was a long period of waiting, but the damage was significant. Even though it looked, the waves looked small, you cannot see visibly just the power and the rushing water.
The surge coming
That is
in.
what caused all the damage to the piers, to the boats, the boaters who weren't able to leave in time.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about the boats having to leave when they can, and the Coast Guard saying evacuate, take your vessels out to open water at least 300 feet deep so that you can avoid the surge. That's basically what it is, and we have been repeating it often. It's not a surface wave. It's just basically the energy that goes all the way from the ocean surface down to the bottom. And so you're going to get strong currents, and as, again, it gets into shallower water, it's going to go not only higher, but it's also going to get wider. And so you're going to have an area of strong currents that are going to impact. They're going to swirl around. They're going to do strange things that as they interact with the reefs and they interact with the bottom of the ocean.
I mean, just so that you can appreciate it more, we can talk about the power of these waves. I mean, the governor said it as well. I mean, it's not the height of it, but it might, he may be saying it's 3 feet, but it's strong enough to move a house or a car.
And we're talking about the forward motion in all of this. And it was moving at one speeds of 500 to 550 miles per hour. And then once it reaches more shallow waters, it does slow down to speeds about 30 miles per hour. But it's that forward momentum that gets it going. And like Ben was talking about, spreading exponentially and widening as it does. And that's why this is wraparound energy. It's not like one side of the island is protected and the other side is not. This is going to be a whole statewide event as it wraps around. And then as it interacts with our topography, with our outer reefs, with our inner reefs, then we will see what kind of wave that it's going to be facing into the next couple of hours. So very interesting to see the dynamics of all of this come together. A lot of numerical models are put together to predict the wave speed and arrival times, and I do think they did a great job with the arrival times with this one, because we have been seeing activity since the 7 o'clock hour.
It's almost like trying to predict what a hurricane can do. We're starting to get pretty good at predicting where it's going to go, but the intensity, like how strong a hurricane is, that is still pretty much up to the hurricane, what Mother Nature decides. Same thing with the tsunamis happening here, where we have been able to reasonably predict when it's going to arrive, but as far as how big the waves are going to get, a couple of reasons why, again, we don't really have a definite concrete answer. We cannot tell you for sure. We have been saying like 3 to 9 feet or thereabouts, but we're not sure. It's something that we just have to be prepared for. If it happens, you were prepared. If it doesn't happen, just give a good sigh of relief. We were prepared. You know what to do better next time.
And that is our job, to make sure that you are prepared, and in that we have our crews spread out all across the island to cover this event. And we actually want to take a live shot now of Oahu's North Shore. This, I believe, is the Haleiwa area where waters, we're told, seem to be receding there. We're trying to light up this area as best as we can with our light, of course.
We've received reports that water was receding in the area. We also have a clip of, we can show you more in better light of kind of what exactly was happening. And here's that shot right now. Just trying to keep tabs on how this timeline matches up with what was happening at Hanalei. This is happening in Haleiwa as well. You just look at the activity, what's happening with the coastline here, keeping a close eye on the receding aspect. So this back out live. Visibility is poor because of the darkness, and so we're trying to get the best vantage point we can.
It's calm as far as you can see. Just, I mean, from looking at it right now, I mean, you can't really see much Ben or Jen.
Yeah. But the water has receded. It looks like a lot of like wet sand that's in the foreground. So that was water, or that was sand that was underwater. You can see a water line on that rock there. That's probably where the water was just a few minutes ago. And so we are seeing the water recede. You can see the Rainbow Bridge off in the distance near the top of your screen, and so that gives you a little bit of basically what's going on.
That's a shot at North Shore right now. We also have a live
status update when we're over
There's good lighting on this
Bay.
cam here, so it gives us a better sense of what we
Nothing
can see over
spotted
the
yet.
next several hours or so.
Confirming if you want to continue flying or return to Sever.
Over the shoreline as well.
Yeah, there's that area to
Thank you
the
for the
bottom
update. You guys can return to
of
Station
here.
7.
That's a very gentle slope. That's a very
Chopper 2 will return to Station 7.
gentle way to get into the ocean as far as the slope. So there's nothing particularly deep. You can go out several feet and you'll still be like in waist-high water. And so the run-up can go farther because it's a gentler slope. On the other side, the Fort de Rusi side, it's a little bit steeper on that side, but you can definitely tell that there has been some water run-up, and also maybe it's either a run-up or the water has receded at this point. But I think, judging from where the beginning of the pier is, at least on the sand, the wet sand that you see there was a run-up. So that is because usually that path to the pier is usually pretty dry. So if you've got the water running up that high, that means we did have something, and maybe more again could be on the way.
We want to pull up the Hanalei cam, but let's call for that one that was showing us a different vantage point, because we won't be able to really gather much. Yeah, we're trying to gather a different shot right here. That provides a much more different view of Hanalei. Gives you that
30 low-coffee circle.
Taking a look at this,
Stone area. Medic 3, your response for stabbing 30 low-coffee circle. Responsible stone area.
Press conference to give us an update on what they are seeing and what the state has experienced is coming in at 8:20. So of course we'll bring that to you live as it comes. But as far as I can see here, it's really hard to make out the movements in the water, just a swell in the background.
The trade winds, and we have a few swells moving through as well, coming in from the south and also the east. We're seeing some rising surf, and it's probably going to be a very important press conference coming up at 8:20. I think we're going to have more substantial data, more readings that they're going to share during that time, and that can give us an idea of what these initial waves have been doing. But we are seeing a lot of run-up across the entire island chain, and also those strong currents. The best case scenario out of all of this is getting those strong currents and not a whole lot of coastal flooding. So that's what we're hoping for. All of this initial painting of what's been happening with the tsunami, I hope that continues on for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, you look at there was a heart that was in the middle of this live shot a little bit earlier, and the water's been reaching the heart and maybe might have washed over it for all I can tell. It's not the best quality picture, and also this is probably that squall that we saw off in the distance in the earlier Hanalei Bay cam. But probably a combination of a little bit of rain, but also the fact that the water is a little bit higher now than we saw a little bit earlier when there was still adequate daylight. The debris line has moved up a little bit further, and so there's that squall line off in the distance. Again, just because of the lack of daylight, it's pretty much gone. We're seeing the last bits of dusk here, so it's going to be harder and harder to tell. So we're going to be looking at some of the other cameras that have better lighting around the state as this energy from the tsunami continues to move down the island chain. So we're expecting, like, for example, Hawaii Island maybe to get some action. We should be able to see it a little bit better as we get to, say, for example, Coconut Island. This is the shot now. The water is very calm there, but when you look at the bridge that goes over Coconut Island, many times when there is a tsunami, even if it's a small one, you can definitely see the current.
30 low pocket
right
circle.
Let's go to our Drew Davis now with some
The language
data.
barrier.
Yeah,
Reported about
Can we
26
pull
males
up
stabbed in the eye
really
with a
quickly,
piece of metal,
graphics 12, so you
conscious,
can see
bleeding
what's
from the
going
eye.
on. This is the latest look at the
Responsible
buoys
still in the
over
neighborhood
Nauru,
somewhere.
over in Kauai. Again, we are
We
seeing
see for
impacts
Indonesia.
from the tsunami. Again, this could be one wave.
Three
This
copy,
could
we'll
be
be stationed there.
the first of many to impact Kauai. Of course, we haven't been seeing too many impacts over at Honolulu, but this is a chart from the NOAA buoy over in Nauru. Again, we have been seeing some of the wave crests getting above 2 feet above the water level at that time. Again, we are seeing high tide right around now for most of the state, and it drops down very quickly to below 1 foot below the normal water level, so about half a foot below zero. Again, we are seeing impacts in terms of the tsunami wave right now, and again, the message here, and it's been the message all afternoon, is that this is not a one-wave event. We've seen the receding in Honolulu so far, and we've seen the water come back. We could continue to see receding, and now without light, it'll be harder to analyze, it'll be harder to really take a look at, but this is proof that we are seeing some of the impacts, at least from the buoy readings that we have so far.
All right,
guys,
I just got a text message from Robert Ballard from the National Weather Service, and he said the latest tsunami warning center bulletin says 4-foot amplitude at Haleiwa, so that's 1.2 meters. So 4-foot amplitude was the latest reading that they got in Haleiwa.
And basically, amplitude is like trough to crest, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's quite a bit. And we did get confirmation that the water line in that earlier live shot that we got from Haleiwa, that's where the water was. And so there was definitely a good receding of water at the Haleiwa. That looked like Ali'i Beach. I'm pretty sure that's the shoreline right at Ali'i Beach. And so the water did go down about 2 feet. Maybe it's not rushing back, but we are seeing the changes in tidal levels because of the tsunami. And again, as we're watching this live look near Dukahanamoku Beach and close to the lagoon there, waves are coming in as normal, but you can definitely see what's a high water line that did come in a little bit earlier, and we're just awaiting possibly the next receding water episode and then another wave coming in right behind that.
And Ben, because the event is here, and right now we're in the thick of it, based off of the measurements that are coming in, what can we say about Hawaii's underwater topography and its impact on the surges that are coming?
Well, it kind of depends on where you are. Like, for example, Honolulu Bay, I believe it's pretty shallow. Waimea Bay, it is shallower, and possibly, but you know, you will get a little bit more run up there. A good example, however, years ago, I remember there were people looking at Makapu'u. Makapu'u, not that deep. So if it was a big tsunami, we would see water just basically Makapu'u emptying out and then coming back in. That would be possibly in a worst case scenario tsunami. But, you know, those areas where there's a gentle slope underneath the water coming in, basically that spells trouble, you know. If it is a little bit more abrupt, shall we say, like if there's cliffs like the Nepali coastline, some of those areas, the Kaiwi coastline, even, for example, you may not get that much of a run up for some of that energy. But basically what we're looking at is if it is a gentle slope like Makapu'u, or it's shallower, you know, after it gets past, you know, the deeper water, and
someone's beating someone by the stick. I'm pretty sure that's your victim.
No. Could also see some higher water because
there was at least 10
the reef, it's a
people
little bit deeper
there.
and hits the reef, and then it'll start pushing over.
So it's
well,
been
unknown
almost
names,
an
unknown
hour
where they
since
went.
the first predicted waves arrived at Honolulu Bay as we take this live look, and we are expecting an update from state officials at 8:20. And until then, I guess Ben, Drew, and Jen, what kinds of data are you going to be listening in for with this upcoming update?
Thank you, Steph. Again, what we're watching now, we're in like you mentioned, we're in the thick of it, and we are watching the buoys. We're seeing several of the buoys reporting that we're seeing amplitudes of 2 feet, a much larger changes in the sea level right out there. Again, we took a look at the Nawili Willi buoy just a little while ago and the Hanalei buoy. So we are seeing changes out there. And again, this isn't just one wave. Potentially the initial estimation was around 7:17 p.m. So it's been a little under an hour since that's happening. We've been watching very closely. We've seen water recede, but we're watching the buoys now. The first wave may not be the biggest. It could be the second or third wave. We've seen water recede, and a lot of water receded in Hanalei pretty quickly, and the water came back in pretty quickly after that. Ben, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, when the water came back in, it looked kind of gentle, but remember that's energy again, the whole ocean energy coming in. It's not just the surface. And so the concern that we have, once more, the currents and Steph, as you were talking about earlier, we're talking about the currents that can cause damage over at La Mariana Harbor. That's when we saw boats getting pulled from their moorings, crashing into the piers, crashing into each other, those sorts of things. And so that is still a danger, and you definitely don't want to be caught in that particular energy because, you know, if you've ever been in a rip current, and I hope you never have, you know, you get caught in it. This is going to be like a whole bunch of different currents. It's basically a stirring up of the water. And you asked earlier, Mark, about the behavior underneath. Like if you go to pipeline right now, probably there's going to be water all Kapakai at the moment, you know, just all over the place. Currents are going to be just going in every which way, and so it's a very dangerous time to be in the water, but also on the shoreline and also along channels, rivers, streams, those areas, because you could still have energy that's going to be coming in through the rivers, and so just stay a good distance. We're seeing about 100 feet. Yeah, that's good.
And like you mentioned on the Hanalei cam, when we were watching the water recede, there was very different movements in the currents right before the water receded. We can see water moving out, moving in. So again, strong currents being created by these tsunamis. And just behind me, Ben, I do want to show the Nawili Willi buoy again. This is the most latest look. You can see the red right here is the typical water level. Typically, when you see water levels at buoys, you use them to track high tide and low tide, high tide and low tide. Of course, we're not seeing that right now because if you look at the end of this, we have this really big shock in terms of the water level. The buoy is going up and down very quickly. Again, this is a snapshot from about 10 minutes ago, so we might be seeing an updated look at that coming up here in a little bit. We'll make sure to show you that, but I do want to say that this may be the first wave of many. Again, this is Nawili Willi. This is on the over in Kauai County. We were taking a look at Haleiwa as well. So a lot can change. We're still, as Steph mentioned, in the thick of it. Your initial prediction, 7:17 p.m. We haven't seen a large wave come in yet that's really impacted, but we have seen receding in Hanalei. We've seen receding over in Haleiwa. So, a lot to watch.
Yeah, we haven't. We don't know what the situation is like at Haleiwa Harbor, Alawai Boat Harbor. Obviously, not safe to go there right now. But you know, we're just trying to see. We'll determine a little bit later just how many people took their vessels out to the open ocean. A little bit earlier, we did talk to one of the boaters. His boat was already on, you know, basically on the trailer, getting ready to evacuate that way. And he was talking about how some of the other vessel owners were heading out to sea just because you don't want to be in that mess, you know, kind of like being in a washing machine in a way. But that would be the best way to kind of describe what's going on. And then in areas like the bays and some of the harbors, you're going to get that pull of the water and you're going to get that push of the water once again, and that's what we've been also seeing in Hanalei Bay.
Yeah, and here's another look. This is a snapshot from a little while ago from Sand Island in the Midway Islands, so over near Midway Atoll. Again, this data is a little bit outdated, but it is just a look at, you can see the tsunami wave again. Ben, if you just point out where that shock is, again, up and down very quickly. That's how the buoys work. They're used to measure the high tide and low tide out there. And they're a very great tool to give us kind of an idea of how large these tsunami waves are. And again, the message is it's not just one wave, and we're going to continue watching.
10-4, have a good night.
But just so you know, this is one of the pieces of data that we use when we have, for example, king tides, because the blue line is basically your normal water level. The red line is the actual recorded water level. And so you see how it's supposed to be gentle. We had a high tide coming, but you have don't. So that almost tells me 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 waves. First one may have been the biggest one, and they get smaller. But again, this is just a snapshot. Later data may come in, and then we may just get maybe another bigger wave once again.
And a great reminder that this is coinciding with high tide. So the wave, the tsunami wave, the column of water riding on top of the actual sea level is riding on top of high tide, which is already elevated, so it makes it a little bit more of concern. That's it for Ben and I at the weather desk. Let's send it back to Mark and Steph at the anchor desk.
Ben and Drew, thank you very much. Very useful, very critical information as we are tracking this. We are approaching about an hour since the first activity that we saw at Hanalei Bay. So far, we've seen water levels recede both at Hanalei, Honolulu, and Haleiwa as well, and we're tracking this.
That's right, and we just got word that we are going to get another update from Warning Center officials in just a bit. But before then, we want to turn things over now to our reporter Dylan and Cheta, who is live on Maui for us. Dylan.
Anyway.
Aloha, thank you so much. I am located at the Wailuku Community Center. This is one of a number of gyms that have opened here on Maui. And I can tell you that the atmosphere here is rather relaxed. People are calm. People are kind of just waiting to hear what is going on. There are a lot of kupuna members here at the shelter. I would say there's about 50 to 60 or so people between the inside and the outside. Some community members have said that many other people chose other shelters to go to, but here at the Wailuku Community Center, people are kind of just hanging out and waiting to hear any updates, any news. There is also some concern that Red Cross officials are here, but they don't have a lot of supplies, not a lot of water, not a lot of snacks. So if you are going, or if you are at one of those shelters, hopefully you have brought your own. They do allow pets at the shelters here, and so I was here earlier today when the last siren alert went off. There's one just outside this building here, and that was quite loud, quite noticeable. And I spoke to some people earlier in the day as I just got to this shelter. I've been here for a couple hours now. Here's what they said. Aloha from the Wailuku Community Center. This is one of several spots that have opened as official shelters here in Maui County. I'm joined by Kathleen, Joseph, Mary, and Maria. They are here riding out this impending tsunami. First off, how are you folks feeling today?
Scared. This out of all that I've been through with all the tsunami warnings, this kind of feel really more like it's bound to happen, and I'm hoping it doesn't. Praying a lot for our homes, especially those who live close right next to the beach, which I do. So
I want to ask, as Maui residents, were you folks prepared for this? Were you ready to pack up and go, or are you just kind of winging it here tonight?
We're just kind of winging it because this is not something we're used to, and there are only so many roads on Maui. So, for example, for me to call Joe and let him know we just got this warning, so you need to leave Kihei now because there's only 2 roads in and out. And he felt he had more.
Have a good night. Thank you.
We're just, it's like we're winging it. It's not something that we have planned.
Girl, which car are you headed to?
You just get inside the shelter.
0 north,
Probably about 50 of them.
Yes.
I was like, let's go because I was afraid that we're not going to have space. Yeah, but it's pretty good. It has AC, and at least we get a bathroom here. But yeah, I'm kind of like scared.
How are you feeling through all of this?
I feel like I'm feeling well, like, what a tsunami coming, you gotta go get this and go get this and go get this. At the end they came out, I grabbed the snap and just put it.
Perfect. Marky tonight. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Thank you. 2018.
Hey, you need toilet paper, hand towels, water. That's it.
So right now, without the supplies of the shelter, what supplies do you folks personally have?
No, we were so unprepared for this that when Joe picked me up at work and we went right up the road to Kalui Food Line, which is like a 5-minute drive, and picked up whatever we could grab, and everything was pretty much sold out, deli and all that. So we grabbed a little bit of sushi, sandwich, And that was all we could get. And it took us an hour and a half from there to get back to the center that I work at. 5-minute drive. It took us an hour and a half. And just to go and get my car and then head over there.
That is a wild drive time. And lastly, Mary, I want to ask you, I mean, you mentioned you have the trailer. What was it like for you to evacuate?
104.
Prepared with everything in the trailer right now, that my personal belongings are my clothes, my ice box, my brand new freezer that I brought 3 weeks ago.
Emergency call on high.
That's about it. Other than that, beddings, everything, the whole trailer. And my brothers and my family, my sisters, and my brother.
Sister 84788 9695. I'll be with you guys on the Wild Park.
Prepared with everything in the trailer.
Absolutely.
We are so grateful and glad for all the early warning, all the sirens that go off that let us know. So we are definitely prepared in that way, and that they're keeping us informed and aware of what's going on.
Absolutely, and that is the latest from the people here on the Valley Isle. I thank you all so much for sharing your thoughts on this. The nerves are unsettled, so to speak, but the people of Maui often look out for each other and take care of each other, and we are here once again at the Wailuku Community Center, which is one of the shelters here tonight. And now I understand we have a press conference with Haima. Let's go ahead and send things back to the studio.
So much, Dylan and Cheto, for reporting for us live on Maui, but unfortunately we are still trying to get that live shot up right now. We're having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, we're trying to pull up a signal right now. This will be a live news conference, an update from Haima. Governor Josh Green and state emergency officials will be briefing us on the latest of the situation. We are still rolling on the news conference, so although we may not be taking it live right now, we will be bringing it to you in its entirety when we do get that up and running. In the meantime, let's give you a shot from our live cam overlooking Waikiki right now. One of the only shots as we're scrolling through our Rolodex of live cams that still has lighting and can give us some real-time context on what is happening with this tsunami event right now. Something that is happening during this time, you take a very close look at what is happening with the water line and the activity there and how it's going back and forth.
And we want to go live now to our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Robbins, who has the latest initial readings that just came in. Jen, what can you tell us?
We are looking at the initial readings, so this is probably something that they're going to go over in the press conference. Haleiwa, 4 feet in amplitude per 12 minutes. Hanalei was 3 feet in amplitude for 20 minutes. Midway, as we got that initial reading, 3 feet with lots of force behind it. I just want to take a closer look at what this means and what this data actually means. So when we're talking about amplitude, it's measured relative to normal sea level. So it is not crest to trough wave. And that's what we're seeing with these initial readings here. And the period of time is in minutes for one wave to the next. So that's what we're seeing. So we're certainly seeing lots of energy move around the islands, and that's why we are under a tsunami warning. Now for
rock and sand, that gave us pause. That doesn't happen for no reason. When the water pulls back like that, that means there's activity in the ocean. So again, we keep our fingers crossed that we don't suffer a big tsunami. Again, people have been very thoughtful and very safe, and that's what something we appreciate.
Aloha. Like the governor said, there is energy in the ocean. There were small measurements of smaller waves, and they want to see, the scientists are telling us, we want to see a few of them to know that we're in the clear. So the window is still 2 to 3 hours that we're watching this energy in the Pacific Ocean. So the counties have opened shelters and places of refuge. If the citizens need it, they can use that. We're postured to support those shelters with wraparound services if needed. There's also Red Cross that's standing by. There's and it's really this sense of aloha in the state. Family Promise of Hawaii. They're reaching and leaning forward to say that they can help folks. If the public needs assistance, we'll post their phone number and email that if people are impacted and need assistance, they can reach out. So there's a lot of entities, a lot of community involvement, and it's wonderful to see how the state is reacting to a very serious threat to our public and to the safety of the state. Thank you.
Mahalo, Administrator Barros. Finally, I'd like to bring up Captain Nick Wurst, Commander Sector Honolulu and Captain of the Port.
Thank you, Governor. As stated, Captain Nick Wurst, Sector Honolulu. Our top priorities for the Coast Guard right now are the safety of life, the safety of our ports, and then any environmental impacts to the state. In anticipation of that, we have closed all commercial harbors and ordered evacuation of those harbors to mitigate risk. In addition, have Coast Guard assets deployed, small boats, ships, and planes and aircraft pre-deployed. So post-impact, we are ready to respond very quickly to any search and rescue cases, to be able to assess the ports to make sure they're safe to be reopened for commerce, and then also any environmental impacts, we can respond to that. So we are working in unison with the state, and thank you very much for your time.
Okay, at this time, we're going to facilitate questions from the media, and we'll start with Andrew, Honolulu Star Advertiser. So the question is, who gives the most important input on determining an all clear?
We're going to turn to Dr. Chip at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. They're on the calls with the governor. They're advising the leadership, and they'll give us an indication of what they believe, and then it'll be an executive order.
Central. We're transporting one meal to the fuel center.
Okay, next time we're going to go to Le'ui, KITV4.
From the receiving desk.
So the question is around what are the indicators for closely monitoring the surge cycle?
Well, there's multiple readings of the waves all across the Pacific and then all across the islands. So there's a printout that we see dozens of those measurements, and they've ranged from 0.23 meters, in some cases to over a meter. So we have had a couple waves of that size. The largest wave we believe we saw was in Haleiwa, over a meter, well over a meter. And then, of course, the pause that we had was also watching the shoreline recede, where we saw, the water pull back 20 or 30 feet. That seemed like an anticipated large wave. So that's what we've all seen historically. We're really hoping that we are out of soon, out of harm's way. Again, we don't want anyone to let their guard down. We want it to go another couple hours. As the waves cycle smaller and smaller, that's how we know that we're ending this concern.
Governor, up next, Ashley, Hawaii Public Radio.
Yeah, this is Kilo 6 Kilo Uniform Bravo. Yeah, your volume is very low.
So the question is, when the all clear comes or is finalized and communicated, what does that mean with regard to the water?
I think that means that we reach functional zero risk. Because we're able to continue to monitor waves all throughout the Pacific, including the multiple different locations that we described earlier. But most importantly, as the waves end generation, when they're hitting our own shorelines, which can cause more wave activity, then we know it's over. So we'll be hopeful. Also we'll see the tides go down, which is, not nothing. We did observe pretty significant waves on the other side of the Pacific. In Japan, there were 3-meter waves, and we saw some of them cascade over their shoreline. So that's a big concern. But again, so far so good. We had a couple fender benders on the highway.
We have one guy in the medic ready, but we have another person that needs medical attention.
A couple people went home from work a little early today. But that's all an excellent outcome if we don't end up having, a serious tsunami like we did in past decades.
Final question going to Daryl Huff, Hawaii News Now.
Okay, so looking forward, what I'm trying to understand is when you say we had a 3-foot wave in Haleiwa, that was the water receded
came back in, we didn't have a wave go up on the parking lot or anything like that. But we probably never had waves inundated.
So the question is confirmation on the waves not coming and making their way inland yet, and then what can we anticipate next?
Yeah, so as our conversations with the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, yes, they would prefer to see multitude of these smaller waves as at 3 feet. We see it a little bit 3 feet and not generate that bigger wave. So as we watch throughout the evening, monitoring different buoys across, monitoring cameras, we're watching those waves. So again, the best case is we get some of those smaller waves that don't inundate and flood coastlines.
Okay, well, look, thank you everyone for your patience. We, like I said, are going to get another update from the scientific community around 9, and then we'll communicate with you. We'll reach out through social media and text shortly thereafter in case there's any update. And then, you know, hopefully, fingers crossed, the gentleman will be able to come up and hopefully give us the all clear in 2 or 3 hours, perhaps by 11 tonight. But we want to still be cautious. There's just no reason to take any risks. So again, thank you everyone. Thank you for being mindful of the large risk. If large waves did come over the shore, we know there would be harm and loss of life. So we just don't want to lose any of our people.
All right, you've been listening to a news conference with Governor Josh Green and emergency officials. Not an all clear given just yet, but we can say this, as opposed to about an hour and a half ago, certainly you can detect an air of optimism in the remarks, talking about the discussion of an all clear as we are tracking activity with the tsunami warning.
That's right, just as you all at home have been watching with us and seeing the changes in our live shots at Hanalei, Kaanapali, Waikiki, and Haleiwa, just as Governor Green said, everybody witnessed those changes. There was activity in the water, and on the positive side, they noticed that it was on the smaller side. However, as you mentioned, Mark, and just official stress, it does not mean that we are in the clear just yet. Of course, we're waiting for another series of waves and data to come in.
Yeah, we're still in the window right now. Forecasters are continuing to keep a close eye on the movement. Something that was said repeatedly in this news conference just now is that, you know, right now, what is happening in the ocean, there's a ton of energy out there, and thankfully this hasn't resulted in coastal flooding. We've seen the numbers with the recession of the shoreline and things of that nature, but no major coastal flooding right now. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins has a closer look at the numbers that scientists are picking up. Jen.
After that press conference, so far so good, as we are going to be in good shape if we continue this trend. So Haleiwa, the biggest in amplitude, we're talking about 4 feet per 12 minutes. So that's with the wave energy that we're seeing. Hanalei, 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. Initial readings that we saw over in Midway at 3 feet with lots of force. Right now, we're not seeing a whole lot of coastal flooding, but we are seeing a lot of energy over the waters and lots of movement as well. So the movement that we'll continue to see at night, you could actually see this was the initial readings, anywhere from 0.2 or 0.1 to 0.3 meters, so that would be just about a foot or so, and then 1 to 2 meters up to like more than 3 feet that was initially expected, and that's what we're seeing with some of these initial waves, about 4 feet, and Haleiwa was the biggest. And just to take a closer look, the time of the measurement is what we're seeing. Amplitude, tsunami amplitude is measured relative to the normal sea level, so it's not crest to trough wave heights that we're given here. And per period, we're talking about the time in minutes from one wave to the next. So example, like we're talking about with Haleiwa coming in at 12 minutes, that is from one wave to the next there. And then Hanalei, 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes, that's one wave to the next as well. So we are expecting A tsunami is a series of long ocean waves, as you know. Each individual wave crest can last 5 to 15 minutes or more, and then essentially could lead to flooding. But we have been in pretty good shape so far, but it is quite unpredictable with the strong current, so we're not out of the woods yet. We're not in the clear yet, and it looks like as we pass the amplitude here reaching its peak, we'll be on a downward trend when it comes to those wave heights, which is great news for us, but unpredictable still with those strong currents, rip currents that we've been seeing. On top of all of this energy, we do have a south swell. Also, east-facing shore is seeing some swell energy there. Wraparound energy for all of the islands. And then on top of all of that, it's coinciding with that high tide. So in the past, the most effective areas, Hilo got hit really hard in 1946, 1960, and 2011, known as the hot spot of tsunamis due to the bay's shape. And also what plays a big role in all of this is the wave direction that we're seeing as it comes through the source there of the epicenter. Kona suffered damage in 1975 and also in 2011. And then we did see plenty of energy in past years with run-up, depending on the wave direction, all the way on those north shores of all of the islands over the western end of the state. So very fascinating when you take a look at tsunami history and also the science behind it. And Hawaii has endured over 160 tsunamis since 1812, and that can cause, of course, as we've seen today as it unfolds before our very own eyes, huge surges of energy to travel across the ocean. And the origin in the past has been Alaska, Chile, Japan, and Russia. And history has showed us the magnitude and depth between these do play a big role, but even with a strong magnitude earthquake like 8.8 in 2010, it was only about 3 feet when it comes to the wave heights during that time. So it highly depends on the direction as it travels over the ocean, a lot of elements as it comes our way. But here's a friendly reminder, the power of water. Usually we talk about this when we get a lot of flooding from rain, but 1 foot can pick up cars, 2 feet can move SUVs and heavy trucks. And the power of water is substantial when it comes to this tsunami energy. We'll take a deeper look at all of these elements coming together in a little bit, but first, back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Jen, for that important information as we continue to await the information just released from Pacific Tsunami Warning Center officials there. But as we take a live look now at this Waikiki camera live view, you can see, just as Governor Green mentioned, another positive thing that came out of this event is that everybody heeded the warnings.
Yes.
Coastlines are clear. He said just minus a couple of fender benders out on the roadways. Everybody showed that aloha spirit. They listened to officials, and you can see right now, nobody on the beach, minus that one foiler or stand-up paddleboarder out in Hanalei Bay that we spotted earlier tonight. But he says, let's continue to kokua. Let's continue to stay in this together and have this positive outcome, because this is not over yet.
No, precisely. We're still in the window right now. We're staying on this cam because it is our only visible cam. But yeah, you think about kind of how this afternoon played out, right? And the response time that has happened. So you had the initial quake at 1:30. The severity was upgraded to an 8.8, and then the warning came down about 3 o'clock. This afternoon, around 2:45 or so. So in that time, up until you hit 7:15, that was enough time for action to be taken in terms of locating evacuation shelters, clearing up the roadways. Yes, we saw the traffic, but in the hours since, that has dissipated. That coincided with rush hour traffic, and then just the response county by county across the state, with state crews going out there, making sure that beachgoers are off the coast, off the shoreline right now. You still have some people out there taking their chances. But from what we heard in the governor's most recent remarks about 10 minutes ago, yes, we are still in the window, but we did hear the phrase "all clear" being mentioned several times in those remarks. All clear has not been given yet, but just based off of the initial readings that have come in so far, there seems to be some positive developments on what we have seen from the initial surge, and going back to, you think back to the different models that we had seen, from just buoy measurings, and you see that first spike that you have, the very dramatic spike within the first couple of waves, and after that you have some smaller spikes. So let's just hope, from what we have seen so far, it remains to just be current surges, nothing in the way of coastal flooding. Knock on wood.
All right, a live look now at Honolulu Harbor with Aloha Tower shining brightly there. You can see clearly that all of the boats have left, the fishing boats. Coast Guard cutter has left as well. As soon as that tsunami warning siren went off. And we won't be hearing any more sirens after the 7:10 initial arrival of those waves, but we are still heavily monitoring any changes that we will be seeing on our coastlines. We also want to give an update that Kole Pass is officially closed. Of course, military officials jumped in and worked with the State Department of Transportation to open up that valuable passageway to allow West Oahu residents who are near the coastlines to evacuate readily. So they closed Kole Pass at approximately 8:15 tonight due to low visibility, they say, but they did report that an estimated 410 residents were able to utilize that key passageway thanks to the military for making that available to them.
Yeah, it's precisely what it's intended. Okay, and that's what it's there for, right? To, you know, come to the aid of Leeward Oahu residents during these types of situations.
Thank you.
So far, as we give you a look from our helocam, as we have seen how these images have developed over the course of the last couple of hours or so, and how daylight has dissipated, no major activity in terms of coastal flooding. We saw the water receding when we were looking at the Honolulu Bay. The water receding from the shots we were getting at Honolulu Harbor. We are getting some reports of water kind of, you know, moving in at Maunalua Bay out in east Honolulu. Will be we are told the parking lot is filled with water out at Coconut Island out in Hilo. As you can see from this cam, it's on the bottom left of your screen. Yep.
So
you see it too, right?
I see it. Yeah, if you look closely, and we want to thank producer for showing us. It's really hard to make out because, of course, it is nighttime and all of these changes are taking place. But yes, the bottom right corner there, you can see the parking lot.
Actually, bottom left.
Bottom left. That left.
Yeah, the other left.
Is completely flooded. Ben and Drew, you could speak about this, and of course Jen also mentioned high tides playing a role.
Yeah, high tides do play a role, but remember earlier, this is several hours ago, I mentioned about how this is in and out by that bridge now. Usually that parking lot, you can see four stories shifting right into the street right over there, just above the palm tree to the bottom left. So that is usually dry now. That is very dry. You can park your car there. I've done live shots from that particular area during tropical cyclones and so forth. So yeah, apparently while we were going through the various and sundry press conferences and getting more data, one thing that has apparently happened is that the ocean, a tsunami came and flooded the parking lot of Coconut Island, and there it is in this live shot. So that's all ocean water that came in, and I was trying to look a little bit earlier before we pointed out the fact that the parking lot is flooded. I was trying to look at the currents beneath the bridge, and you know, it looks a little weird right now. It may be coming in again for, you know, we'll take a look at some of the spikes, but there is some current that's going on over there that I can kind of detect, but basically the sign that something is going on, the parking lot in the foreground in front of the Coconut Island Bridge, it's flooded. It's basically, we've had something, you know, significant wave height come in as well.
So I'm gonna send a number. I'll have to the hospital follow up with the first
from Maunalua Bay with the water coming in. Let's see if we can play that in. So
this is in East Oahu, Hawaii Kai. Wow.
Now this is during, you know, we have construction in the area right now for a dredging project. Who knows how that will be impacted, but you're just seeing how we were watching the water around the 7:15 time frame, okay, the first expected window of arrival for this tsunami, kind of the different effects that it is having. If what we are seeing is water moving in, a parking lot flooded, we will take that from what we have seen in the past, right?
Absolutely. But most importantly, so Pacific Tsunami Warning Center officials saying before they give the all clear, yes, these are positive signs, but they are going to hope that we continue to see more of these smaller waves in the next series of waves that are set to arrive to Hawaii before giving the all clear.
And I want to take another look at some of the data from the Midway Atoll. Of course, the buoy that we've been watching all evening out there, of course, is kind of giving us a picture of how these waves are going to be moving in. We've got open water in between.
Central 30, all appears in order to Martinez 10-8, send me a number.
Hawaii. So we really don't have a good idea of a good way to analyze it along the way as it's tracking towards the island chain. Ben and I are here in the Weather Center right now. We are looking at this data. This is from the Sand Island Midway Atoll buoy. You can actually take a look. This is over the last few hours. Again, we've been watching the actual waves from the tsunami moving in. Again, Ben, it's up and down, up and down. The buoy is rising very quickly, dropping very quickly. I do want to point out just again, we've even seen another shock or another large at the end there. This happened around 7:06 p.m. local time for the Midway Atoll. Again, we're still watching. That's why we haven't seen the all clear yet. We're still seeing spikes coming in on the buoy.
Yeah, a little bit earlier we showed you like these 4 spikes here, 1, 2, 3, 4. They get smaller. 2 smaller spikes, and then we've got this next spike, spike number 5, I guess I'll call it. And this one is obviously larger than the first one. So it's not necessary that the first wave was the biggest. We're not seeing that. We're already seeing some data that shows that we did have a much higher wave, and that could have possibly moved in. This might have been the one that flooded Coconut Island's parking lot.
And Jennifer Robbins, Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins mentioned that's a hot spot. Hilo Bay is a hot spot for flooding, especially when it comes to past tsunamis. And we're getting word from our producer, that we are seeing some flooding over in Hilo Bay. We want to take you back out there. Still seeing some water moving into.
It's a closer shot here.
Moving into the parking lot there.
Yeah, looks like, there we go. Yeah, looks like, I'm just going to move away from the desk for a moment, but it looks like, yeah, there's water. We can't really tell where the edge is, but because of darkness, but it looks like more water has been starting to move into the parking lot there. You can see on the right side of your screen where that little light reflection is. That might be a little bit of water movement there. It's not happening, but just looking to see if it's getting rid of the water is actually leaving the parking lot or trying to avoid the parking lot. But you can see most of the parking lot at Coconut Island and Hilo Bay basically got inundated. They're not big, but once again, that's a good thing. It's one of those times where not having the worst case scenario is definitely something to celebrate. But again, we're not completely done with this event yet, because as we've been emphasizing over and over, this is not one wave, this is a series of, an update. And we've also got an update now from Chip McCreary, the head of the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. Let's go there.
Actually got our largest reading so far.
While transferring him out to the truck. Heart rate was.
That's just the initial wave so far there. Some of the other readings have come up here. Maybe I've reported these before, but about 8 feet crest to trough probably. Again, about 8 feet crest to trough. In Haleiwa, 3 feet. Way that deal was in Honolulu, it's also about 4 feet crest to trough. So, again, the oscillations are picking up, and they're in places where it's already hit, maybe on Hawaii. Hopefully they're starting to die down a bit, but as I mentioned before, we want to monitor this for
quite a few wave cycles to make sure the pattern is really going down and it's not going to pop back up again, which it does. It does this pretty standard pattern that things will go down a couple of waves and come up. So we'll just be, our job right now for Hawaii is just to continue monitoring this and reporting the readings. And I mean, we issued another bulletin just half an hour ago with our latest readings, and we'll just continue.
Copy, 10-8
Oh,
or
it
10-1.
depends. They're not.
Copy.
They're the kind of things that could cause damage to smaller wooden structures, I suppose. It's hard to say. The readings we're reporting here are what we see on a gauge. So we can't really see what's happening all along the coastline. And gauges are usually in fairly protected places inside a harbor, so oftentimes it's not the largest reading we'll see on a gauge. People put gauges in a protected place because they want them to last.
Female, not feeling well, general weakness, dizzy. Patient weight 170 pounds, recent surgery last week.
We don't know what's actually happening comprehensively along a coast. So if the water comes up, I think I mentioned once before, for a human, if you're standing in water even up to your knee and it's fast moving water, it can easily sweep you off your feet. And so water has a lot of power when it's flowing fast, and when it comes onto the land, that's what's happening. It's flowing fast, so it can damage structures. But so far, we haven't seen anything too big, but still a little bit early. So we're not out of the woods yet. But I'm quite happy that we, at least on our gauges, we haven't seen numbers like 10 feet above normal sea level. We're seeing the biggest ones are close to 10 feet from crest to trough.
Kind of informing neighboring countries and nations about the waves coming in. What's the latest data you're giving to them? And since it's past how much what are you doing?
Well, we actually what we do is we send them the results of our forecast. So they can see along their coastline. Our model makes forecasts based on an approximation for how big the amplitude might be along their coasts, and then they can make their own decisions about issuing alerts based on that. In some places, like in northern Chile, the Chileans have told us they have a very cliffy coastline, so if they have a wave that's 1 meter, it's not a threat to them because it's not going to go inland along that cliffy coast. So it's all kind of depends upon the individual country what they decide to do with these amplitudes we see. But we'll update our forecast. We updated this one several times, and then we issue it to those countries.
This is Whiskey Hotel 6.
calling me? Alright. Can you roll me over to 153 Charlie? Anything.
Station, call again.
That's a very poor thing to do until we know it's safe. So I would always advise.
Hello, Ella. Thank you for taking in there.
Emergency management.
Let's see.
Kind of taking an unnecessary chance. And I hope they're all right.
Center 9210.
And 4 QUM, November 4, Kilo Uniform Mike here. Over.
Hello for hanging in there. W87
Well, even if you
Like 20 years bumper or welfare check.
have seen
This
films
HB on
of the
scene. This is
2011
manifesting
tsunami in Japan,
like
you
20
can
years
see that
bumper,
sometimes
welfare
when the
check,
wave hits, it's very
manifesting
slow.
HB on
It
scene.
looks like
And on 2052.
like a little bit of a surge of the sea. It just starts coming in a little bit and rising slowly, but it doesn't stop. It keeps rising and rising and rising, and the current gets faster and faster. And there's videos of a town that's wiped out for 15 minutes from something that didn't come in like a wall of water. It just came in like slowly rising tide. Well, not as slow as the tide. It's a rising tide that will come to its peak in 10 minutes or 15 minutes. And why it does that depends upon, it really depends upon the shape of the coastline and the offshore bathymetry. So if it's a gently sloping offshore bathymetry, then the sea is just going to rise slowly. But if it's something that gets focused, or sometimes if there's a sharper slope, then the wave can rise up and form this rolling white water like you see it breaking surfing.
So it wouldn't be an anomaly that something big could happen at this point. That could change the course of what you're watching.
Anybody else who would like to check in?
I'm hopeful not. I think we still haven't seen what's going to happen on the Big Island. We haven't seen cycles. We've seen quite a few cycles on Kauai, and there haven't been any surprises. It did grow after the first waves, but it hasn't grown very quickly after that.
Kahalui Maui was 4 foot. Haleiwa was 4 foot.
We've seen the worst.
And William Ridley on Kauai was 0.8 foot. Let's see, Honolulu was 3 feet. And the rest is out of the country, and the biggest one there was in Midway, 3.1 feet. So
we're
still hanging in there, waiting for the next couple waves, and hopefully we'll be out of this in the clear. So I'll just be monitoring that right now. If anybody has traffic, just call.
In big tsunamis where you've had a lot of destruction of structures, then flowing back out is as dangerous as flowing back in, because you're carrying all this debris. Debris is battering rams, and of course it's terrible for people in the water too. So.
NA6AR, got you in the net there, and I guess don't move it in. Can you see the water from your place there in Kona?
I think we probably would need another hour to come back down.
We may have seen a small rise around 7:15, 7:17.
Yeah, I'm hitting Nono and
rocks of the Kailua Bay Point. Nothing significant.
Primo Nono and Abi Kino and Abi Kaula.
Mahalo. They said it's going to be another hour or two before we're out of there. So thank you for hanging in there, and we'll be monitoring.
We were listening into a news conference with Chip McCreary of the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, just providing us the latest. He mentioned a wealth of information right there on the statistics and the new data models that are coming in. Chief Meteorologist Jennifer Robbins can break that down for us and kind of what we're seeing in terms of forecast.
Thank you so much, Mark. Well, so far so good with the initial cycles is what Chip was talking about. We're crossing our fingers. It continues to behave this way as what we've seen with these initial readings. So those first initial waves came in at 7 o'clock, but then grew larger and larger by 8 o'clock, and hopefully will be on the downward trend into the next several hours. But Chip was talking about it's too early to say if we'll have another spike in energy, so we're not in the clear yet. But what we're seeing is unpredictable, strong currents accompanying all of this, as we did see the initial waves come into the picture during that 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock hour. Here are some of the initial readings reaching the islands. So Haleiwa, one of the largest there at 4 feet. Also on Maui, you see this is an amplitude. Per 12 seconds in Haleiwa, there's lots of movement over the waters. In Honolulu, it was about 3 feet in amplitude per 20 minutes. So when you look at that time stamp there, when we're talking about per 12 minutes or per 20 minutes, that is wave after wave. We're talking about the first cycle, and then you'll see that energy coming in, a period of time for one wave to the next. And also, amplitude is a measurement here relative to normal sea level. So these are the numbers that we're seeing that are relative to normal sea level. And we are seeing it hopefully on a downward trend, but it's too early to say. As you can see, the magnitude, the depth, the wave direction plays a big role of how all of this unfolds. And as the waves get closer and closer to the islands and how it interacts with the island chain and also with our seafloor as well. And you could see back in history in 1960, a 9.5 magnitude hurricane, or a 9.5 magnitude earthquake. Very devastating situation. It arrived 15 hours, up to 35 feet during that time period. And that was one of the strongest and one of the most devastating in history that we have on record, with that 9.5 magnitude earthquake that happened in Chile. And then also in 2010, even though it was a strong magnitude earthquake at 8.8, only about 3 feet. So it really highly depends. Each individual tsunami is not alike with the magnitude, how far the wave energy has to travel, what direction it has to travel in. And then in 2011, with the Japan earthquake at 9.1, we did see anywhere from 6 to 7 feet in property damage. So it's really dark outside. It's not until tomorrow's morning light we'll see what kind of damage is coming our way. It's too early to say what the readings are. We're seeing some initial cycles in Hilo, but it usually gets hit pretty hard there, being the hot spot of tsunamis due to the bay's shape. And so we'll see what the readings are in the following cycles that we're seeing there. But fortunately enough, we've been seeing some maybe run up and not a whole lot of coastal flooding that's making its way inland. So that's been great news for us. And we could be seeing more run up into the next couple of hours. And also a big concern, of course, will be all of the activity and movement over the waters, with the swell energy that we're seeing right now, with the tide that we're seeing, and then on top of that, of course, how unpredictable some of that energy is, and that it's coming in surges. But as we've been talking about throughout the entire evening, Hawaii is no stranger to tsunamis. It has endured over 160 tsunamis since 1812, and we've seen a number of origins. Right now, the epicenter, even though it has been so far away, it's incredible how far these waves can travel, up to 500 to 550 miles per hour, and then eventually arrive. And we had that 5 to 6 hour window. And it looks like a lot of the projections have been pretty good, right on target. Initially, the lower end, when we're talking about 3 feet or so, we've been falling anywhere from about 3 feet to 4 feet so far, and hoping that trend continues as we approach the next several hours.
As you said, yes, we are watching and we are currently waiting and continuing to monitor the effects that we're seeing live. We just showed you that flood parking lot at Coconut Island over in Hilo, and we are currently preparing a video clip for you to show you at home of the ebb and flow of Hanalei Bay. We actually have that right now, a time lapse of when the initial waves were arriving Hanalei Bay at 7:10 this evening.
Yeah, so the window started at 7:10, and over the next 20 minutes to half hour or so, we were keeping a very close eye on kind of how this shot was evolving. And this time lapse really shows that, as you can see, some of the water moving back, exposing more and more of the shoreline and the shallow areas there. Just really fascinating to see how this was unfolding before our very eyes.
Yeah, this really is a historical moment, Mark, as us and the entire state of Hawaii watch these events unfolding. However, you know, it could also be a moment of anxiety for a lot of people, especially because this is happening at night when you can't really observe and see the changes, as we were all recalling the past major tsunami and the effects of that one in Japan back in 2011. The effects were during the day, where we could actually see and observe those effects. So we are in for possibly a long night ahead.
Yeah, but you know what we've been hearing from the latest updates from Haima and the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, yes, we are still in the window, but there is optimism with the numbers that have emerged so far and the data they are tracking with the forecast. We do want to mention this, that Hawaiian Airlines is safely resuming flight operations this evening as airports reopen. We appreciate our guests' patience and understanding while we adjusted operations here in Hawaii. Guests with travel to, from, or within the Hawaiian Islands should continue to check the status of their flight.
And as far as we know, the Hilo Airport remains closed, and the Kahului Airport, all flights to and from Kahului Airport have been canceled. And just as Mark mentioned, it is best to just check in with your individual flight carriers for the latest schedules. Now, as I understand, we want to go live to our reporter Daryl Huff, who has an update for us. Daryl.
122, remember off.
Copy 122.
Press conferences. Well, the governor has left the building. I think that's a big sign of confidence, although what they're saying here is, please, if you're outside of the inundation zone because you have evacuated, stay outside of it for now. We're waiting for an all clear signal. Now, what they're telling us is that the governor and his emergency staff will not be making updates again formally from here, but they'll be pushing out things on social media that obviously we will pick up at Hawaii News Now and repeat on our digital platforms. And of course, you guys are on the air. And you've been doing a great job. Congratulations. But for now, there's a lot of confidence here that they won't have to have another update about danger to the community. But there is energy in the water, and it's very tricky out there. So what they're going to do is send out updates on social media, probably about now, and then another hour. When there is an all clear, the Adjutant General will come out and announce it. And that will be on X, on their social media. And of course, we'll pick that up and turn it around, probably live for you here on Hawaii News Now. So for now, the governor has left the building. There seems to be a lot of confidence that we have gotten through this crisis safely. And now I'll send it back to you folks.
Carol, thank you very much. That is a significant development there. But of course, we are still on standby for the all clear. And as far as we've been told, that could even come tomorrow.
Come tomorrow. We've heard a range of estimates, right? You've heard an all clear being whispered potentially within the next couple hours or so. Other sides, if you listen to forecasters and scientists who, of course, they're looking at the numbers and looking at the models all night throughout this, and so you're going to see maybe all clear on their end for another few hours after that. Regardless, what we are witnessing so far is something that has shown some areas of rising tide levels, strong current. This right now, as we give you our live shot from our Hilo Bay cam, is probably the most visual representation of what we can see so far. In the current conditions with the darkness here, is that the parking lot at Coconut Island has been flooded, giving us a sign, in addition to some of the video that we've been seeing with the receding water, of the effects of this.
Yeah, and actually in about 5 minutes ago or so, we were just hearing from a reporter who was out on the North Shore near Haleiwa saying he witnessed water rushing back under the Rainbow Bridge. I know that we were taking some visuals from there earlier, but I want to open it up now to our first weather team, Drew Davis and Ben Gutierrez, about your thoughts so far on where we're at tonight.
Yeah, it looks like at the moment what we've been seeing is a good sign. Basically, I know that some have said we may not get the all clear until tomorrow morning, but part of the scenario is this could be, there's a police car going into the parking lot, trying to make sure that nobody's there. Hasn't seen anybody, so okay, that's a good sign. At least the parking lot is navigable and nobody's there. That's also pretty good, but again, there could be another wave, there could be another surge that could be coming in.
Central
That's kind of what we're monitoring right now, because we don't know. We have some idea, but we don't know just how many waves have been generated by this earthquake. It could be a while. However, confidence seems to be increasing, as Daryl mentioned, that this event, excuse me, could be downgraded a little bit, because we've seen the spikes get a little bit bigger, but they haven't grown like huge.
Yes.
So if they're getting a little bit smaller and smaller as the night goes along, one part of the scenario is we might not get them all clear, but the warning might be downgraded a little bit to an advisory, where you still have to watch out for tsunami waves. They won't be destructive, but they can still cause strong currents. They can still cause coastal inundation, just not anything destructive. So that's another possibility that could happen, where the warning will be downgraded to an advisory.
Yeah, we're going to be definitely watching out for that. One of the questions that we've been getting from viewers, at least what I've seen on our social media platforms, is that, of course, we've been talking about a lot of technical terms when it comes to the waves, the amplitude,
But Ark wants to meet at
crest, the trough.
12:53.
If you bring us back on camera, I do want to show just what we're talking about when we talk about these terms. It kind of gives you a better idea of how we're actually analyzing the data coming in from NOAA and coming in from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. Here's what we showed you of Sand Island at Midway Atoll just a little while ago. Ben, you can point out again where we're seeing the shocks or the bumps coming in from the tsunami wave, and that's kind of playing into how this wave is changing very drastically. This is a diagram that I do want to walk you through because this is kind of an explanation of what's going on out there. We've got a crest, a trough, the wave length, so how far the waves are, which is what we've been seeing, about 20-ish minutes, I believe, between waves. So that's what we've been watching. This coming from the data from Midway Atoll, and then the how far it is away from the road and picking up knocked down. Again, this is a diagram you may be familiar with if you took high school physics.
Central 5099.
But this is definitely gives a little bit more insight to how
at the intersection of Kinole and Michael.
Getting from Midway Atoll, we've shown Not Willy Willy, and then we've also taken a look at over at Hanalei Bay, where we were seeing the water receding, feeding that wave, allowing it to grow its amplitude, so it gives a little bit more insight.
Yeah, so when we're talking about a 4-foot amplitude over at Haleiwa, we're talking about the regular wave level, we're talking about this here, and then the amplitude, so basically like 5-6, and so that would be about here. So what we saw earlier from the live pictures that we had from Haleiwa a little bit earlier this evening definitely showed that, because you could see where the water level was. That was probably the high point, and then we could see where the sand had basically been exposed as the water was receding. So we're definitely seeing, so it's a tsunami. It's not huge, but we have tsunamis.
Yeah,
Mark, step back to you.
Thank you very much.
Talking about the 4-foot amplitude at Haleiwa, and that's where we're going to go live next.
Yeah, let's take it over to our Kyle Chinen, who is standing by live on the North Shore, monitoring the coastline. What can you tell us of what you've been seeing so far, Kyle?
Yeah, guys, we're here at Haleiwa Harbor, and just a couple minutes ago, the water, which has been consistently receding out of the harbor into the ocean and back towards the shoreline, just flooded a majority, a good chunk of the parking lot here at Haleiwa Harbor. I'm going to step out of the shot so that you can see just the wet ground. It was about ankle height, but it receded from the docks onto the parking lot area.
Yeah, ensure that we're not, like, we're backing away from that area. This is just periodic patrols,
residents here that are out just trying to check out kind of what's been going on. And this is, some of the residents have been telling me that was the farthest inland that it has reached here at the harbor parking lot. Some cars are just trying to get out of the area as soon as possible when it came in, and it lasted for about, I would say, 5 to 6 minutes before it started to recede back into the harbor area and then back into the ocean. And it's been pretty consistent like that here all night. Not a lot of destructive or big swells, but consistent receding out into the ocean and back here to the shore. Now, there was a lot of activity underneath the Rainbow Bridge, which is just a few feet away from us, and it looked like a river a couple minutes ago, right before we noticed that the harbor was starting to flood here a little bit. And as we come back out here, yeah, a lot of locals have told me that, you know, they've been here since that 7:10 predicted wave arrival for Kauai, and they just wanted to kind of see what was going on out here. But they also told me this is kind of the most drastic receding of water and coming back into shore that they've seen in quite some time. That's the latest here. I mean, still quite a lot of activity with cars driving around, people taking pictures on their phone, Instagram Live, you name it. But that's kind of the scene here right now. The water has slowly gone back in towards the ocean, and yeah, we just saw probably the biggest swell to hit land here on the North Shore. I'm going to send things back to you guys in the studio. That's the latest here in Hollywood.
Yeah, thank you very much. We really appreciate that report, Kyle.
Well,
and,
hey,
want to
Alpha
show
Terminal,
our
no
viewers back at home
flooding
a
or
video that we
surges.
filmed while out there as the water was flooding into the parking lot.
Are you
This
saying
is it.
no
Take a look.
flooding or
You can
surges?
see, as Kyle described earlier, it was an ankle high, and then it didn't seem like it receded back for a while. It flooded the parking lot over at Haleiwa Harbor during the first arrival, estimated time of around 7:17 tonight for Oahu.
Yeah, based on the initial measurements that have come out so far, Haleiwa Harbor seems to be one of the areas with the most quote-unquote lively activity through this event so far. And so, yeah, you have the flooding video of the parking lot. We also saw a similar scene at Maunalua Bay out in East Honolulu. Hilo Bay, we've been going back and forth between the Coconut Island parking lot cam, the water going in and out there, and of course Hanalei Bay on Kauai, which was the initial site and the initial area of concern for all this.
So all of these scenes that we are seeing here tonight and witnessing along with you at home, flooded parking lots due to this tsunami event, and the scientists at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center are hoping that this activity will continue. Smaller waves, of course, they mentioned, you know, they can't predict the pattern. It could be smaller waves and then a bigger one, but that is why it's going to take some time for them to just observe and wait and watch before they make that final determination. I know we've been getting a lot of viewer emails and calls into the newsroom with a lot of folks wanting to know, okay, I listened, I heeded the warnings, I am now in a safe place. Can I go back now that this amount of time has passed? And the answer, unfortunately, is no. We do have to ride this out, and we do need to make sure that we are safe. Definitely safe from the officials at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. We need to wait for the official all clear before you head back.
Yeah, there seems to be high confidence in what we've been seeing so far, and trend toward positivity in terms of, okay, you know, from what we've seen from the initial spikes that have unfolded, okay, it's looking like we're in a good spot. This is a normal pattern, nothing out of the ordinary, but of course the all clear has not been given, so it's not advisable to return to the low-lying areas just in case you have the risk of coastal flooding. That risk is always there. Ben Gutierrez and Drew Davis, you're always keeping track of the monitors here.
Yeah, definitely.
Folks, why do you think we saw more of a severe flooding event on the Haleiwa side versus on the East Oahu side?
Well, part of it is, yeah, there's a little bit of, you know, it's facing there, but at the same time, remember, just the way that Haleiwa Harbor is built, you've got a seawall there. You've got water that's going to be rushing through a very thin area. And so there's a possibility that more of that energy is going to start moving in through a very small area. Also, again, bathymetry, basically what's going on beneath the harbor. So you've got, you know, some deep areas over there so that boats can come in and out. But at the same time, those can cause currents that also could push some of that energy, the tsunami energy, farther up into the parking lot. And as Kyle was saying, it was only ankle deep, but unlike, again, the surf waves, they didn't come in and then recede. They stayed. Basically, the water level stayed at ankle deep for several minutes. So that means that you had that tsunami energy, which had been raised by the bottom of the ocean, being spread out as well. And so that is, you know, you can look at that and maybe you can say it's not much, but remember, that came from thousands of miles away, more than 6 hours ago. Yeah. You know, that this is something that came from a long ways away, and it's here. This is what you know, was caused by an earthquake off the Russian coast, and so it could have been worse. I mean, you know, we're not completely out of the woods yet, but again, we are, you know, seeing that tsunami energy. And just be glad that it hasn't been worse. And so for people who maybe, like armchair quarterbacks later on to say, well, it wasn't that big. Well, you know, we don't really know
not anymore.
until it actually gets here. And so it's better to err on the side of caution, because what if it had been a lot bigger, like we saw in 2011? I mean, that wasn't huge either, but it did cause a lot of damage. At least at this point, we can knock on wood. We can be thankful that it wasn't anything destructive, but just know that a tsunami has been moving through the islands.
Yeah, that's a very fair point, Ben.
145 Adam.
I want to make the note here that, again, the tsunami forecasting is much like
cars riding in a manual. My mileage is 9295.5.
The addition of weather models, ocean models within the last 30 years, really, with the addition of high-tech computers that can really simulate the ocean to a degree that's actually usable for forecasting purposes. It's a very young science. It's very it's not as clear-cut as something that, like, oh, there's going to be, you can't pinpoint exactly the amount of damage. That's why throughout all of this afternoon we've been saying it's very hard to predict the actual size of the waves, much like the weather models that simulate the atmosphere that we use every day here on the First Alert Weather Center. These models at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, they're simulating the ocean. They don't have as much observation data, and that plays into the models having less accuracy, more biases that they have to figure out whenever they're forecasting for this information. So it is good that we're seeing more confidence that this is not expecting to be as big of an event as potentially, because we did see over in Japan where we were seeing those tsunami waves crashing in near the shoreline. And again, I'm sure we will see other videos of damage throughout the next few days coming out of Russia and potentially even the Aleutian Islands. So again, this is a new science. It's the idea of simulating the entire ocean when we don't even know the exact idea of how much mass moved there. And we were saying earlier today that that movement is an incredible amount of energy just released into the ocean. It's very hard to simulate that with very little observation data at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, at this point, according to reports that we're getting from around the world and from the Associated Press, there have been tsunami waves in Japan. They are reporting, obviously, tsunami waves in Hawaii and elsewhere across the Pacific. The good news right now is around the Pacific, no substantial damage has been reported. There were some ports on the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia that were close to the epicenter of this 8.8 magnitude earthquake that were flooded. And then we saw some video earlier of big white waves that were coming in over parts of Hokkaido and portions of northern Japan. So at least, you know, the thing that I want to emphasize is it was a tsunami. The good news is that it was not destructive. It has been, you know, it's there, and we still have to be careful about strong currents, unusual currents. Parking lots getting flooded like Coconut Island and Haleiwa, and people should note that this is not behaving like a surf wave. You know, we've seen the waves during the eddy, and you know, people, the wave comes in and immediately comes out, goes out, and maybe sweeps some people out. This one could have been, if you look back at the Indonesian earthquake and what happened there, just water energy just continuing to come in non-stop, like you know, it just keeps flowing in because you're looking at the whole ocean coming in. You're not just looking at a wave. So we can be very thankful at this point, but again, we're not in the clear yet. We still have to wait and see just how many waves are generated by this particular event. So yeah, a couple small waves, but we just want to make 100% sure before we let everybody return to evacuation areas. But right now, sit tight, just do what you need to do where you are, and wait for the all-clear signal when it is issued by the authorities.
Yeah, and a big mahalo to everybody's kokua out there for heeding the warnings and cooperating and making sure that our community is safe. We are now more than 2 hours into this event since the first arrival of the tsunami waves at Hanalei Bay at 7:10. Followed by waves to arrive on Oahu at 7:20, and witness changes, activity, energy in the ocean that continues as we speak. As we take a live look at our Waikiki camera, you can see the wet sand line there coming up quite a ways,
Right.
you know, onto the shoreline there.
You can see the evolving water line as the night has unfolded, right? But yes, no major coastal flooding from what we've been seeing. And Ben, let's reiterate this point here, right? This is a tsunami event, but it's not a destructive tsunami from what we have been seeing thus far.
Yeah, and that's the good news right now. It is a tsunami. We were right to evacuate, quite frankly, because we didn't know there was the potential for destructive waves. We've seen inundation, we've seen parking lots flooded, which may be more of an inconvenience, but maybe, you know, in the post-mortem, as we call it, maybe tomorrow morning with the light of day, and once this event has passed, we might see some damage to some boats. We might see a little bit of those things, maybe some coastal infrastructure damage, those sorts of things. We don't know yet because we really can't go into those areas. But once the all clear is given and people can assess if any damage has occurred, you know, we can take a better look. But again, like in 2011, this is an event that could take several hours because we had waves still coming in for like 4 or 5 hours after the initial waves came in. And so even though the first wave was expected at 7 p.m. and it kind of, you know, right in that time frame around 7:15, 7:30 did come in, we are now 2 hours in, and we're not done yet because we're still seeing some waves coming in. We're going to be checking in again at the midway buoy just to see if it's still recording any spikes that we've been watching all evening long. And if there's still spikes, we're not out of the clear yet.
Yeah, still seeing waves. If there are still spikes, we'll make sure to give you another update from the Midway Atoll buoy. I do want to just bring up again the Hanalei, the time lapse that we showed earlier.
Oh yeah.
We were watching that live, and we could all see the reef getting exposed, and seeing that played back quickly. It's incredible to see how much water actually receded. Luckily, it didn't come back as a wall of water. Here's the video that you can see again. So you can very clearly see we were watching, able to, luckily with the sun setting, we were able to see the way the currents were moving, and then there you go. The reef is exposed, the sand is exposed. Luckily, we didn't see anybody actually on the camera walking out. And Mark, you had something you
No, that was over the course of about a half hour or so, too. This just speaks to how fast